Wrestling Omakase brings you a full-course meal of all of Japanese wrestling, men's and women's. Join me, a Japanese wrestling fan for over 20 years, along with a rotating cast of equally knowledgeable co-hosts, as we cover everything from New Japan and Stardom to Noah, All Japan, DDT, Tokyo Joshi, Mari Gold, Sendai Girls, Dragongate, GLEAT, Ice Ribbon, and even more stuff. If you're a fan of Japanese wrestling and you want coverage of the entire scene in one podcast, check us out right here on the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network each and every week. Get us wherever you get podcasts today.
Most people don't realize how much their personal information is being bought and sold every day. Data brokers are making billions, pulling details about you from public records and the internet, and then packaging and selling it, usually without your consent. That's how your information lands in the hands of scammers, spammers, even stalkers. It's why you get endless robocalls and why ads seem to follow you everywhere. That's where Aura comes in. Aura actively removes your data from broker sites and keeps it off. They also instantly alert you if your information shows up in a breach or on the dark web. But Aura goes beyond data protection. With one app, you get a VPN, antivirus, password manager, spam call protection, dark web monitoring, and even up to $5 million in identity theft insurance, all backed by 24/7 US-based fraud support. Other companies might sell just credit monitoring or just a VPN. Aura gives you all of it, together, at the same price competitors charge for just one service. Start your free trial today at aura.com/remove. Protect yourself now at aura.com/remove.
This podcast is a member of the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network. Visit voicesofwrestling.com to hear the rest of our great podcasts, as well as show reviews, columns, opinions, and updates across the world of wrestling.
Welcome back, everybody, to Wrestling Omakase. It is episode number 299. That was such a weird one to say. 299 episodes, this thing. Jesus Christ, what have I done with my life? It's me, your old pal John, ripping off Mike Spears' catchphrase for some reason. And I'm here with returning guest, the toughest farmer in Central Europe, Velkej.
Hello. It's hay season.
Hay season. You were sending me pictures of hay.
Yes.
Pictures of hay and assorted, like on bales of hay.
Yes.
Whatever the thing is you use to move hay. That I can't think of a tractor. I guess.
Yeah.
I could not think of the word tractor for some reason.
Oh, it's just a wagon full of hay, like squished into the bottom of the wagon, and then like big bags of hay because we needed to transport the hay from the garden that we got the hay at to the, I don't know what's called, hay house? No, it's not called hay house.
Hay house.
Barn. It's not actually the place we are storing the hay. It's not actually a barn. It's just like a little tiny part of the like wood house above the stacks of wood. I have hay. So.
See, I was going to joke and say, could you hit the broad side of it? But I don't know if that's a term you would...
Actually, no, I don't have a barn, so I cannot hit the broad side of the barn, yeah.
But can you hit the barn side of a broad?
I have never tried to hit a barn side of a broad.
I don't even know what that means, honestly. What is a barn? I remember, I think I heard that joke once before, and I'm like, what is a barn side of a broad?
I think it's just like
I know, just reversing it to.
I don't think it means anything. It's just a dumb saying. It's a play on wordplay on saying.
2 days
Normal one.
from now. 2 days from now, Velkej. I'll be
Yeah,
on my
yeah,
way
yeah.
to
I am not
Japan.
jealous. I will
Were you
not
just?
be.
Oh no, you're not the one who was just there. That was Eric. I was gonna say, weren't you just there? You were there last year. You saw.
Yeah,
You saw
I was there. I was there last year for the All Star Grand Kingdom last year. So
Yeah, you saw
my
the
plans to go next year for All Star Grand Kingdom are kinda up for debate because I don't think I'm going to have money for that trip. So
Oh, that's sad.
yeah, kinda.
I should be there. I guess I don't see unless I get laid off or
I
something.
would
It's
love to.
always a possibility in this economy.
Yeah, I would love to, but I don't. It's difficult now, so I don't know. I don't know how it's going to turn out. It's I'll probably know like in December or something like that. So I am not planning anything. I'll know in December and just immediately buy tickets, plane tickets, and start planning stuff in like early
Now,
January or something.
I know I'm going twice a year now, which everybody's probably very jealous. But if you want to feel sorry for me, I only have vanilla economy on these flights. I do not have premium economy or business, so everybody can
Yeah, those by the way for people who have never done the flight, those flights fucking suck.
It is very long. It is very long. Well, I was talking about this on I guess on Twitter. I don't know what the fuck, or just in general. Like I feel like my biggest excitement level for a Japan trip is like leading up to it is like 7 to 10 days out, where it starts to feel like, okay, it's really coming up, and I'm like, like vibrating with excitement and like pounding the bed with excitement. But once you're down to the last few days, it starts to feel annoying that I'm not already there. Like I start to sit here like, okay, well, and I think the biggest reason is because now that I'm this close, now that I'm less than 2 days out as I record this on Monday, June 8th, I'm realizing what I'm counting down to is not being in Japan. It's being on a plane for 14 hours. So that is not a good thing. So I'm like, okay, being in Japan and actually walking around and, being able to go to Toy Kizuko on the first night, which is always my, my tradition, feels further away than ever right now because I have to go to JFK Airport, of course, check in for my flight, fucking wait for the flight, hope it doesn't get delayed or anything. Which, after my last fucking flight to Vegas got delayed like 4 fucking hours. But so yeah, hoping it doesn't get delayed, or even fucking canceled for all I know. Get on the fucking plane, wait for the plane to take off, fucking be on the fucking tube for 14 hours, and then get to Tokyo and go through customs, which almost always takes a million years now. And then finally at that point I can feel like I'm in Japan. But it's still quite far away. It's really like 4 days away, not 2 days away.
It's interesting that you Americans are saying that the customs take a long time in Japan, because even I was warned about that, like when I was coming for the last time for the All-Star Grand Kingdom, and I was again waiting for my bags. I always wait for my bags. Like only one time I was lucky because my bag was one of the last bags that was put into the plane, so it was like because
my bags always take forever.
No,
I get to the airport too early, I guess.
Yeah, my bags always take forever. But one time it was because like we landed our plane. I was like transferring in Munich, and that's a gigantic airport, and we landed like really far away from our expected landing like slot. So we had to like be driven by buses through the autobahn to we left the airport to go to the autobahn, drove for like 15 minutes, got to the airport, and then so my bags were like really really last in the airplane. So I got like my bag was like third in Japan. So that was the only time that I was not waiting for my bags. All the other times I was always waiting for my bags for quite some time. But like customs, even the last time, where like I always stand so long for the bags because like I am really quick through the customs. I don't know what's happening on the planes on the flights from America then.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we get there. Well, okay, I will say the last time I went, which was December, January, obviously, because I took that overnight flight. Maybe when I got there at like 5 a.m., the customs wait was still not like instant, but it was a lot faster than it was the last couple times.
Okay.
The couple times before that, the other two post-pandemic trips I took, the spring last year and the other December, January 2023, 24, the customs wait was fucking forever. So I'm fully expecting that to hear this again. Maybe this being like a little more off-peak than those times a year, because obviously the other one was Cherry Blossom. Maybe it'll be less, but I'm gonna hope for that, hope for the best, but plan for the worst.
The thing is, you are not the only one that has said that, and my personal experience is completely different from that. Again, it's maybe the Americans take forever.
Maybe you got lucky. But yeah, what was I gonna say? But yeah, I'm sure everybody loves listening to me bitch about how annoying it is to go to Japan. But it is, though. I'm sorry. Like the 14-hour flight, the 14-hour flight
is a killer. Like,
the only good 14-hour flight I've ever taken was the A350 business class last time, and I do not have that again. So they never opened bidding or anything for this flight. I don't know why.
I have always taken the cheapest seats because I have to. So I don't even know what the business class is.
It's very nice. It is very nice.
I would probably love that. But I have a big advantage. I'm not as tall as you are, so I am
going back
much
to
more comfortable in the seats there.
Going back to regular economy too, that's going to be a struggle. Because even premium economy is nicer, but the fucking regular economy. Yeah,
but I will say tall, so
yeah, JAL regular economy is not as bad as like American carrier regular economy. I will say it is a little better, but it's still going to be rough for 14 hours. So, but they do at least they do 333 in their economy section, where I think other people in the same planes try to do 343. So it's not quite as crushed.
Yeah, I am always flying the 333 ones.
Yeah, I think there are some that do 343.
Yeah, I'm always choosing to sit in the middle row.
That's what I do too for regular economy. That's what I do. The middle row is the way to go because both sides have the aisle. So nobody has to. Nobody has to climb over you.
And because I'm traveling alone, my choice always is to sit next to two already booked seats, because that's a pair that booked two seats next to each other. So when I sit next to them, they will never go through me to a toilet.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's very logical.
Yeah, I know. That's a great tactic for anyone who travels alone. You will never be fucking bothered by anyone sitting next to you, because they will always do the pair will always, the middle person will always go to the other side. So
the last time I checked my seat map, we still didn't have anybody in our row with us. So let me see it. I bet you by today it's changed. It's been like a week or two since I last.
Yeah, I have never bought,
because that would be the dream, right? To not have like an open seat.
Yeah. That would be great, because you can use the middle seat use the seat.
Okay. We still have an open seat right now. There's quite a lot of open seats on this economy plan. I guess again because it's like off peak, and maybe also people are like. But yeah, right now we have an open seat, so there is.
There was
that stays that way.
One time when I was flying, I think it was leaving Japan, the two seats next to me were occupied by some Swedish. I think there were Swedish people or Norway people, some Scandinavians, and they had a little baby with them, and that was something. I don't understand why would you ever take a baby to a plane flight for 14 hours. I'm like,
14 hours is a long time for a baby.
Yes,
I would say.
It was. I don't know. The baby looked like it was maybe a year and a half, 18 months old or something like that, or maybe 2 years. 2 years maximum.
Take your kid to Japan at a time it might actually be able to appreciate it.
I don't know. Maybe they were there for work or something like that. So that's excusable or something. But if it's for a trip, I'm like, oh no, why would you ever fucking do that? That sounds the baby was really well behaved. The baby cried twice through a whole flight, and really shortly only they were able to like keep the baby really like I was not bothered by the baby. Like I was like, oh no, this poor baby. I was like, oh, the poor baby will be like suffering, and everyone will be pissed because the baby will cry, and the flight will be pain. And it was not, because the baby was like very calm throughout the whole flight. I don't understand how they did it, but like they did it.
That is crazy. Well, hopefully there's no babies on our flight that cry the entire time. And yeah, hopefully that seat stays empty. I'll be so happy. There's a lot of economy seats open still, so it's not guaranteed that somebody... Because like if you're a single person, maybe you don't have the Velkej method, and maybe you go for one of the other seats that might still have a middle. Because there's other ones that still have like pairs available, so maybe they'll try to go for one of those two and hope the middle stays open. Yeah. So we'll see.
I will, for once, I would never ever try to like book a window seat if I was traveling alone, because it would mean that I would have to go through two people if I wanted to stretch my legs.
I don't get the obsession with window seats on planes. Like you can barely see anything for most of the flight, especially on a flight like, this long. And like if you want to see an aerial view of Tokyo, there's like 7,000 places you can go.
The thing about these flights from Europe, we are flying like through night. They always force you to close the windows anyway, so you see nothing.
Yeah,
it's like completely useless to sit in the window. Like, and if I was alone again, like that's I would fucking hate myself if I have to ask someone else to like let me through, because I can do that. I just go for a walk through the plane while the plane is flying. Like go to the toilet area to stretch.
Yeah, because otherwise you'll go crazy.
Yeah.
14 hours. Like there's a lot of people listening, I'm sure, that have never done a flight even close to this long. And to a degree, it's not... I think to a degree it's not that bad, because it's kind of just like you're on the plane for so long that it's just, after a while, it just becomes like, okay, this is my life, basically. Like you don't think about it that much for a while. Like I feel like the worst period is the first couple hours, and then, because it's just like, oh God, but then you get used to it. I think the second worst is when you hit like the 11 or 12 hour mark.
Yeah.
Because then at that point, you're like ready to finally, like at that point, you're ready to be off this plane, and you still have like 3 more hours.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, at that, like a 10 or 11, somewhere around there.
The last part is fucking endless.
Yeah.
It's actually fucking endless. And the thing is, if you sit for so long, like if you're like the blood pools around your ankles and your ankles swell and shit like that, it sucks.
But again, think of how great Japan must be for people to willingly do this regularly. Yeah. Because the flight is awful, but then you're in Japan.
Yeah.
So
and by the way, I would rather do one really long leg and one, because I will always have to do like a 2-part flight. I don't have direct flights from Prague.
So I would rather I've done both. I've done the stopover and the nonstop, and I used to think like, oh, maybe it's actually better with a stopover because you get a break in between.
No,
it's better to just get on the fucking plane and get it over with. Yeah,
because you lose like 3 hours.
Yeah,
or something like that. You have to wait to embark. You have to like pray that the idiots on the airport don't lose your fucking bags. So you are not sure that your bags are in the same plane as you are. It's nerve-wracking. And if like something happens and your plane is delayed, you are arriving on the airport with like not enough time to like switch, and you are waiting to get out of the plane. Then if you take a long like break in the middle of the flight, so you do like, for example, 6 hours, 5 hours on the airport, so you have like you are 400% sure that you will never fucking miss your connecting flight, and then you do another 6 or 7 hours flight. It's like, so you are traveling you have to get to the airport, which is like 3 hours or something like of travel time and wait time on the airport. Then you fly for 6 hours. Then you wait at another airport for another 5 hours. So you are now like at 14 hours already. And then you fly for another 6 hours or 7 hours. You are 20 hours. Then you wait at the airport for another hour. So you are 21 hours just like travel time instead of like 16 hours, for example. So like you actually fucking lose 5 hours of your life if you do longer break in between the flights. I cannot do directs, so I choose the flights that have the least amount of switch time in between them, and I choose the flights to like close by European cities. So basically, from Prague to Munich to Copenhagen to Warsaw. Before the war before the Russian-Ukrainian war, the Helsinki was a really good choice because the flight would go through Russia, so that was like the best flight possible. So you like start from Prague, you go to Helsinki, and you use Finnair, which was like at like before pandemic, it was like preferred way to travel to Japan, like from Prague at least. So or like back then Aeroflot with from Moscow, which was like behind my what I would have done, but my friends have done that multiple times before, and they were like really satisfied with that. I did not like the length of the flight from Prague to Moscow because I think it's like hour and a half too long for like my preferred way, like the short first branch and then the long one to Japan.
Yeah,
but I would fucking never do like I don't know, like the Dubai flight. Like I've looked at those, even if they are cheaper. I'm like, no, never, fucking never. Like I am never doing the Emirates because like that's like 8 hours and then another 8 hours flight. It's like insane, and the wait time there, like I would never fucking do
that. So there you go. There's your Japan flight breakdown, I guess. Yeah, yes. I've done nonstop. I've done stopover in Detroit. I've done a stopover in LA, and the LA one was the most annoying because it was like it's like a 6-hour flight there and a 10-hour flight from LA to Japan. So you add 2 hours of flight time, but it also had like or maybe it's San Francisco. I don't know. I think it might have been San Francisco. But it added like an extra, like it was like a 4-hour fucking stopover. Yeah. I think I did LA and San Francisco actually. But yeah, whatever. It's just it adds too much time, so I just kind of do nonstop now every time. I'm just like, yeah, I don't want to spend 21 hours traveling. So 14 is bad enough. But yeah, but once I'm actually there, I will of course have an amazing time as I always do. So, and
you'll be recording the 300th episode there.
So I believe he's a listener. The Discord user Voice Wrestling Armani Show Exchange. He's going to be with me because he's going to be there too. So he and I are going to record. I already asked him. He said he's down to do it. So
after conversion or Dominion?
After Dominion and the conversion. All right, folks. So I got interrupted there by a work call since I am, technically on the clock here on one of my last 2 work days before I go to Japan. So yeah, and things are kind of crazy at my job. I don't really want to get into why because it's kind of, I don't know, it's not something I should talk about in the air probably, but things are like very crazy at my job today because of something sudden that happened. Okay, so real life gets in the way sometimes. What can you do? What the hell were we talking about? We were just talking about going to Japan, right?
We're recording 300th episode.
Oh, yeah. So Armani and I are going to record the 300th episode after Dominion next Saturday. He already, or next Sunday. He already said he would come back to the room with me. Ooh la la. We're going to record the episode live from the Cross Hotel Osaka. And yeah, he and I are going to do that. And then the following week, he said he'd also be up for doing one after starting the conversion. So we'll get episode 300 and episode 301 live from Japan. Now, they will be much shorter than usual because,
it's just one show.
It's basically just one show, yeah. I might briefly touch upon other stuff, but yeah, you'll probably get like your first ever like 1 hour episode of Omakase or something.
I don't believe that's possible.
I am not going to be stuck in a hotel room recording a podcast while I'm in Japan for that long. I think the last time I did it in Japan, it went like an hour and a half or something, I think.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's
So that's not,
those were the episodes with like multiple voices of wrestling people and Quinlan, right?
yeah. Well, the last one would have been me and Joel from during the Sakura Genesis 2025 when he joined me on the line.
Oh, okay.
And I did it.
I don't
And
remember
I did it from the Conrad Tokyo. That would have been 2025. But yeah, I didn't do any when I was in Japan this last time. It just never.
Yeah.
I had such a crazy schedule of wrestling shows and stuff, and also like hotel moves and shit. It never.
Yeah, you did a lot of hotel moves. I would never ever do that.
I way cut back this time. Like this time, no more one night stays. Well, actually, no, I lied already. There's 2 one night stays, but they're actually for good reasons because they're moving cities. But yeah, mostly not one night stays like I did. No more one night stays in the same city like I did last time. But yeah, it's like 2 nights in Yokohama at a business hotel near Yokohama Station, 2 nights in Osaka in the Cross Hotel Osaka that's right in downtown Dotonbori, which I love that hotel and I love that area. 2 nights in the Conrad Osaka, which I cannot wait to try. And that's moving to North Osaka, both to try the Conrad Osaka, but also because that's closer to where the trains are. They'll get us to Kobe and Nara for day trips on that part. And then first time in Tokyo, I'm staying 7 nights at the same hotel, which is great. So I'm just staying in this hotel in Kabukicho, like another business hotel type place. So the area I love to stay in too. I love Kabukicho. So staying in Kabukicho for 7 nights. And then we leave again. We go to the onsen in Gifu, I think. Is it Gifu? I think it's Gifu. It's like the town name is Gero. It's like to the north of Nagoya. We transfer Nagoya. But yeah, it's an onsen over there. Then 1 night in Shizuoka, which is a town I've talked about before. I love Shizuoka. It's just a great little city. At a new hotel I'm trying there. And then we go back to Tokyo for the last 2 nights. And we're staying that's where we're staying at the Park Hyatt, which I cannot wait to try, the Lost in Translation Hotel, which I got to remember to load that movie for my flight since I'm going to stay there again. But, or I'm going to stay there. I mean, I've never stayed there before. So yeah, I got to watch the movie again. I mean, but yeah, that's pretty much it for the Japan plan. So it's much more reasonable. The one that killed me last time was when I moved like Conrad Tokyo to the Akiba Hotel to the Kabukicho Hotel one night. I'm just like, why did every day I had like 2 wrestling shows too. So I'm like, why did I do this? Why did I have myself move hotels on 3 days in a row in Tokyo for no reason when I had wrestling shows? And the answer was because I was using like different free night certificates and shit, but it still was very stupid. So I've completely avoided that this time. And also I only have 2 wrestling shows in the same day, 1 day this time, so that'll also be a little easier because obviously Wrestle Kingdom season there's just way more of that. Yes. Whereas this time of year there's not that much. The only day I'm going to 2 shows in 1 day is the 20th when I'm going to the Ice Ribbon 20th anniversary show, and then the start of the conversion, which boy did I make the right decision because there were 3 different shows I could have chosen from on the 20th, and the other 2 are the Marigold Korakuen or Sendai Girls at Shinkiba, which Sendai Girls I would have liked to see, but I don't.
That would be fine, but the conversion card is much more.
No. I'm saying choose between those 2 and Ice Ribbon.
Oh,
none of them are going head to head with the conversion.
Okay,
yeah, so they're all like before the conversion.
I would probably do the. What's the Senjo card?
I don't actually know. Let's see. But the Senjo one, the thing with the Senjo Girls show is it's the latest of the 3 and the furthest from the Stardom show.
Yeah, right. So travel from Shinkiba to Yoyogi is much more problematic, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean the Sendai Girls card is okay, but I don't think it's anything that special. I mean the main event is it's Red Energy, Mika Iwata and Miyuki Takase against the 2 foreigners, Sapphire Reed and Nita Vaughn. There's Spike Nishimura against Manami, Chi-Chi and Yurika Oka against Ryu Mizunami and Shiro Hashimoto, Stephanie Mays against Yura Suzuki, Stephanie Mays and Yura Suzuki against Miku Kane and Hiroyo Matsumoto, and then Miya Momono versus Yuna, that is a cool match, but that's a 10-minute time limit opener. The Ice Ribbon card, if you haven't seen, is really good in my opinion. I mean, it's their 20th anniversary show, so it's one of their biggest shows of the year. and it's in the Kitazawa town hall, which is it's a venue I've never been to before. And
I've been there on the first post-pandemic trip, where they still required addresses of the people for COVID tracing, and I would have not been able to navigate that because we actually had to go to a municipal office in the same building because it's a town hall, where a clerk had to take addresses of me staying in my hotel and Chris, who was helping me guide me through. I was there for Actress Girls. It was a fun show. I really enjoyed it. It was a show where Megaton debuted for the first time. Megaton debut show. Yes, I was at Megaton debut show before she was.
That's not something to be. That's not something to be proud of. But
yeah, she did not know that she is in a tag match and is what tags are supposed to do. So yes, she was not tagging in and out.
But yeah,
and she did not know that she's supposed to do that. Yes.
The Ice Ribbon card, in my opinion, is great though. So. First of all, my favorite wrestler in the company is challenging for the world title main event. So Yuka is challenging Kaho Matsushita for the Ice Infinity Championship, which hopefully this goes better than when I was front row for when my favorite Stardom wrestler was challenging for the world title. But she main evented the 10th anniversary show too before she went away for like 9 years, and that's like the whole story they're telling her here is her now also main eventing the 20th anniversary show. And this time trying to, make good and win the title. So I think she probably will, but I guess we'll see. But yeah, that's just the main event, which is already great. And then Hikari Minami and Riko are challenging Sumika Yanagawa and Makoto for the tag titles, which I like that team a lot. The former child wrestler, Hikari Minami, who just returned at the start of this year, and the current child wrestler, Riko. They just have very cool chemistry together. Very cool little, I don't know. What's the word? Like, it's just a cool little storyline, I guess.
Yeah.
And then we have the triangle title, with I think it's Akane Fujita challenging, right? I think, or it's like for both titles. I'm sorry, it's for the triangle ribbon and the Fantastic Ice double championship.
The thing about the Fantastic Ice title is that it's basically either Risa Serra title or Akane Fujita title. So
they haven't announced the rules. But they haven't announced the rules yet. So yeah,
she will probably get it back. Yeah.
So it's Akane Fujita, Tsukina Umino, because every match has special moves. I think Shinose is the other one, is the third person. But yeah, so that'll be cool. And then Manami Katsu is coming back. She'd been gone for a few months, so that's cool. I mean, I wish she wasn't teaming with Mio Shirai. What are you going to do? But Yuri's in that match too, as we're going to talk about in the Tokyo Joshi show. I'm always impressed with her when she shows up. And yeah, just, the other two matches kind of basic tags, but just to, for a 6-match card, there's a lot of cool stuff here. So I'm definitely excited. And, the Hero Sisters are in the opener, so you get to see them too. So, yeah, I'm definitely excited to see this Ice Ribbon show. The Marigold show, I was trying to look up the card. I don't even see any card yet. I know they announced the world title match, which is Miko Ano against, Nightshade, right? Is that the name of the Marvelous?
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't really have any particular affinity for Nightshade, so I definitely don't mind that I'm missing that one. And then on top of that, we have okay, you're sending me. Yes, see that she was a fantastic Ice champion for 1,461 days. Wow. Yes. But yeah, so we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, I mean, I lost my train of thought there. Oh, so the Marigold show. I mean, I just don't think there's anything Marigold in 2026 can even book anyway that I'm going to be like, oh, how could I miss this show? And instead of, especially when I like Ice Ribbon more right now. I mean, I don't know how much you watch Ice Ribbon, but I just enjoy it more than
I don't have time. This year I am like my work and like outside of work stuff right now is so difficult for me to even manage to keep up with Tokyo Joshi Pro, which I don't really mind because we will talk about it because we are going to be talking about Tokyo Joshi Pro Korakuen Hall show at the end of the episode probably. So I don't really mind that, but I would love to follow another promotion, but I just cannot. I don't have time to do so.
Yeah, no, I get it. But yeah, I mean, I love what Ice Ribbon is doing right now. I've become sort of an Ice Ribbon super fan. As I think somebody was like really surprised by how I can't remember if it was Eric or somebody else. They were like, "Wow, I'm really surprised by how much you took to Ice Ribbon." But I don't know. Ever since I went to that show, I went to Ribbon Mania on the 31st, and everything. I haven't watched every single show, especially I haven't really seen any of the dojo shows. But everything I have watched has been really good. Like just a lot of fun. I kind of just like I've talked about this before. I just wish people would like not focus so much on how like they're so down from their glory days or whatever, which is obviously true. But like there's still some really cool little wrestlers in this company that are really like putting on good stuff. I mean, this is, in my opinion, again, this is a way more enjoyable promotion to follow than Tokyo Joshi. I mean, not Tokyo Joshi, than Mari Gold.
Yeah.
So I would put probably like. I mean, I put them third probably, but behind Stardom and Tokyo Joshi. For the Joshi promotions I most enjoy watching. Me, maybe Marvelous is close too. So,
drawing title match would have been Natsumi Shozuki challenging for the world title. That would be like what Natsumi Shozuki being like in big matches would be drawing card for me, and I would have chosen I would have chosen Marigold over any other promotion for that. If like Senjo, Ice Ribbon, or Marigold, if Natsumi Shozuki was in like big time title match, I would have chosen them. But otherwise, I would have not chosen them at all. Never.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah. I mean, Kitazawa is also much closer
especially with the injuries that they have piled on right now. So
yeah. I mean, yeah, exactly. Like I can go there and I can go to Marigold's show now and not see Victoria Yuzuki, is my favorite wrestler in the company. I could, in my opinion, the best wrestler in the company, or especially for her age and everything. So I could not see Victoria Yuzuki, could not see Sari Yamaoka. Obviously, you have all the departures. Can't see Utami. Probably can't see Mirai. Maybe she'll work it, but you never really know.
Mayu Iwatani.
Mayu Iwatani. Although she's finally coming back soon, I think. Because she said... I thought she posted something like, "Oh, the foot's healed. Actually, I'm coming back soon."
Foot started to heal.
Oh, it started to heal. Okay, yeah. She doesn't need the surgery. It sounds like.
No, she did not want to get surgery. She wanted to have it healed over time, but it took longer than she expected because she is 32 or something like that. She's no longer.
And she
20.
decided to wrestle.
Yes, exactly. She's a wrestler. She's dumb as brick. So that means, but like. I understand why she did it because it was a retirement match. So I don't mind that she did it, but she should have expected this to happen. So the issue is that both her and Victoria are not taking surgeries for their injuries because they want to come as soon as possible. And I think they will catch up to them. Like Koki's knee is cooked. Like she had 2 injuries into the same knee and did not get a surgery either time. So
yeah. Well, anyway, so the point is, it's like there's just so much missing from the Marigold roster that it's just less appealing. So yeah, I picked Ice Ribbon. I do not regret it. I guess is the final. I mean, look, I'm a lot more excited for the Ice Ribbon show than I am for Dominion, as we'll get to when we get to the Dominion card. Which I guess could be the transition to talking New Japan. Now, Velkej, you demanded to be on the opening and closing Best of Super Juniors.
I demanded that.
I know exactly why that is, because you read the tea leaves and you're like, my boy Yo is going to win this tournament, and I got to be here to talk about how much I love him. So,
yes. The issue is that he has fucking broken me. We will get to it why. But his artistic choices and the way he wrestles his matches has fucking broken me. And
I'm nowhere near as negative on Yo as a lot of the Western fans seemingly are. This has to be the biggest disconnect between Western and the Japanese fans in a long time. Because the Japanese fans fucking love this guy and went crazy for him in that final. And you would think like everyone's dog died or something. Everyone had their fucking pet murdered or something because the way they reacted to Yo winning this fucking tournament. Like, just everybody was so angry and so upset about it. I'm just like, I don't know. It's not that
like
big a deal. I mean, I wanted Fujita or Wado to win, but
I would understand if they were angry about it after the match, but they were preemptively angry about it. And the issue is how he wrestles, not that he won the tournament. I would be fucking so happy if he won the tournament and did not wrestle the way he did.
Okay, well, we'll get to it. Let's go through the nights, I guess. We have 4 nights to get through, but only a few matches in the last 2. So, starts out with
And by the way, I have skipped all the non-tournament matches on the semifinals and the finals.
Yeah, I did too, basically. So, I actually planned to watch the whole card for the final, but I just didn't have time, as it turned out.
I knew that I would not have time for it. I was thinking that maybe the finals. I knew that the semifinals, no chance, but I was like, okay, maybe the finals. And then like when I got to it yesterday, I was like, no.
Yeah. So it starts out here with the Tuesday, June 2nd show, which was Best of Super Junior, Night 11. Korakuen Hall, a pretty nice number, 1,310, especially for a weeknight.
Yes.
It opened up in the A blocks. This was the penultimate block night, so everybody's second to last match. Robbie X defeated Daiki Nagai in 7-11 with the X Express. I thought this was a pretty good opener. The Korakuen crowd was super into everything. Both guys were just going full sprint with it. I thought this was the best Daiki looked all tournament to this point, to be honest, and he would have an even better night the next night, as we'll get to.
Yes.
Robbie took this and Robbie's been like one of the MVPs the whole tournament. So he took this insane face-first bump off a monkey flip just after the 5-minute call.
Yeah, that was fucking insane.
Yeah, he basically rotated all the way around, so I'm not even sure I've seen that before. But yeah, he survived the Boston Crab from Daiki, put him away at the same double X combo he's been doing, the cutter and then the X Express top rope move. But yeah, 3 1/4. Fun little opener.
Yeah. This was like super fun high speed match. And I'm really happy with what Daiki did this tournament. So and I'm happy with what Robbie X did this tournament as well.
Match number 2 was B block. Kushida beat Yoshinobu Kanemaru in 8:22 with the Back to the Future. Nice little technical wrestling match here. Kushida worked a long headlock that Uncle Nobu sold really well, where he got out with a leg breaker and then went right into the figure 4. Kushida got out of that. Then Kanemaru caught his leg on a drop kick and beautifully transitioned right back to the figure 4. But Kushida was able to roll to the ropes to break. The ref got bumped when Kushida tried to get the hoverboard lock on Kanemaru. He just kind of swung his legs into the ref, which is one of the better looking ref bumps I've seen in a while. That let him go for the whiskey bottle. He decided to just use it as a weapon instead of spinning it, which I thought was funny. The spinning if people didn't hear last week's show or watch the tournament at this point, the spinning had been backfiring on him a lot lately.
Yes.
So I was like, okay, he didn't even bother trying. So that was a cool little development. Kushida ducked it though. So Kanemaru used the bottle to block a punch instead. That was definitely inventive.
That was very good. Yeah, I like that a lot.
They went straight from that to some good flash pin near falls. Kushida kicking his arm out. Unfortunately, I thought they kind of messed up the final reversal in the Back to the Future. Kushida kind of dropped him for a second for lifting him back up finally, but it was very minor anyway. So I thought there was a damn good little match. 3.5 stars. 2 old guys went out there and had a good little technical battle. I enjoyed it.
I really liked that one you talked about it, about the leg breaker or something like that. I really like the sequence where the face lock Kushida had countered the big toe pull. Where Kanemaru was, because Kushida is a feet freak, if you did not know.
Yeah, well, she didn't even do that much of it in this match.
No. He was he was barefoot, I guess, the whole tournament. There were no sock things. There were no putting dirty socks into someone's mouth or something like that, so we avoided that. But there was one spot where Kanemaru had Kushida had Kanemaru in like scissors, and Kanemaru was pulling on his big toe to let him go, and Kushida countered it with face lock, and it was like a neat little sequence, and Kanemaru did the big toe pull where referee could not see it. because Kanemaru still is a good wrestler who knows what to do, even though he is in House of Georgia.
Mm-hmm. Then we had Francesco Akira beating Ryusuke Taguchi in 154 with a roll-up. So Akira had clippers. He tried to cut Taguchi's hair. Zane J took over Chris Charlton's spot in English commentary. Unfortunately, he was not very good as a heel commentator. He mostly just said Jesus Christ and mumbled a lot. I was like, okay, it's a little... Might need to take your commentary back to the drawing board, buddy. Here, this wasn't very good. Very fast-paced stuff, though, that Akira ended up winning with a schoolboy holding the tights. Really fun while it lasted for a 2-minute match. So 3 stars. Thought it was pretty enjoyable.
Yeah, it was a fun undercard match.
Akira tried to shave Taguchi again afterward, but he was able to ankle lock his way to safety. So good for him. He saved his hair. Sho beat Daisuke Sasaki in the next match with a shock arrow in 6:34 in the B block. Sho jumped Sasaki while he was making his entrance, but the way he kept holding onto his hat very carefully, I was like, that's definitely somebody else wearing a wig. And indeed, the real Sasaki ran out and attacked Sho from behind before raking his eyes in the corner. So that was illusion. So yes, Daisuke Sasaki was prepared for Sho's tactics, which, makes sense because he's also a shitbag heel. Yujiro showed up and pulled the ref out while Sasaki had him in the crossface. Hideki Okatani tried to get involved, but also got thrown out. But Illusion then pulled the ref back out the moment Yujiro tried to throw him back in, which was funny. Okatani then beat Sho's ass with a kendo stick. When he and Illusion threw him back in, Sasaki pulled out a freaking cattle prod of all things. But then Sho showed up with the Black Mirror with a picture of Dick Togo's face on it. And Sasaki hilariously drops to his knees and does the sign of the cross. He then tries to shock the mirror for some reason. I was like, what?
Yeah, because even though he is his master, or rather he is their both master, Sasaki would cattle prod Dick Togo if he saw him in the ring. Anyway,
that's funny
because even though he's his master, he would cattle prod him. So that's a neat little bit. Yeah.
Sho just hit him with the thing instead and did hit the shock out with the pen. This was wacky. I laughed enough that I didn't hate it, but it wasn't it was 2.5.
My note is, at the start, fuck this. Okatani saved me. Sho was tricked by illusion. Needed to end. Yujiro. Why? Okay, this was not atrocious. Because the last bit with the Dick Togo picture and the cattle prod saved it.
I thought that was the least good part of it, but I don't know.
I really like that bit. So I was like, oh, he will show him the Dick Togo, and Sasaki played oh, master, and then chuck the master anyway. I actually laughed at that.
I don't know. I thought that was too goofy for me, I guess.
As I said, this was not atrocious.
Yeah.
It's not good.
I might have gone higher without electrocuting Black Mirrors. The next match was the A block. Nick Wayne beating Valiente Jr. in 7:16 with the Wayne's World. The start of it was all right, but a little clunky. There's a sunset bomb that Valiente hit on Wayne that looked really cool, but the sequence on the apron immediately before that could have definitely been a little bit smoother. It just looked a little clunky. Really cool crucifix driver coming out of the corner by Wayne, followed up by an Asai moonsault just for the 5-minute call. He hit a dragon suplex over a 2 count back inside. And yeah, the entire last few minutes was really good. Wayne hit this Canadian Destroyer to reverse Valiente going for his cross-arm pile driver thing. And then he hit the Wayne's World cutter for the pin. I can forgive the little burst of awkwardness because the rest was super, super fun. So went 3.5. Damn good little spot fest here.
I will be honest. My note on this is I do not remember anything. I actually wrote this after the match ended, and I'm like, oh, the match ended. I don't remember.
Your phone was very interesting in that match, I guess. It's all right.
Yeah, I completely zoned out. I don't even know what I was doing. I was doing anything but watching the match.
Happens to the best of us. The next match was Robbie Eagles beating Jacob Austin Young in 9:36 with the Hyperion in a B block match. So Eagles had Hartley with him to take care of Zane J for him, which again was smart. Glad people actually watched some of these shows. Walker, I guess the name Walker Stewart claimed the name of Jacob Austin Young's spinning neckbreaker thing is brain rot. Okay then.
Oh my god.
That is Zoomer brain rot. I've ever heard of it. Calling your neckbreaker brain rot. Um, the flash pin exchanges towards the end were fun. Some very close near falls back and forth. And then Eagle moved on with the Hyperion. This was okay, a little bland and boring at times, but it ended pretty well at least. So 2 3/4, I guess. I don't know. You have anything to say about this one?
Not really.
Yeah, it was kind of just a match that happened. It was all right.
Yes.
Next up in the A block, Jun Kasai defeating Master Wato in 10-14 with the Goenji My Way. So Kasai tried to attack Wato in the aisle, but it actually goes surprisingly poorly for him at first. As Wato managed to fight him off and hit a dive off the elevated part of the Korakuen bleachers. That looked awesome. Kasai came back by throwing a chair into Wato's head.
That was awesome. Right, that was like perfect. That was like a perfect throw because it hit Wato like perfectly. So his head went through the his head was hit by the seat, so it went perfectly through it, and he was not hurt at all. That was really good. But also an excuse to blade, which was also fun.
Then Kasai took out his skewers, but Wato was able to block it. Wato came up bleeding. I forgot to.
He bladed after the chair shot. Yeah.
So Kasai took out his skewers. Wato was able to block it. Wato though was too pure to do a stabbing himself though, because he grabbed these skewers, but then he threw them down and hit a roundhouse kick instead, followed by a slingshot plunge out of the floor. Kasai double syringed himself in the head. Marty Asami's reaction to the background was fucking perfect. Like he leapt backwards. He was like, ah! That was great. But then he hits this big running charge up lariat, which Wato takes an amazing flip bump for it. That got a 2 count. Wato got his knees up for the Pearl Harbor splash. He sold it really well, which led into a great, sold having to use his knees really well, which led into a great forearm exchange. Kasai then hit the shoot headbutt. Wato fired back with one of his own. They both thanked each other, which I thought was funny. He went for his big German, but Kasai escaped. He kneed the crap out of Wato and then cradled him for the pin just after the 10-minute call. This match fucking ruled from start to finish. Yes. Some people are going to be like, oh, a fucking 10-minute match can't be 4 1/4. And they're wrong because this was 4 1/4. This was fucking awesome. Why, if they were going to make some guy who lots of Western fans hate win this tournament, it should have been Wato because Wato had a way better tournament than Yo.
This is like an extremely great way. I loved Kasai's tournament because all the guys want to do the deathmatch stuff. Everyone wants to do the deathmatch stuff. He actually works within the rules of the tournament because he will take out the needles, but he will use the needles on himself. Because he's an insane deathmatch wrestler who will do that. That's what they do. Like, if you are only on the New Japan Pro Wrestling fan in Japan, and you never watch any deathmatch stuff, Kasai represented the deathmatch scene and what the deathmatch guys are and do in the most succinct way possible. That he basically made it so you got what they are and what they do. And it was not overtly there was not that much blood. There was blood in most of his matches. Either he or his opponent bled. But he also worked within the rules of the tournament real well, where he did not do where he did not stick needles into other people in the ring, which is what, by the way, what House of Nurgent basically does in all of their matches. But this deathmatch guy had followed the rules. I'm baffled by this weird stuff that's happening in New Japan right now. It's so bizarre. But regarding this match, I loved how much Wato played with the insane Kasai, because it's really, really fun conflict between the two people. Like this pure straight New Japan Pro Wrestling wrestler and this insane, slimy deathmatch guy. It's really, really nice contrast.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I was actually answering a work email while you were doing that, but you paused
fine.
right while
it's
I was
fine.
typing.
I had a lot to say, so it's good.
Yeah. The next match was Taiji Ishimori beating Hyo in 3:38 with a bloody cross.
By the way, love the length of the matches on this show as well as much as I did on the first episode we did together.
Hyo, so for those keeping score at home, Hyo still didn't have Mumin with him, and he still didn't seem to give a fuck. I think he might have gotten it back on the undercard of the final show. Finally, maybe I don't even know that for sure because again, I didn't watch it. But
doesn't really matter though.
Yeah, it doesn't matter at all. I don't give a shit. Hyo hit Rana Nishimori while he was doing his little gun pose, which was not very nice to a fellow, a Dragon System alumni. And then he followed up with a pretty tope con heel to the floor, but Ishimori ended up beating him pretty quick with the bloody cross. Fun while it lasted, but again, very short, so 3 stars.
Yeah, it was big dives. There was like a really good and really quick and really like flawless execution of the like last few seconds of the match, from the leopard run into the big move into the counter and into the bloody cross. I was like picture perfect. Like that should be like taught in school, like how to do that if you want to do some like really extremely difficult to pull out athletic moves, because that was like incredible.
Yeah, which I thought it was, again, very good for such a short match. Next up, A block, Kosei Fujita beating Titan in 12:50 with the throw ride. So Fujita hit some very hard, very loud chops to Titan pretty early on. Then he caught him trying to come back off the apron with a springboard something or other, straight into an armbar, and then a stretch before he was able to quickly make the ropes. Very, very cool sequence there. Titan, of course, started going after Fujita's leg after that to set up his own submission. I believe it's the Lave Immortal. And that led to a big strike exchange, which Fujita won with a slap combo at the end. But Fujita immediately hit this, awesome swinging DDT off the ropes. Oh, no, Titan, I mean. Titan immediately hit this awesome swinging DDT off the ropes that he then stood straight up out of. But Fujita reversed it into a front suplex, which left both guys down. Very, very cool sequence. And then Titan absolutely murders him with a double stomp up the top. Fujita somehow kicks out anyway. Did an amazing job selling that. How brutal that double stomp was too. Fujita went for why do I keep writing the wrong name here? What were you doing, John? Titan went for the Lave Immortal, but Fujita countered it beautifully straight into the throw ride for the win. Awesome match again. 4 1/4. Both these guys again were really killing it all tournament, so I was not surprised at all. Their match was so good against each other.
Yeah. The thing is that this tournament had so much like good stuff, but also so much bad stuff. It's really difficult. Like I said it on the Discord. This match is like example why I did not think this tournament was bad, because if any tournament will give me matches like these, I will excuse like the show stuff. If the show stuff, if the bad Sasaki stuff, if the bad Kushida stuff is not overpowering rest of the card, I am more than willing to excuse the bad stuff. And like matches like these, matches like Asai versus Wato, are why I loved this tournament and why I like until the end of the tournament. I really enjoy this tournament. I'm really broken by the winner of this tournament. I hate that I'm like this now.
Well, what are you gonna do? I guess, but yes, I mean, I will say now, Yo had a good night here. This was one of his rare good nights because the next match was B block. Yo defeating El Desperado in 16:44 with the LS Cilio, which I think is Despy's
Yes, it is.
Yeah, Despy's roll up. So yeah, definitely a little bit of a slow start, which is fine, but just felt a little weird after the insane pace of the last few matches. I did like that Yo rolled in to beat the 20 count, only to roll back out and keep rubbing his hurt knee some more after Despy had been working on it. That was kind of funny. That's just for the 5-minute call to match. Despy busted out a Mad Splash at one point. That got a 2 count. Yo then started targeting Despy's leg, as apparently we were now in a double leg match all of a sudden.
Yeah, because
Despy,
he decided he's a fucking copycat and will beat you with your own move.
yeah. So Despy sold it really great, and Yo almost beat him with his own stretch muffler before he makes the ropes.
Yeah.
Yo then... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's when it like made all the sense in the world. I'm like, oh no.
He's a copycat. That's his whole thing now. Yo then followed up with the reverse Tiger Driver, just like Despy does, and tried to go straight into the Pinche Loco with it. But Despy got out and just like punched him right in the face. Now I will say for Yo is like execution of moves is not really his problem at all. So maybe the copycat thing makes sense for him because he does all these moves very well.
Yeah, he does. The thing is, he does all the moves perfectly. So it's like he is actually a fucking copycat.
Yeah. Then Despy. So yeah, Despy like gets out of the Pinche Loco attempt though and just punches him right in the face, which felt well earned for trying to see all his moves. Despy hit his own Pinche Loco just after the 15-minute mark, and I love the way he sort of like stumbled on purpose to sell the legwork he had just received. I'm almost positive it was on purpose at least.
Yes, it
like
was.
Just the way,
for sure.
So just very very good stuff. He tries to hit it a second time, but Yo reverses, ends up rocking him with 2 straight punches. He goes for the Pinche Loco again, but Despy reverses in the inverted pile driver, but goes down selling his legs, so he can't follow up. Just awesome sequence. Despy hits the J Driller, but Yo suddenly cradles him out of nowhere with Despy's own flash pin for the win. And I don't know, I kind of thought this was like, I usually love flash pin finishes and flash pins in general. This was like the rare one I didn't like, as it felt more like an escape hatch to avoid anyone having to lose than something they really built up to. Like I would have rather seen Yo win with like I guess he wasn't going to tap out Despy's own finisher, but like, even like the Pinche Loco would have been better, I think. But yeah, so there was this, I like the little through line throughout the match.
Yes.
But, awesome match though, just not quite as awesome as the other 2 awesome matches on the show so far. So 4 stars, and this was definitely like the best night of the tournament, I think.
So
3
you know what?
plus match.
You know what the Japanese commentary called the inverted pile driver?
What?
Dude Buster.
Dude Buster,
which is Beretta's move.
There you go.
Yeah. So basically, it's not just Yo, it's everyone in his matches. The issue is that it's not like just him doing the moves, it's the other side of the match also doing the tribute / stolen spots. So this match basically started the trend of, I don't know, what was trend in tag team with Yo? I think he was, right?
Yeah.
I think he was in Gale, so he had to be.
They weren't in a tag team together, but they definitely teamed together.
Yeah, they had to team together. So I don't know if that was the intent behind that move, but Milano called it Dude Buster. So I remember that. I did not even write that. I was like, my mouth was like hanging open. I was like, it's just the match changed into the match full of tribute spots / stolen / copied spots. The issue is that I said it on Discord, is that Yo doesn't do the matches, the moves as tributes or like callbacks. He does them as his own moves, as he steals the move from the other person or the person he's copying. For example, Kazuchika Okada and his Rainmaker, and uses them as if he was the wrestler the move is stolen from. So he does the same amount of damage, same appropriate amount of damage. He puts the moves in the correct space. It's not like squished in between his other moves. It's in sequences of the moves of the wrestler that he's stealing the moves. Later down in other matches, to illustrate this point, there's a stretch in the finals, I think, when he does the desperation Ishii headbutt to the chest, and then does the Ishii sequences of elbows, like the boom, 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 where Ishii does the sounds with his mounts as well. And he does. I think he also does the sound. And then Fujita answers with a headbutt, like a shoot headbutt, which is like a Shibata call, a response to Ibushi, to Ishii's. It's like, what's happening? It's they are taking bits of other matches and putting them next to each other. It's like it's not the two wrestlers in the ring, it's other people. And it's like making me crazy because that's not how that's supposed to work. That's why I'm broken by the guy. But he had a really good tournament. He did.
Yeah.
And he's my guy, so it's even more heartbreaking.
Well, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Let's go to the next night, which was night 12, the final block night at Korakuen Hall, from the in front of a crowd of 1255. So interesting, it actually went down a little bit. Like, maybe I think like about what, like 60 fans? Oh, no, like 55 fans actually, I think. So that is interesting that the final block night did worse than the previous night. I mean, you can't even claim like a night issue because it's, one was a Tuesday and one was a Wednesday. So I don't know why
that's weird.
More people went to Despy's show than, was it that simple as the main event? More people went to Despy's show than Wato, Nick Wayne? Could that really be it? I don't know.
Yeah, I think so. Show
are two big stars.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's the House of Treasure fans then.
Yeah. So this opened with the B block, Show beating Jacob Austin Young in 306 with the TKO. So Dick Togo was using the spoilers choker on Zane J as he and Jay make their entrance. That was pretty funny, I thought. And then Jake Lee. So they fight up into the orange seats. They go through that door on the side. That I think anyone will know the door I'm talking about because they go through it all the time at different shows. If you've ever watched some of these Korakuen shows or crowd brawls, and they come back out, and Show and Dick Togo are fucking crawling away, super scared, and Jake Lee at the face paint is there as backup, and the crowd reacted really big for him too. So I got a kick out of that. I was like, yes, Jake, the silent Chester is here.
The silent,
exactly. I love those AI slop fucking images.
Yeah.
That finally got Jay and Show in the ring, and the bell rang at that point. Jake was scaring Show too much to even go for the ropes in a Boston Crab just because he was standing there. I thought it was really funny. But then, unfortunately, JAY fell for the fake bell ringing. But then, a completely dead Zane J somehow also rings the bell during a Show armbar before collapsing, and that idiot fell for it too. So at this point, I was fucking loving this match. Like, this match was so stupid, but it was actually good. Like, I was really having a good time with it. One of those house matches that was actually funny. Unfortunately, as I say that, we then got possibly the worst finish in professional wrestling history. Certainly the worst finish in New Japan history. Show gets Jay in a Boston Crab, and some guy in a United Empire t-shirt and a green mask throws in a United Empire towel. And the fucking ref looks at this towel and says, "Wow, he's wearing your t-shirt and he threw in your towel. The only way you could get a United Empire t-shirt and towel, two things that we sell to anyone who wants one, you could go to a merch stand and get, is if he was a member of United Empire. Therefore, this is obviously legit. Ding, ding, ding."
But John. He also had a green mask. Green is the color of the United Empire. Of course, he's a new member of the United Empire that has not been yet revealed.
This was the dumbest fucking finish of all time.
That was awful.
Yujiro even reveals it was him under that mask and then leaves. So I don't know why the house doesn't use this tactic in every match from now on. I don't know why every match in New Japan history now should be two wrestlers from opposite units wearing the fucking shirt of the unit they're fighting, their teammate is fighting, and a mask of the same color and throwing in the unit towel. Because this is a completely effective method. So why isn't that being used in every match? Every match from now on should be who can throw in their opponent's towel faster. Like, that should be it. I guess Hontai will have an unbeatable advantage because they don't have a unit towel. Like, what the fuck was this? This was so fucking stupid. So I had no idea how to rate this because I was totally enjoying it as a wacky spectacle, and they booked the worst finish of all time. Like, seriously far stupider than even your dumbest usual house bullshit. So, I don't
Just
know.
not
Split the
rated.
difference.
It's fine.
I split the, no, because I got to have an average for everybody. I split the difference and called it 2.5. Because if it wasn't this finish, I would have gone like fucking 3.25 or something. Or three, maybe even 3.5. I was enjoying it that much. And then they were like, here's the dumbest finish that's ever happened. So, fuck this. I don't know why the fuck nobody could raise their hand and be like, hey, excuse me, that makes no sense. Why would a ref be that stupid? Why would they not just do this in every match from now on? I don't understand it. So, incredibly fucking stupid. Anything you want to add about
No. I started to hate it the moment Jake Lee walked into the aisle, so it's fine.
Although I like the way they did this card, by the way. They did all the B block matches and got that out of the way, and then went to all the A block matches, especially given the massive quality gap between A and B block in this tournament. So, Taiji Ishimori defeated Kushida in 6 minutes and 20 seconds with the Bloody Cross. We got a big spinning cradle spot that the crowd popped huge for before Kushida hit his small package driver, but he could not hold on for the actual pin. Kushida nearly got him in the hoverboard lock, but Ishimori got this amazing counter while holding him up there, straight into the Bloody Cross for the win. I thought this was really good while it lasted. Only went 6 minutes, but I went 3.5 on it. So, Kushida ended the tournament really well after he was like really bad for a lot of it. So, you don't have any thoughts on this one either?
Feet. Some. I cannot read my notes. Okay. Kushida tied into a knot and what the okay. Leg work versus arm work. Okay, that's great. Okay, my notes are illegible. That's great because I do use my notebook and pencil. And okay, the one thing that I can read is the fight for the finish was wonderful. It was like some really good struggle for the Bloody Cross before they did it. Like there was like there was not it was not a like counter to counter to counter like in previous era New Japan Pro Wrestling main event finishes. It was just like a struggle for the finishing move.
Mm-hmm.
Which is the only note that I can actually read from me. That's great.
Okay.
Good
That's
job.
Good.
Man.
Good job, Velkej. Or past Velkej, I should say.
Yes.
Match 3, El Desperado beat Yoshinobu Kanemaru in 5:42 at the Pinche Loco. The crowd was fucking hot for this one. I mean, you've never heard people react more to a head scissors sequence. Seeing the former two Suzuki-gun members face off, and Suzuki-gun was obviously, right up there at LIJ for most popular unit for most of its existence. Kanemaru kept control of this beautiful cravat after that. Then he went straight from that into a side headlock, but that finally gave Despy the chance to hit a knee breaker on him and go back to work. He got him right into the numero dos after that, which is a beautiful transition to that move. But Nobu was able to just barely make the ropes. Kanemaru hit a nice Rana into a DDT and then hit a perfect moonsault for a 2 count. Despy accidentally speared the ref while he was trying to take the whiskey bottle out of his hands, but Despy then slapped the whiskey out of his mouth, which I love that. He called for a new ref, and the fans clapped to encourage him to come out, which I thought was funny. That was like one of the louder claps of the entire night. They're like, come on, get out here, new ref. Kanemaru immediately cradled Despy as soon as the ref got in the ring, which I thought was also kind of funny, since obviously it was Despy who was calling for him. Then he reversed the Pinche Loco in another cradle, then almost backslid him before Despy finally put him away, and he finally won a match with a single Pinche Loco, which I think I said last week now felt impossible. This fucking ruled. Can't quite go 4 on it. It was too short, but I 3 3/4 is really, really good.
I think you should go 4 on this. I think it deserves it. I don't really like. I know. There's like, but it's on the card with a lot of short other matches, and I think this is one of those matches. If you look at this match and look at other short matches in this tournament, was this the best short match of this tournament?
Was it the best? Probably.
Was this the best short match of the tournament? Like under 5?
Probably. I can't think of. No, this wasn't under 5. Though. It was under like 7, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, under 6. Under 6. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably was the best tour match of the tournament.
Do you think it doesn't deserve 4?
I don't know. I went 3 3/4. It's fine.
Okay.
It's a quarter star Velkej.
So yeah, I know. But the 4-star is this border, like the border between great and very good.
Yeah.
Oh,
no, I get it.
Like I was very, very pleasantly surprised that how this match went, and I was
Nobu showed he still got it.
Yeah, he's still very fucking good. Like I hate
really
that
good.
he's doing what he's doing normally.
He had a really good tournament.
Yeah, he did. He actually, because he did not do that much House of Torture bullshit.
Yeah. Match 4, unfortunately, this interrupted the good vibes of the card at this point. It was Yo beating Daisuke Sasaki in 9:42 with the 5-star clutch. Sasaki and Yo ended up in this odd chair standoff on the outside. Both almost got counted out before barely sliding in. Really, Sasaki probably didn't beat the count in reality, though.
No, he did not.
He should have been counted out. Yo yelling at DDT. He would have been
safe.
Yeah. Yo yelling at DDT before going for one against the ropes was funny, but Sasaki just grabbed the rope to block it and then hit his own DDT. And I like that Chris Charlton made a Jake Roberts Heroes of Wrestling joke at that point, where he's like, "You play 21, he's got 22." I laughed. To be honest, this match was just pretty boring after the last few. It was nothing really wrong with it, but the crowd really wasn't nearly as into it as a lot of the way either, which never helps, obviously. But yeah, there was Yo ended up winning with a cradle, just okay, and a big step down from the last few matches, so 2 3/4.
Yo used Gonkitsune Shining Wizard. So copycatting continues. And I think there was one more move where he did. He put Sasaki into the. Was this the match where he put Sasaki into the Paradise Lock and was wanted to do his stretches?
I think that sounds right. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, Yo does his pre-match routine, right? And Sasaki attacked him, and then Yo put him into a Paradise Lock, and then Yo let Sasaki suffer in the Paradise Lock and did his whole stretches and pre-match routine, and then kicked Sasaki into the butt to break up the Paradise Lock. Also used, as I said, Gonkitsune Shining Wizard. I don't know why Shining Wizard specifically. But he did use Gonkitsune. The DDT shout out, which was funny. Okay, I give him that. The 5-star clutch. That's his actual fucking move. But I was still thinking, doesn't Hiroshima do it or something like that?
I think that. Oh, sorry. I keep trying to unmute myself. Yeah, I think it's very similar.
Yeah, I think it's like one of those moves that can be attributed to someone else as well. Because I was like, okay, 5-star clutch is his move, is one of his moves that he has had for a long time. But it's isn't it the move he was given by someone else or stolen when he was in DDT with Tanahashi? And was Yo in DDT with Tanahashi? Or yeah, okay. So that makes sense. Yeah. He was one of the guys that lost on the final card, right? He lost to. Didn't he lose to Saki even?
Saki Akai?
No, Sasaki.
Sasaki. Maybe. I don't remember, honestly.
Yeah, I don't remember. It doesn't really matter. But it's again. I was in my brain thinking if that's another move that he stole from someone else. Because of course I was. Yo, man.
Big fan of the Yo. Everyone big fan of the Yo. The next match, the final B block match, was Robbie Eagles defeating Hyo in an 8:34 with the Ron Miller special. So This match was the last B-block match, as I mentioned, so it was win and you're in for Eagles. If he had lost or it was a draw, it would have been Yo and Despy moving on. If he wins, it was Eagles and Yo. So Yo was already through either way, which, I'm sure thrilled as many fans in the West at least, but obviously they will be in for even more. Beautiful tope con hilo to the floor by Hyo pretty early on. Hyo hit this really nice bridging backdrop suplex a little bit later for a near fall, but Eagles came back with the turbo backpack, which also looked awesome, and then got the Ron Miller special. He pulled him back to the middle where Hyo finally tapped, although he really tapped on his own leg at first instead of the mat, which hurt the pop a little bit. But yeah, really good match again. 3 3/4. Like one of Hyo's best in the entire tournament because he didn't have a great tournament. So
Yes. I loved Ruby Eagles using the suspenders to slap Hyo into the titties. And also there is a really fun spot where Hyo does an incredible tope and then stands behind the metal partition between the orange seats and the floor seats, and the fans be underneath him because they are looking up. The fans in the first row of the orange seats are looking up at him, and there's this guy who had a gay awakening there because he is looking at Hyo with this shining eyes and this huge smile on his face, and I'm like, oh man, did you fall in love with this guy? Did you?
He's not the only person to have a gay awakening that we're going to talk about in this podcast, by the way. It happened in Dragongate for sure too.
So that was one of the things that
It is Pride Month.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the things that I will give New Japan Pro Wrestling in Best of the Super Juniors, especially in Korakuen Hall. Even though they did not sell out the Korakuen Hall for $1,500 or something, these crowds were fucking hot. This is not the hottest the crowd was. That was for the Daiki for the next match, but they were fucking hot for Hyo. They were so hot for Hyo. I will tell you, they were not as hot for Hyo in Dragongate though, because Dragongate crowds, man, those suck. New Japan Pro Wrestling crowds really ruled. I love this match because
the Dragongate crowds got a little hot for some stuff, but there's a lot of stuff they were doing.
Yeah. As I told you, I love when wrestlers sell doing the headstand, and Robbie Eagles did it for the Hyo's DDT, and I was like, yes! Shouted at the screen because it fucking ruled. I love headstands sells.
Then we had the next match, which was the B block. They announced the Eagles won it, and Yo finished second. Sho came out to complain because he beat Eagles, so he's like, "How did he win that?" But it was they all finished tied at the end of the B block, and they had the complicated tiebreakers. And then, I'll give the standings at the end of the episode, I guess. But yeah, Hyo, or the end of the review, I mean. Hyo grabbed his leg so Eagles could hit him with the Black Mirror. So I guess that was a bit of revenge for Hyo having Yum stolen. And then, they took him to the back, and I assume got Yum back at some point. But A block, the next match, Kosei Fujita beat Daiki Nagai at 8:24, the Boston Crab. Daiki hit this insane tope on Fujita, who's making his entrance, and the crowd was already chanting huge for him as the bell rang. Speaking of your point about how hot this crowd could be, they were super hot for Daiki Nagai.
That was super hot for this match.
Fujita threw Nagai hard into the seats and the barricade on the floor, and I do mean way harder than you usually see anyone get thrown into that. Back in the ring, Fujita stayed in control. He put him in a half crab, but Nagai made the ropes. Nagai came back with this huge shoulder block to finally get him some space off of, to do something and make a little bit of a comeback. Then he did a big running Shibata-style dropkick in the corner. I don't think he quite connected with it all the way.
No, that was the only thing in this match that didn't work properly.
Yeah, that got a 2 count just for the 5-minute call. Fujita deadlifted Nagai into the throat ride, but Nagai dropped down to the other side of him, slapped the taste out of his mouth, and gave him double middle fingers, which was awesome. But then ran right into an armbar takedown from Fujita. Fujita really stretched the shit out of him, but Daiki was finally able to make the ropes after a long struggle. The crowd still chanting huge for him the whole way here. Fujita, though, sadistically taunts him, so the guy just spits up in his face, and Fujita fucking kills him with a shoot headbutt of his own. Wow, that looked fucking crazy. Then he put him in the crab. The ref just stopped the match because he's done. What an amazing ending. That alone elevated it to 4 stars for me. Definitely the best Daiki guy I looked at the whole tournament, and the crowd was crazy in this match. Really just put it over the top.
Yes. You forgot to mention the weird seated dropkick assisted by a commentary table, where Fujita threw Daiki into the crowd really, really hard. Then borrowed a chair, set it next to the commentary table, moved the commentary table slightly. Commentators were baffled. Japanese commentators were baffled what he was doing, like completely surprised. Then he went to Daiki, picked up Daiki, led him to the chair, set him down into the chair, then went back, ran up, jumped onto the table, jumped from the table, spring off the table, of the commentary table, which did not collapse because these are like firm tables, and then drop kicked Daiki sitting in the chair. It looked like it fucking sucked to take, and it looked really, really good for Fujita killing Daiki. And another one little tiny bit is that Daiki's spit stayed on Fujita's face the whole time from the moment he spat on his face. Like there was like spittle on like full like big spittle on Fujita's left cheek and around his mouth from Daiki before he hit him with the shoot headbutt, basically knocked him out, then put him into the submission like needlessly because like referee would have called it after the shoot headbutt, and referee stopped it because Daiki was like KO'd by the shoot headbutt, which was fucking awesome, and I loved this so much. And as I said, the crowd was so hard for this. They loved Daiki. So I'm really looking forward to Daiki's next steps in his career. And I'm really looking forward to what will Fujita do in the fall after G1.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's going to have nothing to do in the summer as the junior.
Yeah, it's G1, so it's fine.
Yeah. But we'll see what happens after that. Then we had Valiente Jr. beating Robbie X in 824, the heel hook. So Robbie hit this nice dive to the floor. I was distracted, though, by Nicole ranting about there being, quote, too many Robbies. I'm like, there's 2 of them. How is that too many? Like, is she Vince McMahon over here making fucking Shane Helms change his name to Gregory? I was like, what the fuck? So, but yeah, she was like, there's too many Robbies. She's like, one of them should go by Bob or Robert or something. I'm like, okay. Well, they both go by Robbie. What do you want me to tell you? There was a nice code red out of Valiente for a near fall. Bob X. Robert X, Bob X, Bob Eagles, Robert Eagles. These are all bad options. I get why they both pick Robbie. Nice code red out of Valiente for a near fall. Then a Spanish fly a little later. This match just felt a little disconnected between the spots, though, to me. Like, probably why the crowd heat for it wasn't that high. And yeah, the finish was a little weird. Like, we got a Valiente special into the leg lock where Robbie just submitted. I couldn't tell if Robbie had his bell rung on that move. He did hit it a little bit weirdly, I think, and they had to end the match early or what. I'm sure Valiente wouldn't want the plan finish because, it wouldn't nothing else would have made sense for the standings. But yeah, just he looked kind of fucked up to me though. So hopefully it was just great selling. Who knows? But yeah, this was fine. 3 stars. That's about it.
Yeah, I think Valiente did not work out in the Best of Super Juniors.
And he felt way overhyped to me by the CMLL people, I have to be honest, after they were like, oh, you're going to love this guy. He's the best young wrestler in CMLL. And I'm like, well, he's no Teton in New Japan up so far, I will say.
Yeah, Teton in Japan fucking rules. Love Teton.
Yeah. He was just not, Valiant did not impress me. Then we had Jun Kasai, and Jun Kasai losing to Ryusuke Taguchi in 5-10 with an inside cradle. So Taguchi comes out carrying a stepladder. And I totally forgot he was trying to break Liger's BOSJ wins record still. Because it seems like he tied it a million years ago. I guess he went on a big losing streak after that. So Taguchi obviously is parodying Jun Kasai using the big ladder. So he brings out this tiny little step ladder. He puts a fucking swimming hat on along with these swim goggles because Kasai obviously normally wears like flight goggles, which I was already dying at this. He sets up the tiny step ladder and the fucking young lions come in and hold it for him, which is such a great touch. I'm so glad they did that.
Yes.
He tries for a leg drop before Jun Kasai calmly rolls out of the way, and then he hits him with the step ladder while calling him an idiot. And I'm like, you know what? That's fair enough, Kasai. It's definitely a good point. Kasai sticks the syringes in Taguchi's ass. Then he also skewers his head. But somehow Taguchi still hits the hip attack, though, when Kasai runs in for the big lariat. So, he's got such fighting spirit flowing through him, that Ryusuke Taguchi. Kasai goes to start the running lariat again. Taguchi just stands up and turns it into him, making him run instead, and then hits the hip attack. Kind of brilliant, to be honest. The way he always makes the other guy keep running, just kind of brilliant. Taguchi takes a long time trying to go for a cradle, but then just gets it and wins. So, I'll be honest, I kind of love that. It was a perfect finish for a perfectly silly match. I'm sure some of the completely fucking humorless people who watch this promotion, who are always in the fucking Discord channel in New Japan especially, hated this. But I enjoyed the hell out of it personally. So 3.5 stars.
So I will tell you one more thing.
All comedy is not bad.
Yeah, I will tell you one more thing that will add to this match a little, because I will not add anything more than what you just said. A crowd cheered the graphic. They were very hyped for this match. Crowd cheered the graphic appearing on the big screen in Korakuen. And then they enjoyed everything about this match, because this was like perfectly executed comedy match.
It's a fucking 5-minute comedy match, and some people act like they're being tortured. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ.
No, it's not 20 minutes long. It's not even 10 minutes long. It's 5 minutes. It's fine. The jokes did not overstay their welcome.
Even if you really can't stand comedy wrestling, I mean, it's, again, 5 minutes. It's fine. Next match, Francesco Akira beating Teton in 13:54, the Ground Tarantula. I thought this was a very good match. It just didn't quite get to the next level for me. It just felt like missing a little bit something. I did like what a dick Akira was beating, going after Teton's mask constantly, and the way he just ripped it to escape the Lava Immortale was a nice payoff for that. Zane J dramatically taking the bullet of a Teton super kick off the apron was actually a pretty fun little interference spot. And then Teton hit a huge crossbody off the top of the floor for good measure. And Teton was just diving all over the place, and including a great tope to Akira on the floor as well. And Akira came back with a sick knee to the face and then got his ground tarantula for the sudden tap out, which I liked as a lot as a finish. So, 3 3/4. Just didn't quite get to 4 stars for me, but a really good match still.
Yeah. Teton furiously tapping for the finish was selling the actual submission move more than I was expecting. Because it's like, oh no, fuck, I'm fucked, get me out of this. That was really, really good. And it was not best Teton, it was not best Akira, but it was fine enough, especially considering that we still have, one more match? Yeah. Oh, so yeah, it was not a satisfying semi-main event as I would have hoped, but it was fine enough. It would have been fine enough in the mid-card match. It was not semi-main event level for this show, though.
Yeah, totally. The next match was Master Wato defeating Nick Wayne. I invented a new wrestler, everybody. In 14-10 with the Sutenkaku German suplex hold. So Akira's winning the last match here. Actually eliminated Wayne, even though he was also on 10 points with Wato. If Wayne had won here, Fujita and Akira would have advanced. If Wato had won, which he did, obviously, Wato and Fujita would have advanced. So Fujita was through either way. And it just came down to whether or not he was finishing first, in which case he would have fought Yo in a rematch of last year's final, which obviously we got as the final instead, or second, in which case he would face his own partner, that's the one they went with. So, the first 5 minutes were okay, but nothing that special really. Sometimes after these nonstop high-octane sprints, I think these longer mains can feel a little flat, especially the live crowd. But then they didn't end up going that long, though, which is the really surprising thing. I did pick out to that, though. Wato hit a very nice tope con hilo to the floor. Wayne came back with a very cool-looking Spanish fly counter out there as well a few minutes later. But, I don't know, just didn't feel like it got going to any next level for me after that, though. Wayne making stupid faces at the camera the whole time. The stretch run didn't help any. I thought he was doing way more of that this year than he did last year. It's even more American TV pilled, I guess. He did take an amazing bump off the sling blade right before the finish, though. And then Watto hit the TTD and then hit his German for the win. Good match. Just kind of a letdown compared to earlier stuff. It probably shouldn't have gone on last, but I guess it did because it had to because of the math. But 3.5. Just didn't quite at the level of some of the
This did not work for me. I wasn't. Vayne and Watto really didn't work properly for me. I think they did not gel together properly. Vayne was better in total in the end than I expected him to be. After a kind of rocky start, as I said on the first podcast we did about the best of the Super Juniors, but this last match really kind of disappointed me with him. But I guess they wanted to go for epic main event and it didn't work out. So probably both guys are at fault, I guess. Watto is just Watto is hit and miss for me. So. And Vayne is I'd like him to be in New Japan for 6 months or something like that, maybe longer, so he can.
Did you see his tweet? He was he's like, it's already over.
No,
man, yeah. this kid would love to work for New Japan. New Japan could actually pay, anything close to AEW money, I think.
Yeah. The thing about this is, I think he would be really good. If he stayed longer, at least 6 months, I think we would have seen really qualitative jump after the 6 months stay. But he's still young. I think he can do this. He doesn't have to make all of his money already. Just go to New Japan and learn. Start go and move to Japan for 9 months or something. Do the Super Juniors, then go to America for 3 months. Then do full autumn tour and full winter tour, and then go and do the next best of the Super Juniors tour, and then go back to America full time. He will learn, he will progress in his pro wrestling so much more, and he would actually unlearn the bad habits that he has, I think. And I think we would have really enjoy him in the next year's Super Juniors, I think.
All right, folks. So quite the turn of events there. So Velkej and I had always planned to take a break in the middle of this episode because, I have a call with my boss at 5:00 on Mondays, and I didn't want to though just start the episode after 5:00 because for poor Velkej it's almost midnight.
Yeah, that's no.
Yeah. So we had to get done it through at least as much as we could before the call, but he knew we had to take a break. But 10 minutes maybe before the break would have happened anyway, I got attacked by a bee. So it's
and hilarity ensued.
Hilarity ensued. Velkej heard the entire thing. We tried to catch him in a shoebox. Nicole finally grabbed a fucking mop and tried to kill the bee. And then finally we were okay, why don't we just open the door? And we opened the door and the bee flew out the door. So because we have a door in our back that goes to the back balcony. Yeah. And so that's how it's all. The bee is safe. The bee made it out, and we are also safe, more importantly. So, yeah. The bee attack. Velkej got to hear the whole thing. So,
congratulations to the bee.
Congratulations to the bee. So, yeah, I just said that Watto beat Nick Wayne, and then the match was kind of a letdown. So, yeah, overall, night 12, kind of a night for a Korakuen. Definitely nowhere near as good
because of the main event was disappointing.
Yeah. So not even just the main event though, it just wasn't up to the quality of night 11 for you. It was still good, but just not quite up to the quality of night 11. So the final standings, they did the fucking giant fucking blob again. So in A block, it was Master Watto, Kosei Fujita, and Francesco Akira, all finishing tied with 6 and 3 for 12 points. But it was Watto and Fujita who moved on. Watto first, Fujita second. And then Ju Kasai, Nick Wayne, Robbie X, Teton all went 5 and 4 for 10 points. Taguchi went 4 and 5. Valiente went 3 and 6. And Daiki Nagai, as expected for Young Line, went 0 and 9. In B block, an even bigger blob. Robbie Eagles, Yo, El Desperado, Sho, and Taiji Ishimori all went 6 and 3. And the two that moved on to the tiebreaker was Robbie Eagles and Yo. Eagles in first and Yo in second. And then Kanemaru, Sasaki, Yo, Jacob Austin Young, and Kushida all went 3 and 6. Now, I'm of two minds of this. It's incredibly lazy to do this fucking tie-break bullshit and have, everybody finish tied instead of like just having somebody, especially when you're doing two that can move on. It's fine to have someone be dominant. Someone can go 8 and 1. Someone can go 9 and 0. Like, do something interesting. But they never do anything like that, especially with the juniors. You just get all these fucking wacky tiebreaker scenarios. On the other hand, I didn't mind it quite as much as last year, where the tiebreaker stuff was really annoying. And it took me a little while to even think of the difference, which is this year had semifinals. Last year didn't. So last year it felt like Fujita and Yo both kind of backed their way straight into the final. This year, at least, you didn't have that feeling of the final people just kind of being like, that's the way the fucking Plinko chip landed. It's like, it's more like because they're going to semifinals anyway, they still have to earn their way to the final. Does that make sense? So it just didn't feel as annoying.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So I I still wish they would book this thing differently, but they're not going to, apparently. So
look, I have come to terms and I have decided that I like KO round after the league finishes. So I like that there is a knockout round after a round robin. I like the semifinals or quarters and semis depending on the number of blocks or the number of people in the blocks. So I have decided that I like those, even if you do some wacky stuff like 3 people advancing or something like that. I think it's because it allows for the league part of the tournament feeling like the booking team can do some braver stuff and doesn't have to book cowardly as it's usually the case.
So the semifinals were on Friday in Gunma, the G Messi Gunma, 11:02 attendance. The first semifinal, which really should have been the main event, was Kosei Fujita beating Robbie Eagles in 1842 at the Throw Ride. The two Ichiban Sweet Boys had a nice sporting handshake before the bell. They did this cool little spot early where Fujita dropkicked Eagles right out of midair after this back and forth running sequence.
Yeah,
that looked really cool. Yeah, that looked really, really cool. The spectacular moves started coming pretty fast and furious after that, including an awesome reverse Rana and this crazy Tope Con Hilo from Eagles just before the 10-minute call. Eagles got caught trying for the high period knee, though, and just effortlessly lifted in midair into a German suplex by Fujita for a near fall. Very, very cool spot. A little later, he tried it a second time, only for Fujita to catch his leg as he leaped up in midair and turn it into a leg lock. Another very cool counter. Fujita just kept on finding really cool ways to get into the throw ride, this time basically throwing him up onto his shoulders from a German suplex position. That ended up being the finish, which surprised me a tiny bit, given there was a slight delay before he covered, so I thought Eagles was kicking out at first.
Yeah. That was weird, the delay before the cover. That was a weird choice by Kushida.
Yeah, definitely.
Not Kushida, I'm sorry. Fujita.
Yeah, right. But yeah, then, awesome fucking match, like I said, 4 1/4. And got the big bro hug between the two bros, even though obviously Robbie was quite sad to not make the final. But yeah, awesome match.
Yeah, I love this. I agree with you that for my personal enjoyment, this should have been the main event. But I do not mind on paper, Yo versus Wato is the main event until the match started. Because, of course, I minded the way it was done. But this should have been the main event. They should have had slightly little more time. And I can't even say that the wrong man won, because I like that Fujita advanced, but Like, isn't it time, John? Isn't it time for Robbie Eagles in the finals of the Best of the Super Juniors?
Yeah,
Don't you
it's
think it's finally time? He has been how long? Like 8 years now?
it's been 8 years. Yeah, I think 2018. That sounds about
2018,
right.
right?
Yeah. That sounds about right when he came in.
Yeah.
Maybe 2019 at the latest, but I think it is 18.
Yeah, I think it's 18 because Osprey was still junior there.
Yeah, I think because Osprey was the one who invited him in the first place, and then he joined Bullet Club instead of Chaos. Yeah, I think it was 2018.
So
yeah, it does.
He has been in New Japan Pro Wrestling for 8 years. He has been in Best of Super Juniors 8 years. He done the pandemic, slumming it in the hotel and shit like that. Like, he had really bad stuff happen to him, to himself and his family during the pandemic while he was in Japan, or why he could not get into Japan. I think he should win the Best of Super Juniors next year. I think it's time. I think he deserves it. I think he is one of the best juniors of the last decade, and I think he should have gotten the fucking trophy.
Well, he didn't.
Yeah,
so let's go to the next match. Yo defeated Master Wato in 1643, the Anaconda Vice. They did some nice mat wrestling at the start, but it already felt a big step below the last match to me pretty much immediately. Wato did hit a nice tope con heel to the floor, and this just continued to feel pretty good, but not much more than that as it went on. The best spot of the match, I think, was Wato no-selling this dragon suplex from Yo, only to get run over by this huge lariat. He took a great flying bump for it, too. And the crowd, I wrote down here, the crowd finally seems to be into this as we hit the 15-minute call. That's not good considering the match went 16:43, that they weren't into the 15-minute call. Unfortunately, they followed it up with a very awkward counter into a standing Anaconda Vice by Yo, which just looked very clunky. And then Yo just hits an STO and taps Wato out with the Anaconda Vice. Makes Wato look like even more of a geek than usual after he had, I thought, a pretty great tournament in ring. So, he gets beat with his own mentor's move. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, and like there were the Mongolian chops, the hissing.
Yeah. Honestly, I was more pissed about this than I was about Yo winning the whole tournament.
Yeah.
I was pissed because I actually like Wato. I know a lot of people don't like him. I like Wato. Thought he had a great tournament. He's in like quite a few of my top matches, I think. Let me say.
Like there is, I think there is a difference.
He's in both of my. He's in my top two matches. The tournament.
I think there is a difference by winning a tournament by doing your faction tribute spots and beating someone by using their mentor spots.
Yeah,
that's a big difference. On one side, you use your people to beat someone, and on the other side, you use their people to beat them. So it's like a really humiliating way how to beat someone, which is why I really hated this. Like, that's like I did not mind Yo last year and his chaos stuff, but this year he turned it into a whole new thing, and I really do not like these choices.
Yeah, I thought he just made Wato look horrible here. So
Wato looked like more of a geek than usual. It's just that's quite an achievement.
Yeah, so I was just pissed after how great Wato was during parts of that tour. But yeah, I don't know. Because I also really thought it was going to be Fujita Wato with maybe Wato winning after they did the match early tour. Although I guess Wato,
Yo is too popular.
I mean, that was my favorite match of the whole tournament, so I would have loved to see a rematch. But it also would have been interesting to do the semis and then do a rematch of the two people in the same block. But they went with the boring option of just having the second place guy from each block advance. But yeah, What are you gonna do? You don't always get what you want, right? Especially in New Japan Pro
Exactly.
Wrestling. So speaking of not getting what anyone wants, the final was from Oda War Gem. Now look, this show, which I swear to God this is true, because people, if you didn't look yourself, you might think I'm making this up. This show did the biggest number of any New Japan Pro Wrestling show at Oda War Gem since the 1-5 fucking or 1-6, I guess it was because that was a double
1-6,
1-6.
yes.
The 1-6 fucking New Year's Dash which had Liger's retirement ceremony. That is crazy.
So basically, Yo is as big as Liger.
I'm sure that number was way bigger. Let me look up the exact number, but because that was still pre-pandemic.
It cannot be not that much bigger. Like 4,000 is like.
Oh yeah, close to. Let me just see what they put. 1-6, 2020. Oh, you're right. It's less than 100 more. Or it's like only 100 more. Okay.
It's the capacity of the building.
That's the capacity. So Oda City, Oda Ward Gym, January 6, 2020, New Year's Dash, 4,078.
That's the capacity of the building, basically.
This show, the New Japan Best Super Junior Finals, June 7th, 3,969.
Yes.
So less
than basically almost a sellout.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like putting different sections, or maybe like not canceling the front row commentary booths or something like that.
So this, there's also up a ton from last year's final, which was 3,044.
Yeah,
now, of course that was the exact same. Of course that was the same match. So it's just funny that they were up so much from themselves. But yes, 3,090. I think that speaks to how much hotter Yo is in specific with the crowd. With Tokyo especially, they just seem to love him. But which is funny because I just talked about how Guma didn't seem to give a shit.
By the way, if you don't understand why Yo won this tournament, go and listen to the crowd. Don't watch the matches. It doesn't really matter.
Well, this is a great point. I wish more fucking people could learn the language of I don't like, and I've had this rant on Omakase so many times. You need to learn how to say, I don't like this, but clearly the fans in Japan fucking disagree with me, so I understand why New Japan did it.
Yes.
That's not a hard statement. You can think it sucks. You can even think the Japanese people are fucking idiots for liking Yo if you want to.
It doesn't really bother me.
I don't like this version of Yo that much myself. But
you can listen to me on this podcast when we were talking about House of Torture show in Korakuen Hall, which I fucking buried under the earth. But I said also that the fucking show sold out in like minutes. So
and the crowd loved it. And the
crowd loved it. They went there for that show. And I fucking hated it.
Sometimes crowds just don't agree with you.
Yes.
Okay? So you got to point. You cannot be calling out New Japan being like, how? New Japan, this is so stupid. How the fuck is this supposed to appeal to anybody? You can't say that. It clearly appeals to the people in the building. They almost sold the fucking thing out.
Yes.
This did the best New Japan Pro Wrestling number in Oda Ward Gym in 6 fucking years. So yes. I don't you cannot say this was some big mistake or they don't know what they're doing. And you can, if you watch the match, you can clearly, like Velkej just said, it's very clear who the crowd favorite was.
Yes.
So you cannot fucking sit here and tell me that it makes no sense to have
another big point, and I think this is even more important than the amount of people who was there. As I said, listen to the crowd, and specifically, I beg everyone to notice this. Listen to the voices. The female part of the there's more women in this fucking crowd than men. Look at the crowd, look at the faces, listen to the voices.
The Pujoshi were out in force. Pujoshi were out in force.
This is these people always talk about the territory wrestling, about the Texas territory, and how many women were there. Look at the fucking New Japan Pro Wrestling in 2026 and tell me that this is not the wrestling promotion for women. There's an obvious reason why Yo, who's hot and popular with the female audience, won the fucking tournament. I think it also has something to do with the way he did it, with copying the moves and stealing the moves, and self-insert and fan fiction, and projecting yourself onto a wrestler and how they won the match, I think there's probably something about that, and that part of the fandom is stronger with women than with men, so it makes more sense to me in my head when I think about it like that, that women like Yo more than men, because and his style of match as well. So I think it paid off for New Japan Pro Wrestling, at least this house and this decision. Now we will see if they can like capitalize on this and Yo's popularity, very similarly to how they capitalize on Goto's actual heavyweight title win and heavyweight title run.
Mm-hmm.
This is very similar to me in my head.
Yeah, no, it makes total sense. Then, so the match itself, Yo beat Kosei Fujita in 28:01 with the direct drive. Yeah, I mean, I thought, again, people a little hard in the actual match. I get why they're so mad, but we'll go through it. So Fujita had a whole female dance troupe for his entrance for some reason.
Yeah, that ruled.
Like, that was cool. That was really cool. That Cyber Fight money was already kicking in, I guess. I don't know. So, or Cyber Fight / TVSIE money. Some of the crowd tried to start a Fujita chant early, only to get totally fucking screamed down by the Yo fans. The Yo fans were like, no! So that was funny.
Fujoshi too strong.
Fujoshi too strong. Yo accidentally killed a cameraman exiting the ring after the initial mat wrestling. That was funny. I did think the start was a little leisurely paced, and the first 10 minutes passed without not that much happening. Yo did the middle finger Okada pose for some reason, said like the real Okada pose. I did think that was funny.
AEW version, as told by the Japanese comms.
The crowd booed it a little bit, but then they were like, you know what? We don't care if you flip this off. We're gonna
we fucking love this little man.
Yeah, we love this little weirdo. He went for the Rainmaker, but he just got the initial waist lock, but Vegeta immediately reversed it into several German suplexes for a near fall. That was like the first big sequence of the match. I was like, okay, this is really getting good now. Because the way he did those Germans, he just very, very well executed, very close near falls. The crowd just kept chanting for Yo at that point. They did a pretty good chop exchange, led into another German for Vegeta, which Yo totally no-sold.
Okay, I'll ask you, the weird chops where Yo stood in the middle and chopped Fujita who was running at him, who is that from?
Isn't that...
Because that's not Yo's move. That's someone else's.
Who is that from? Is that Yoshihashi?
Maybe Yoshihashi, right?
Yeah, I feel like he's done that before.
Yeah,
I could be wrong, though. But yeah, so Yo no-sells the German. No-sells the German, I should say. But he charges right into Fujita, taking him down to an arm stretch. I thought that was the best sequence of the match to that point. Yo had to get another rope break using his teeth at one point, which was another chaos callback. Yep, Ishii. Fujita hit another high-speed German for another 2 count right after. Then a delayed partial deadlift German for another near fall. And the crowd's still so behind Yo here. He reverses Fujita trying for a throw ride into a crucifix bomb, which is another Yoshihashi move.
Yes.
For a near fall of his own, which is a very cool spot. Fujita reversed the Rainmaker into one of his own. That looked really cool. He had abandoned hope, but Yo kicked out at 2, and the crowd was just going completely nuts here. And Yo countered Fujita, I think, trying to lift him into his finisher with the GTR. Was a great spot. And he hit the Bomb-IA and the Rainmaker for 2, and then direct drive for the pin. Yeah, I thought this got pretty great by the end, even though it wasn't super interesting early. Just not as great as last year. I went 4 stars flat on this one, whereas I got 4.5 last year. I mean, obviously the chaos move theft thing, it doesn't upset me the way it seems to upset some people, but the novelty of it wasn't there after he just did it last year too. But yeah, I mean, Yo rips off the 3 things Okada, the Mitsu thing. He has 3 things after the match, and he just says Yao twice, and then says there is no third thing, of course. Mitsu Janai.
So as I have led to this, this is really difficult for me because I like Yo, and I was not mad at the last year's Best of Super Juniors finals because that felt appropriate. That felt like a man saying goodbye to a period of his life that he treasured or something like that, like to reminding everyone about it and so on. This year felt different. And as I said, I really don't like that he can do moves from other wrestlers and do them with the same power. As I said previously, he did the Ishii desperation headbutt into the chest, then the Ishii elbows. He did Okada's wrist control with multiple rainmakers. He did Nakamura's Bomaye. He did the Yoshihashi chops. He did the crucifix bomb. He did like, and he could have he won with his own move, but he did it after hitting Rainmaker. So he softened up Fujita with a Rainmaker, and then hit his own move. He also copied Robbie Eagles's he copied Zack Sabre Jr.'s the neck snap, where Zack Sabre Jr. puts both his feet next to the opponent's head and snaps his feet. But he did also use it to taunt Fujita by copying Robbie Eagles's Aussie Robbie chant. And he had Fujita in that like headlock with his feet for like interminable time. So basically he humiliates his opponents by using their mentors, their partners, their like faction mates, tag team partners and stuff like that, their moves, their taunts, like their stuff, and hits them with the full power of those things. It's not just that he uses his own people, he uses the other people. And that's like what I hate most. It's not, John, there's like this basic trope where you hit your opponent's move, you pin the opponent, and the opponent kicks at one. That's like a basic heated rivalry stuff. That's everyone knows this.
Yeah.
The way Yo does it is that you do not kick out at 1, you kick out at 2.9 because it almost kills you. And that's why I really don't like it. That's like my reasoning why I don't like this, Yo.
In fact, that one count kick out thing on someone else's move happens in one of the matches we're going to talk about later.
Yeah. It's like I'm disappointed. Yes, that's the emotion I feel. I am disappointed in this. I'm disappointed in how he wrestles right now. I hope he doesn't do it, but he will probably. What he will beat Dookie with Desperado move, with evil move, with his own move. What do you think? Let's do bet.
I don't know. Probably, maybe he just loses again. That'd be funny.
Do you think he loses again?
No,
twice in a row?
No.
I don't think so. I don't think he can lose.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's move on. Let's move on because I am done with
so
you.
Wrapping up Best of Super Junior. I'm gonna do first my average star ratings. So comparing the two blocks, and this only the tournament matches, not the block matches. No semifinals or finals. Won't be fair. Since not everybody has those. The A block blew the B block the fuck away in this tournament for me. So my average of every A block match is 3.4 versus only 2.94 in B block, which is a difference of almost a full half star. I mean, that's pretty crazy for a tournament like this. The A block rankings are thus going to be all much higher than the people in the B block because they just have better matches. But yes, in first place, I had Kosei Fujita with a 3.83, which is obviously also first overall. Second place, I had T-Tom with a 3.61, so pretty big gap there, actually. And Fujita is just the best wrestler in this tournament for me by quite a lot. Third place, Francesco Akira, 3.53. Fourth place, Master Wato, 3.50. Fifth place, Robbie X, 3.47. Sixth place, Jun Kasai, 3.42. So those four guys, Akira, Wato, Robbie, and Jun Kasai, are all pretty close, actually. A little bit of a drop off to Nick Wayne in seventh at 3.33. Bigger drop off to Daiki Nagai at 3.14, who just, didn't get a lot of chances to have like great matches until the very end. Just had a lot of shorter ones, and like show openers. But he looked good in what he did. Ninth place, Ryusuke Taguchi in 3.06, and last place, Valiente Jr. in 3.00. Just wasn't that impressed by him. But even his last place 3.00 would have tied him for fourth in B block, as we're about to talk about. So just A was that much better than B. B block, El Desperado in first, 3.61, and then Taiji Ishimori in second, 3.31. So Despi, my most valuable guy in B block by a lot. Definitely still delivered in ring, no matter what you might think of his influence on the division. And Taiji really turned back the clock here, I think. 3.31 in B is really good, given what he had to work with. Robbie Eagles in third, 3.25. Again, quite really good for what he had to work with here. And then I had Daisuke Sasaki in fourth, 3.00. I didn't really think he was that bad. I saw a lot of people complaining about him. I thought he gave more effort. They did a lot of DDT matches these days. Yoshinobu Kanemaru in fifth, 2.86. He was still pretty decent, but what are you going to do? Just didn't have a lot to work with, but he had his moments for sure. Hyo in sixth, 2.83. Again, wasn't like an overwhelming great wrestler here, but did have his moments as well. Kushida in seventh, 2.81. He'd be a lot higher than all the fucking foot and sock bullshit that really dragged his average down that he was doing early on in the tournament, especially. But he did get away from it and have some better matches. Yo in eighth, 2.75. Is it good when the guy who won has the third to lowest average rating of any wrestler in the tournament? Probably not. Jacob Austin Young in ninth, 2.64. Just didn't do a lot besides have mostly mediocre matches and do a bunch of interference and stuff. And then last place in the B block, Shohei Tanaka, Show with a 2.33. So big drop off there from JAY to Show, almost like more than a full quarter star. So
I think we should kill him with hammers.
Show is a war crime at this point in these tournaments. So he had a couple matches. He had one match I gave 3.5 stars, and he had a few times that he was not completely unwatchable. But he also had a 1-star match, a 1.5 star match, and a 2-star match. Just very, very no 2-2-star match. Excuse me. So just not good from old Shohei Tanaka. But yeah, there is your A and B block performer rankings. Anything you want to say about anybody's individual performances?
No, I agree outside the Sasaki thing, because I'm one of those people who don't like. But I actually don't like him for his work in DDT. So he was better here than in DDT. So like,
Then we had the what am I going to do now? I'll do my top matches. So if you missed the tournament, these were all the matches I gave at least 4 stars, which is 15 matches in total. I'll just give them on like night order. Well, I'll rank the top 5. How about that? So the top 5 all went 4.25 on. My favorite match of the tournament was Kosei Fujita versus Master Wato from night 5. Just those two, that they have great chemistry together. It really makes Master Wato look way more like a badass than he pretty much ever gets to. So definitely my favorite match of the tournament. Jun Kasai Master Wato, we just talked about in this show, is in second with 4.25. Kosei Fujita versus Francesco Akira from night 1 in the A block was also the 4.25. That just an outstanding match between those two. They also have amazing chemistry. And then 2 more matches we just talked about. Fujita versus T-Tom was 4th from night 11, and Eagles versus Fujita from the semifinals in night 13. So yes, a lot of A block, 4 A block matches, and then the semifinal. No B block matches. Correct, is 4.25, top 5 for me. And yeah, a lot of Kosei Fujita, a couple Master Wato. So, but yeah, 4 of the top 5 are Fujita. So definitely he had one outstanding tournament. I will say, I think, as much as I love Fujita, and I do think he's a great in-ring wrestler, I think people freak out about him, like, not winning the junior title too much. He's like 24 years old in a company where usually you don't debut as a young lion until older in a lot of cases, or around this age.
I
think
I know the issue is that he is one of the best wrestlers in his division.
But like he can wait a little bit. It's not that big a deal.
Yeah,
Like I feel like people
yeah.
freak out about this too. Like he's gonna be in the division for another 5 years. Like if he wait at least, if they ever move him up, I mean, if you
He's
give
very
him,
small. They will never move him
yeah.
up.
So if you give him this fucking junior title immediately, then you have nothing to build to basically. So I get why they're trying to hold it off.
Yeah. Like I understand the decision, and I get it because it's of course the thought process of if he wins it now, what's he going to win? Like, what's he going to chase for? What's the chase for? And is it worth it, or will he just simply leave because he already won the title?
Yeah, they're making him wait.
It like makes sense, but also he's one of the best wrestlers, and the best wrestlers usually the fans usually want them to see rewarded. So
yeah, I just think people are freaking out a little bit. It's like he's already won a Best Super Junior. He's already won the junior tag titles multiple times. He's gonna win the junior title eventually.
It's more
not
like
that big a deal.
to crown a true new guy who has not been in the promotion for last 10 years.
Yeah, no, I get it. But like a guy like Yo, they're giving him his moment right now. It's not that big a deal to me, but I would have rather seen Master Wato here if anything, but they did it. They're doing Yo instead. But yeah, Fujita
That would have made even more sense. Than Fujita. Yeah.
But Yo is super over, so I get it.
Yeah, no. As I said, I get it. I fully get it, and I do not mind it like him, but I mind his wrestling style. So.
Some other recommended matches, I'll just give these in order of the night, and these are all 4 stars. 4 stars flat, I mean. Despy versus Ishimori in B block from night 2. That was my favorite Despy match, or my favorite B block match, I should say, and also my favorite Despy match, obviously. Jun Kasai versus Vegeta from night 3 in A block. Robbie X versus Vegeta from night 4 in A block. Despy versus Yo. Oh, actually, no, that's not chronological. Sorry. Kushida versus Hyo from night 6 in B block, although I seem to be higher on that match than almost anyone else on Earth. So, Robbie X versus Teton from night 7 in A block. Nick Wayne versus Teton from night 9 in A block. El Desperado versus Kushida from night 10 in B block. Despy versus Yo from night 11 in B block. Fujita versus Daiki from night 12 in A block. Yo versus Fujita from night 14, which is, of course, the final. So those would be all my 4 stars or higher notebook matches. So 15 notebook matches this year for me. Let me see how that compares to last year because I have the spreadsheet. Last year, actually quite a bit more than last year. Last year I only had 10 notebook matches, so 5 more this year than last year, which sounds about right. So that definitely makes sense. Although I did have 2 matches I went 4.5 on, and nothing this year got to 4.5, which was the Fujita versus Yo final and the Hiromu versus Francisco Akira match from last year from Korakuen. So, it didn't peak quite as high as last year, but there was more quantity to it. So anyway, and I had a bunch of 3 3/4 too, which I didn't have as many last year either. So definitely a lot of good stuff here. Definitely a much better in-ring tournament than last year, but the booking is kind of, still kind of questionable, especially just like, having everybody go parody again, and then, and then I guess Yo winning is defensible, but not obviously what I wanted to personally say. So there's your best of the Super Junior. Let's quickly do a Dominion little card rundown and preview. I am really, really unexcited for this card, which is probably bad considering I'm going to it. But I just don't think it's going to be. I don't think that it's going to be as bad as last year. I just think, even though it's not an exciting card on paper, I just don't think they're going to hit the horrible vibes of last year, probably.
Yeah,
but
probably
the one that caused you and I to both melt down on that episode. But this is like my 7th most excited thing I'm excited for on this trip, which I never would have guessed. It's like, because it's behind starting the conversion. It's behind Ice Ribbon, as we talked about before. It's behind the All Japan Korakuen that looks great. Behind the DDT Korakuen from the very end of the trip. I'll fucking put it behind the New Japan Korakuen. I don't even know what's going to be on that, but it's a chance to see New Japan Korakuen, which I haven't done in a long time now. Or like over a year, I think. And, it gets so rarely to see New Japan Korakuen. So it's behind that. And I'll probably have some G1 qualifiers too. It's behind... you know what? I'm going to put behind the 2 King Gotcha shows. I like Marvelous. Probably be some fun stuff on those 2 shows. And I haven't been to Shinkiba in even longer. I think since 2019, actually. So I'm going to put it behind those 2 also. Yeah. I'm just like, I'm not feeling this card. It's like the eighth most, like, what am I more excited for than this show? Let me look at my other shows. Is there anything that I'm more excited to go to Dominion than this? I don't know. I'm not going to put the Tokyo Joshi Yokohama show behind it because I'm really into Tokyo Joshi right now. I'll give them over the Unagi Sayaka show. How about that? That's the one show I might be more excited to go to.
Because it's a weird show, though.
Yeah. And Akari Noah's coming back, which I'm interested to see. But I'll put this above Unagi Sayaka. That's it. That's the only thing I'm going to put this above. It's in second to last place. The opener, Konosuke Takeshita makes his fourth defense of the New Japan World Television title against Sonata.
Yeah, great. Love that. Sure.
And Takeshita versus Sonata is just like, I don't know. I still can't. I can't find it in my heart to hate Sonata even after all this time. Just still kind of like, yeah, I know I shouldn't like him.
He's gone. The Sonata I loved is gone.
Yeah. But I don't know. I can't find it in my heart to hate him though. So I doubt this will be a kind of great match though. Match 2. I guess this something happened on the undercard that we didn't watch. No DQ, no time limit. El Phantasmo versus Jake Lee.
Yeah, sure.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Sure. Why is this even happening? Jake Lee versus ELP. I'm going to have to sit through a Jake Lee versus ELP match. And I like Jake Lee, so that should tell you something. I don't like Jake Lee Phantasmo. I mean, I like Jake Lee sort of ironically, so it's not like I want to watch the man wrestle that badly. Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't know. This might be a chance to go get a beverage or something, because I don't know about this match. Match 3, Yuya Uemura versus Intaichi versus Zack and Oiwa. I mean, this is... First of all, this should not... The match 3 non-title match should not be on paper maybe the best match on the show, but it's never going to get a chance to deliver because it's not going to go that long. So, I mean, this is like... But I'm probably more excited for this than anything else in the show. So, see Yuya and Taichi. I mean, these are 4 of my favorite wrestlers in the company. They all feel like they should be in a bigger position. And if the tag title match was either of these teams, and I get maybe you don't want to do Zack and Oiwa again, okay, fine. But if the tag title match was Yuya and Taichi against the Knockout Brothers, and it was a semi-main instead of the junior title match, which I still can't believe is a semi-main, I'd be like a million times more excited for this show. But this is just like, it feels like a waste of all 4 guys here. Match 4, special singles match, El Desperado versus Mystico. Mystico in New Japan always sounds more interesting than it actually is.
Yeah,
he never really connects with these fans when it's not Fantastica Mania for some reason. So, which are obviously like the Japanese lucha perverts going to that, because they know everybody. They're very into that. I mean, or at least the Japanese people who really want to watch lucha for a week or whatever. So I don't know. I don't see this being anything that special. Match 5, Ren Narita defends against. He makes his second defense. Yeah, second defense against Aaron Wolf. Wolf's going to beat him and win back the title. Clap, get into it. I mean, who gives a shit? I don't know. Does anyone want to see this?
No.
Does anyone want to see Ren Narita? Well, actually, no, there's one. No, not even wants to see him on the Super J Guys Discord because he knows Narita's going to lose. Because he's like the biggest Ren Narita fan on planet Earth. I mean, Poor Troy like has to suffer through everybody talking shit about his boy, and now he's gonna watch his boy get squashed probably. It's like, wow. IWGP Tag Team titles, Oscar and Yuto Ice make their 7th defense against the Holy Seaman Army, Great Okan and Hinare. How the fuck are Okan and Hinare the fucking challengers at fucking Dominion? Like, this is the thing on the entire card that pisses me off the most, even more than Doki Yoa's semi-main event, because this could be the semi-main event if it wasn't so shitty. Like, you've had Oscar and Yuto Ice facing great teams all year, having some of the best, not even some of the best matches in New Japan all year. And this is what you give them for the second biggest standalone show of the year. Fucking Holy Seaman Army. Like, this is like, Great Okan is a fucking, like, he never does anything these days. Hinare's fine, but he can be very hit or miss. And yeah, this is a fucking dud of a match. And on top of that, I'm pretty fucking sure Hinare and Okan are going to win. Just because there's not that many people left for the Knockout Brothers to defend against at this point. So this is like as a fan of this team, this is what I'm coming to Japan to see them lose to a shitty team that I don't like. Like, this sucks. Like, this really, really sucks. This is the biggest disappointment of the card, in my opinion. The global title three-way, Andrade El Idolo defends against Shota Umino and Drilla Maloney. This is V1. I don't know. I don't really care about this either. I mean, it's a fucking three-way, which always puts a cap on it for me. I like all three guys, but I would much rather just see Andrade versus Shota here. I mean, I don't really like Drilla that much. I'm going to be a little nice for Drilla, but Shota and Andrade I like a lot, but yeah, I don't know. Just as far as I'm concerned. And then the IWGP Junior title match is a semi-main event. The 99 champion Doki defends against the BOSJ 33 winner Yo in his fifth defense. Yo is going to be the 100 champion. That's kind of fucking funny.
Yeah, it's really interesting choice, though.
The 100th champion, Yohei Komatsu. I mean, I liked their match at Korakuen, but like that had that Korakuen magic for house matches that can sometimes happen. I don't know if they're going to be able to recreate that in Osaka Jo. The generally the house actually struggles a little more in the bigger crowds, which tells me like the hardcores and the people who aren't just hardcores aren't as into it. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just not. I don't really see this being that great, but maybe it'll surprise me. The main event, Callum Newman makes his second defense against Yota Tsuji. I think Tsuji's gonna win the belt back. And I think this match, so. I think this match should be pretty...
brain for the heel.
Most people don't realize how much their personal information is being bought and sold every day. Data brokers are making billions, pulling details about you from public records and the internet, and then packaging and selling it, usually without your consent. That's how your information lands in the hands of scammers, spammers, even stalkers. It's why you get endless robocalls and why ads seem to follow you everywhere. That's where Aura comes in. Aura actively removes your data from broker sites and keeps it off. They also instantly alert you if your information shows up in a breach or on the dark web. But Aura goes beyond data protection. With one app, you get a VPN, antivirus, password manager, spam call protection, dark web monitoring, and even up to $5 million in identity theft insurance, all backed by 24/7 US-based fraud support. Other companies might sell just credit monitoring or just a VPN. Aura gives you all of it, together, at the same price competitors charge for just one service. Start your free trial today at aura.com/remove. Protect yourself now at aura.com/remove.
Yeah. And this match, I like their match at Sakura Genesis a whole lot, actually. I thought that was an awesome match. So, this could be the one. This feels like the safest bet for the show. I didn't love Callum versus Shingo last month, but I think he has better chemistry with Tsuji. And I think they'll probably deliver something here. I mean, they better, given what the rest of this card looks like on paper. But I think it will probably end strong, at least, with Tsuji winning the belt back and the crowd being happy and, hopefully having another great match. So that's something. And it is the most important thing is to end the show well. And I think they have a great chance to end the show well. But yeah, other than that, it's a very underwhelming card. I mean, there's really two matches here I'm excited to see, which is the main event and the match 3 tag match. I mean, that is not good for a fucking Dominion. So, yeah, bad card. A lot of wrestlers I like aren't even on it. I mean, Fujita's not on it. Most of the juniors are not on it, obviously. And, yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think who else. There's other heavyweights I like that aren't on it, I think. I can't think of who the fuck isn't on this now. I guess all the heavyweights, pretty much all the heavyweights I like are on this. I can't think of who else is on the roster that's not on this card. But nobody's springing to mind from the heavyweight division, at least. Unless I'm forgetting somebody obvious. Bolton Oleg, but he's hurt, right? Did he get hurt or something?
I think so.
Yeah. So Bolton Oleg's hurt. Ospreay's at his wedding. Yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. Clark Connor's just on the roster page. That's fucking funny. That dude ain't never coming back. Hartley's not on the card, but that's not that surprising. Oh, Goto's not on the card. that's kind of something. A year after being the IWGP champion defending his title main event, Goto's not even on the card.
That's weird.
That's probably the guy.
Does he have something else to do?
Yeah, Mikey Nichols is still on the roster page, as is Shane Haste, despite being the GC heavyweight champion.
Of course.
Yeah. Shingo's not on the card, is he?
No.
I don't remember saying his name. That's an odd choice. Ishii's not in the card, but he's been injured. Yoshihashi's not in the card. I think that's it for heavyweights. Yeah. Zane Jay's not in the card, everybody. I'm sure everybody's shocked about that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, but Shingo not being on the card is a choice. But, what are you going to do, I guess? Maybe he's busy banging Natsupoi. I don't know. That was Dominion and Osaka Jo Hall, everybody. Yeah. I don't even know where I'm sitting because the New Japan fucking Team New Japan thing doesn't tell your seat till you go to pick it up. So obviously I can't do that. So I'm in Japan. I have a royal seats. I could be in front row for this for all I know. So.
Yeah, you won the lottery there.
What a show to be front row for if that happens. All right, let's move away from New Japan. Let's go to Tokyo Joshi. It's a promotion you don't follow super closely. You were saying
no. The reasons are basically twofold. One is basically majority of my wrestlers have left the promotion. Be it Unagi, be it Mina, be it Mirai, be it Hikari, be it Yuka Sakazaki. Yuka Sakazaki was basically the last drop. And the other part is that Miyu Watanabe, who is a wrestler that I do not like. I do not like Miyu Watanabe. I've never liked Miyu Watanabe. And nobody can
definitely I know. Minority on that one.
I know. I am on the island.
In the world, I think.
I am on the island. I will never like Miyu Watanabe. And she was the champion last year. That made me really, really unlikely to come back to the promotion. And she is still, of course, and like I again as we talked about, I understand why she's the champion. I know that like 99% people who watch the promotion love Miyu Watanabe, so she should be the champion, and I get it. So I cannot dispute like their decisions. It's
okay. So I'll be interested to see what you think of the semi-main event because I thought the semi-main event was a match of the year contender. Miyu was a big part of, and I thought this show was a show of the year contender. So we'll see how we differ as a non-regular viewer.
There.
Okay.
So and as I said, also I don't just have time for it. So like there are reasons why I basically
you don't have to be defensive about it. It's fine.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't watch. Most of my
AEW,
there, and
I don't watch AEW, which people think I'm a psychopath for not doing. So
yeah, I hate USD wrestling, so I will never watch AEW. It's fine.
Okay, we'll fist bump through the screen, Velkej. I also hate USD wrestling, but I used to watch the pay-per-views. I don't even do that anymore. So
no, it sucks.
Yeah, Tokyo Joshi Pro standalone 26 July 6, Tokyo Korakuen Hall. 1,093 fans, up a whole like 6 fans from last month. But for people who don't know the context here, or the like, why is this so significant? This promotion used to never draw in the 4 figures in the last, I don't even know, like half decade or more. Besides the 1-4 show, the 1-4 show would always break 4 figures the last few years, and it did a really big number this year. But the other shows, they would be in the 600 to 700 range. And they even stopped running Korakuen monthly last year for a good long while. They took like a 6-month break from running Korakuen. And this year they've gone back to running it monthly. And besides the tag tournament show, which didn't do a great number in February, every other show has done pretty good. And now it's built to the fact where they're in the 4 figures for, 2 months in a row. So that's a big deal. I mean, they're out. They're doing what Marigold can't do right now. That's for sure.
The big test for Tokyo Joshi Pro's attendance, and specifically for Korakuen Hall attendance, is the cup. Their tournament has never drawn well in the Korakuen. Never ever. They have been running it in Korakuen since like I think 2017, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe something like that. At the worst 2018, and they never broke like 900. They usually did like 700 or something like that, and like 6 to 700, and that's like the big test because for their audience, the tournament is not a draw. they like the championship matches and like big important story progression matches, but the tournament is not it. So that's the big test. We will see if they are able also to break the 1,000 mark there.
Yeah. But yeah, this is a great crowd for them, and they are. I think they're very obviously the second biggest drawing.
Yeah, they are now the second most attended promotion in women's promotion in Japan. Yes.
Yeah. So it's cool to see two different Joshi companies be hot at the same time, because a lot of times it feels like only one of them, it can be hot at once. So this is the hottest that Tokyo Joshi's been in a very long time. So
yes, it is. Not in a very long time. This is the hottest they have ever been.
Because the Sumo Hall show was their all-time record, right?
Yes,
so they did it more.
Yeah,
that was like three
records every month.
That was like there was like almost 3,100 if I'm correctly.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. So
basically they took a dip the last year and rebuilt and finally bridged the distance between the founding wrestlers and the new generation.
Well, I was ready to get to. They have a super deep roster now. I've been putting that over every time because you have basically 3 generations at once that are all really good. You have the old
they finally are able to stack up the roster. Yes.
The original generation hanging on: Miyu Yamashita, Hyper Misao, Shoko Nakajima, Mizuki, who came a little bit later, but basically that generation. They're all still really good. The current / middle generation, Yuki Arai, Miyu Watanabe, Suzume, Alice Endo, they're really, really good. And then the generation coming up now, as we're going to get to, because they were highlighted on the undercard. I mean, Haru Kazushiro has potential to be one of the best Joshi wrestlers in the country.
Yes.
And she's already showing it. And she's 19 years old, barely more than a year into her career. Like, I feel like she needs to get way more buzz. And I think it's finally starting to build a little bit, especially when people watch Tokyo Joshi. But her name needs to be out there more because she is really fucking good.
In 3 years, if she is still wrestling, in 3 years, she is going to be one of the best women's wrestlers in the world, yes.
Toga's really good. Uda Takami is really good. Chika Nanase is good. I mean, these are all good young wrestlers. So, you have those 3 generations stacked. I mean, this is how you end. It's the same thing that's happening in Stardom, which basically you have these multiple generations where you have an old generation, a current generation, a young generation. This is what nobody else in Japan has too, and it's why the men's promotions, have such a struggle. Because I was just listening to Case and Mike on Open the Voice Gate talk about how there is no middle generation Dragongate because all the people that are supposed to be that middle generation are all in Glate right now, and New Japan, same thing. It's New Japan has they don't have a veteran generation because they're all either too broken down in the case of Naito and had to leave, or Okada went overseas for money and doesn't want to work this schedule anymore, obviously, and probably can't at this point, honestly. And Tanahashi had to retire, so they're missing that generation. And they don't. I don't know if they have. I don't think their young generation, their youngest generation, hasn't really shown much of anything yet. We have to see what they do when they get back.
New Japan take too much time between generations.
Yeah. So the current generation's good, but they're not.
When the generation doesn't pan out, they don't have the next or the previous one because
Tokyo Joshi did have people in some generations didn't pan out. I mean, there's a bunch of people that have retired already, but they have it all now. They have we just talked about Hikari Noah about to come back at Unagi Sayaka Korakuen, but they have enough there that already that stuck around, and now they have this young generation coming up, and that's why
they basically did this last year when they finally stack up enough people to get actual roster depth.
Yeah,
because to be able to the few people they keep from each class, the attrition rate is finally slowed down, or enough time passed to have the first generation and the latest generation at the same time made big enough roster. So it finally happened for them last year, I think. And this year they are reaping the rewards.
Yeah, this year they're on fire. So the opener here, this show on paper I didn't think looked like anything special, so this show blew me the fuck away. The opener is Alice Endo, Sakura Hattori, and Kira Summer defeating Yuki Aino, Ren Konatsu, and Shion Kanzaki when Endo pinged Konatsu with the Ju Nu Okite in 10-11. Unfortunately, we're back to Yuki Aino having to stand there like she's in a Mortal Kombat fatality days for Sakura's hand signs off the top of the diving forum. A few times had the wrestlers recently were doing a better job at being on the mat for more of that, but not this time. But yeah, this match was okay. Nothing too special. Ren Konatsu is another one. I didn't shout her out before, but I think she's another young wrestler has a lot of potential. So, but yeah, 2 3/4 so it was okay.
Yeah, fine opener.
But this next stretch of matches is where the show really, really picks up immediately. So they did these 3 singles matches with their younger generation against people, and I thought all 3 of these are really good. So it started out with Yuri defeating Chika Nanase with a body scissors sleeper hold in 8:15. So I almost never watch Pro, but I'm always pretty impressed with Yuri when she pops up elsewhere. And Chika, again, ton of potential as a young TJPW wrestler. They traded some pretty hard elbows to the chest at one point. That was the highlight of the match. And, the only disappointment I have with this match is I wish they'd gotten more time because I thought they were doing really rocking and rolling while it lasted, but only went 8 minutes. Yeah, 3.5 stars. Good match.
You are not the only one who doesn't watch Gambara. The people in attendance also do not watch Gambara, so they did not know that it's the finish. That was the biggest issue in the match, is that the crowd reaction, because they do not know Yuri, so they do not know how and when to react to stuff. And she didn't allow them to recognize that because she doesn't know how to do that. So it's I think Yuri is a weird wrestler because she's insane in taking insane bumps, but also doesn't know how to put together proper match yet. I don't know if she ever learns that, because that's the skill that some wrestlers never learn. So
how long has she been around now? Do you know?
She started in pandemic, I think.
Okay.
2020 started 2020, 2021.
Yeah, I'm just looking. She's 28. Yeah, she started in 2020 in JTO.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really quickly left JTO.
Yeah.
It's as I said, I don't think she's, from what I have seen from her, I don't think she will advance to the next level that I think I'd be able to call her a good wrestler. I think she's fine as a card filler. I don't think she should ever be leading promotions and stuff like that. And I don't think
I think she's fine as a promotion, the Gam Bars.
Yeah, she's fine.
Yeah.
I don't think she should be on this card. That's what I mean.
I thought this match was good. I don't know. Match 3, Wakana Uehara defeated Toga with a Sushi Tornado in 8:58. It was a unique match for me because it was a young wrestler on this roster, another one I'm super into in Toga, versus one I'm not a fan of at all, which is Wakana. Toga was doing her usual powerhouse stuff, which was great as usual. I thought Wakana, though, actually did hold her own with her here. I liked the mat wrestling stuff she was doing. Toga just fucking no-sold this Wakana dropkick, barely staggering back before elbowing her in the back of the head. Unfortunately, the second elbow kind of missed, but she just kept going, thankfully, immediately hitting another one, so it wasn't a big deal. But yeah, Wakana pinned her with the Sushi Tornado. I like that Toga kicked out at 3.1 for that. You don't see that too much these days. She's 3.1 kick out, brother.
You don't see that too much these days? You watch wrong promotions, man.
Who does that? Who does
Actress girls, they hate losing.
Oh, they do 3.1 kick out. That's kind of funny.
They hate losing so much.
The actresses
in a title match in December 24, the loser kicked out before 3. And then another wrestler had to come into the ring to hold her down. It was so funny.
It's funny the actresses are the ones who...
Yeah, they hate losing so much. They hate it so... It's because of the points matches. They hate losing that.
But yeah, so... I got a little sloppy towards the very end, but I still liked it. I went 3.25. Maybe Wakana just needs to get away from overeats. Who knows? Maybe that's all she needed, was to get away from overeats.
So I think she plateaued. I think there were good parts in this match. I really liked her and Zaguri. That rocked. It was really awesome. She killed Toga with the Enze. It was super cool. Her finish sucks. And the setup,
Sushi Tornado never looks good.
Yeah, and the setup move she hit before she hit the finishing move also sucked. So basically, and the crowd did not react to that as well. Basically, the reaction from the crowd confirmed for me that I am right about that. That like the last two moves were really bad for her, and I understand why Toga kicked at 3.1. And
Velkej going once again. I'm right in my analysis.
yes, exactly. The big issue is that I have when she was in the reality show that she debuted in, I chose Makana before she even debuted, and I am now paying I am holding the stocks forever for someone that I don't like.
Well, that's how it goes.
Yeah, because she is one of the wrestlers like that I have given up because I don't think she very similar to what I think about Yuri is that I don't think she
hasn't put together a match as well.
Yeah, the thing is she is actually in the environment where she can get better. I don't know if she will because she's 30 now. So she's kind of older. She's on the older side in Tokyo Joshi. I don't think the issue is that I don't know if she can do something else in entertainment or if this is supposed to be like her launching ramp for like possibly US employment in AEW or WWE or something like that, or if this is supposed to be like her launching pad to some more entertainment in Japan, or if this is her last stint. So I don't know. Maybe she will be wrestling for next 8 years in Tokyo Joshi Pro, and they'll prove me wrong. But I understand the decision why to go with her because you can beat her. So, and she has held this title, right? She has held a title that she's going to challenge for.
I don't think she's held the international, has she?
I think she did.
Oh, maybe I'm just completely forgetting this.
Wakana.
Yeah, you could be right,
Wakana, Uehara titles. Oh, she did not.
Yeah, I didn't think she did. I was trying to think. I remember the tag titles being her first title.
Yeah. Did she challenge? Okay,
let me see.
singles matches.
International. No, she's never challenged for this title, buddy.
Oh, okay. So I was wrong. In this case, I was wrong. I admit that I'm wrong. I was wrong. So yeah. Good decision. Better than Toga. I think this is a good decision, and the champion can beat her and carry on. I don't think she should win the title yet, the singles title, unless she is already planning to retire, and this is the one of the few chances that she has to win the title and carry it for a few months before losing it to someone else. I don't know. I don't think she should win it, though.
Yeah, totally. I definitely don't think she should beat Suzume. That's for fucking sure.
Yeah.
But we'll get to that in a second. Match 4, Mirai beating Haru Katashiro in 10 minutes 15 seconds with the Suteki Mirai lock. Mirai went right after Haru's arm early. They did some really smooth mat wrestling. Haru went right after Mirai's arm right back, though, and got this cool standing arm bar. But Mirai showed off her power by simply lifting her up off the mat and powering up into the corner. Haru, though, came back with this very unique and cool cross-arm submission that she just like slowly applied, just very slowly got it on, which I really liked the way that developed. And both girls were just selling their arms so well. I was just fucking loving this match. Haru counters Mirai's spinning hurricane driver after she caught her up on the ropes by going back to the arm. Mirai, though, just like flexes her arm using her strength to actually hit the move after all, which I thought was such a cool spot. But Haru kicked out when I thought that was going to be the finish. And then Mirai applies her deadly stretch hold, the Steki Mirai lock, and Haru finally has to give up. 4 stars flat for this. This is like my kind of professional wrestling.
This like fucking rocked.
Yeah, this is exactly... If someone was going to ask me, John Carroll, can you show me a 10-minute match that's everything you want in professional wrestling, I would show them this match. Because it's two very talented women doing mostly mat-based match where everything looks so smooth, everything looks like an actual struggle, and it's just a really, really, it's exactly the kind of wrestling I want that I don't get a lot of the times out of a lot of other things. It's like, again, I feel like I pick on AEW too much on this podcast, which is probably the understatement of the century. But this is the kind of match you just do not, at least when I was watching, you would never get an AEW TV. because nobody there does like actual technical wrestling, especially now that Bryan Danielson is retired. And it's like, I'm glad that it's ironic that one of the places you have to go to get this kind of wrestling, one of the only places, is an Idol Joshi promotion. But like Stardom, you get it all the time too. You get plenty of technical wrestling. You get like the fake shooting stuff that they'd like to do. And it's like, the Idol promotions with the girls wearing cute outfits is where you can go to get like great mat wrestling. It's very funny. But obviously Haru, these girls are really, really well trained in this stuff. And we didn't even talk about Mirai. Having her back even as a guest star is a huge boon for the promotion too. And just an outstanding match. I loved every second of this. So
I actually think this is the best match on the show.
It'd be like second favorite for me. Yeah, second favorite.
It's the best match on the show for me because this match was an eye opener for me for Haru. Not that I did not rate her or anything, but I did not think she had this match in her.
Yeah.
I was like blown away by, like, I was expecting some like selling from Haru by Mirai beating her up, some clubbing forearms, some like basic mat stuff, some like she escapes. No, she actually like was fighting Mirai in her own, like on her own turf, and I was so surprised by that if I knew that she has that in her, I probably would not have loved it the match as much, because like the aspect of me being so surprised played a lot into why I enjoyed this match so much. Like she even like countered some of the power stuff Mirai has by the submissions, which was really surprising to me. She was not able to actually out wrestle Mirai on like when Mirai really tried to do it, which also is how that should have happened. So basically, this match worked exactly how it should have gone for these two wrestlers, but Haru actually wrestled really fucking well, and that's why it like shut up so high for me. Like this is, if I would recommend anyone a match on this card, this would be it, and I would say this is one of the best technical matches I've seen this year, because I don't seek that out actually. So
then we have after this match we had the Twilight Rouge presents 3-way tag match, no tag rules. Shoko Nakajima and Hyper Misao defeated Raku and Palm Harajuku and Himawari and Mifu Ashida when Shoko pinned Palm with a jackknife pin in 842. So this was the match sponsored by Sumari Uesaka's Vampire Training School Concept Cafe. For a match that was obviously quite wacky, with bodies kind of flying everywhere, I enjoyed it. And Shoko, she basically rolled up Palm after Palm had just done the Palm Justice leg drop on Himawari.
Yeah, she stacked two people.
Yeah, basically got a double pin. But yeah, fun for what it was. 3 stars. That was fine.
And this is exactly what you have to have in the middle of the card on Tokyo Joshi Pro Show.
Yeah.
Like, I will never ever complain about much like this. I had smile on my face, but I did not take any notes because it's like, why bother?
Well, I did take notes on this. So we got Sumari bringing out 2 vampire girls in training
actually
to award the fake money prize for the cafe to the Shoko and Misao. Don't know what Nicole's looking for right now. Shoko says
the bees.
She's a big bees. Oh, socks. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, these are the gloves that I was missing, and I was like, "Where the hell are these gloves?"
What are they gloves for?
So these are the gloves that they're like used to protect your hands when dealing with like sharp objects, whatever. And it was what I used to pull out the thing for the air conditioner.
I see. There you go. See, Nicole is the man of the house. Everybody, she did the air conditioner installation. Shoko said she was a big fan of Sumare, and then she starts fighting her.
Because she wants to become a vampire, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Sumari submits, and that makes Shoko the new Iron Man Heavy Middleweight Champion. But Misao her own partner immediately kicks her in the gut and cradles her with a pen. It was brutal, Masao. They started arguing, so Sumari pushes them both,
Sorry,
and then
this is the first time Hyper Missile won this title.
oh wow, that sounds incredible.
Yeah, Hyper Missile for the first time ever.
But so Sumari pushes them both and tells them they don't deserve their prize money and takes it away. They begged her for forgiveness, and she finally does give it to them, and that distracts Masao long enough for Palm to schoolgirl her from behind with a belt. But Palm then would fall victim to Kazuki Hirata and a hammer backstage. So Hirata seemingly has taken this belt back to DDT now. So there you go.
Yeah, the post-match was fun.
Yes. Then we had the International Princess title, Suzume defeating her very good friend, apparently, Mahiro Kiryu, with the Ring a Bell in 1449 to make her third defense. I was wondering what this would be like going in, because Mahiro obviously is much more of a comedy wrestler, especially these days. And I was wondering what she would look like in a serious singles title match here. Because I remember liking her early on and thinking she had potential before she kind of went more comedic with it.
Yeah, because she decided that she doesn't have the athletic ability to strive to get better there. So she stayed where she was.
She had this really cool, very blue new gear, I thought. The jacket is so pronounced, though, that multiple people in the Discord when we were watching this live thought this was a ring jacket, not like an actual thing she was going to wear in the match. So that was interesting.
It's an interesting choice with the Chinese dress jacket, yeah.
So Mahiro was working over Suzume's leg for a bit. The crowd was a little quiet during the first 5 minutes, which, to be fair, was a little boring. But they got more into the match picked up, and they were very much behind the underdog Mahiro here, which didn't surprise me at all, even as a Suzume super fan, her being my favorite wrestler in the company. I sort of was expecting it. It didn't bother me or anything. Mahiro got this great spine buster counter in midair out of a springboard ring a bell attempt for a 2 count. That was definitely the spot of the match. She declared that she will become champion. She notably did not apologize for it, which is cool because obviously her thing is normally apologizing it, and attempted the double knees off the top, the apologizing knees, but Suzume rolled out of the way. She couldn't quite get her up for the Gory Bomb all the way, but was able to sort of land it halfway, so it didn't look ridiculous or anything. And she fought up at the rope block bulldog and the ring a bell for the pin. Good match, not great or anything, so it was like 3.5, but still a good match. I mean, they Suzume's so good that no matter who she's in there with, it's not going to be much worse than this, I don't think. And Mahiro, I wouldn't say she showed me a lot here, but she held up her end and had a good match.
I think she did not help her end as much as she should have. There were some elbows that were obviously missing and stuff like that. There was I am fine with her getting this match. She will never be a singles champion in this promotion. There are people who are much more qualified to be that. But as a once a 2-year or something like that challenger, she's fine in the mid card. She will be back into the multi-man tags next show. So I'm fine with this. The match was fine, not good, but not bad. There were some things that were bad, but there were also some things that were good. So it equaled itself, so it's fine.
The next match was the Princess Tag Team titles. I guess this is going to be
also Wakana challenged after the.
So Wakana came out to challenge for some Princess next month, which is at Korakuen this year. BFC will not be losing to you, Eater Girl. We still have an RSU rematch to get to. Also, I just realized it's funny that a B attacked me. One of my favorite wrestlers, the B wrestler. But anyway, but yeah, we're not losing to you, fucking Eater Girl. We still have to get to the RSU rematch. So I don't think this reigns ends before that. The next match, the Princess Tag Team titles, Miyu Watanabe and Rika Tatsumi defeating Mizuki and Utakami when Watanabe pinned Takami with the Daydream Believer in 1851. It is the V1 for Daydream here. So this was the match I loved. I guess you didn't love nearly as much. I'm going to rave about it, and you can tell me why I'm wrong after this. So Mizuki and Uda, they're both war criminals here as usual. Obviously very cute war criminals, but very big, very much war criminals. They call for handshakes and then immediately just kick them both in the gut. I'm like, okay. Just
evil
immediately
gremlins.
going with the little going with the trickster stit here. Mizuki and Uda have this disagreement on who will whip who into the corner early on, which Mizuki wins twice by whipping the smaller Uda in against her will, and she kept trying to reverse it. That was funny. But the second time, it gave their opponents more than enough time to avoid it. So needed to be on the same page there, girls. That big pink bully Miyu just clubs her own up girl mate Uda right in the chest with a forearm, just fucking kills her with it, and then bends her over her knee in quite painful looking fashion. Rika then slams her knee into the post, even like casually fighting off Mizuki when she runs over to try and interfere, which is kind of funny. So Uda's really taking punishment here. So this is like kind of like the two cute war criminals against the two, bullies, kind of. Miyu's the cute bully, and Rika's just kind of, Rika pretends much less to be like, who me? I'm too cute. Like, no. She gets mad if you call her a heel, and so do some of her fans, but I think she is kind of a heel, and I think that's why I love her. But anyway. Uda was finally able to hit a dropkick off the second rope and tag in Mizuki. Rika misses a hip attack and gets caught in the ropes for Mizuki to hit a cool crossbody with while she was like hung up in the middle there. That was really cool. But Rika comes back with an ace crusher out of the corner and then tags in Miyu, who immediately hits the batting ram to the chest and then slams Rika on top of her for a near fall. Uda gets the koala clutch on Miyu for the first time, but Miyu just very calmly pulls her up with this great facial expression. Miyu had such an expressive face, and here her face was like sort of cocky, but also determined at the same time. Like, no, that's not going to work, basically. But she just lifts her up and then rams her into the turnbuckle in a great spot. Just fucking like has her held up in this when she's trying this koala clutch and just runs her right into the corner turnbuckle. She then hits this huge delayed backbreaker before going for the giant swing. Uda grabs onto her left leg for dear life, but Miyu calmly kicks her off. But I thought she was going to kick her off and just do the swing. But Uda surprisingly countered the initial swing right into a roll-up. It looks so cool. Like the first rotation, she basically went with it and turned it into a roll-up. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. That got a 2 count. That whole sequence kicked so much ass. Uda went for the koala clutch again, or she got it back on when Mizuki restrained Rika from getting involved. But Miyu then rams Uda into Mizuki in the corner instead of the corner turnbuckle that pad. And then Miyu fucking carries them both out with help from Rika Tatsumi getting them set, and spins them both front and back. A double giant swing, one half inverted, one half front. That was fucking amazing, and this woman is insane. Miyu catches Uda at midair on this power slam, a great fucking power slam there. This is turning into an amazing Miyu
That power slam, that was the best spot of the match, yeah.
Yeah, just fucking grabbed her midair and killed her. Miyu tried with a double power slam on both girls, but Mizuki and Uda were able to reverse it midair together into a cradle. Another great counter spot. Like, all the unique spots and counters here are so fucking great. Mizuki hits the whirling candy on both members of Daydream to give Uda another chance with Miyu. She's determined to get this fucking koala clutch on Miyu, and Mizuki helps her by hitting this double stomp to the back of her head, which finally brings Miyu down to the mat in the clutch on the third try. Miyu finally looks like she's in actual pain from this move for the first time, which was a great touch that, took that long. And Rika has to dive in with this enormous hip attack on Uda to make the save. She fucking killed her with the hip attack. It was so great. Mizuki was left alone with both girls, but managed to escape a double team attempt and then double stomp them both. She's fighting for her life at this point. But Miyu tries to teardrop on Mizuki, but Uda shows up again and clutches on her leg to block it. But then Rika simply grabs Mizuki into a chokehold to stop her from doing anything else, like just literally like a double choke, like straight up choking her, which, like you'd set for a choke bomb, if that's not clear. And that does get some boos. I can't believe people argue this woman's not a heel. They kill both girls with double team moves, and the last one being the Daydream Believer, and that gets the win. This match fucking ruled so hard. It's a match of the year contender. I had high hopes going in, and if anything, they were exceeded. I went 4.5 stars on this, and it slid right into 6th place on my match of the year list. I thought this was just an outstanding fucking match. I loved every second of it. So tell me why I'm wrong, Velkej. Why was this not actually that great?
You're right about everything you said. The match had, of course, my main issue is that it has a Miyu Watanabe in it, and also it has Uta Takami in it. So
you don't like Uta either, really?
No, I don't.
You don't like the tiny girls.
Yeah. Uta Takami is too tiny. That's the issue. I don't like majority of the small speedy goblins. I don't know. I don't like them. I don't like how they wrestle most of the time. And I don't like Miyu Watanabe on like she's not as off-putting as Kikuta now, but she's almost there. So I just don't. I understand that a lot of the stuff she does is physically really impressive, but I cannot like connect to her. Like I cannot buy into her. There's a barrier between me and her, and I cannot overcome it. The power slam, that she did though, that was one of the best moves that I've seen. Like that was incredible. But I also did not buy that Uta Takami was able to like be as active at the end of the match as she was, because she survived so much. She is like almost immortal.
Yeah,
because
I
she
guess.
was beaten. There was like she was beaten too much to be like that. Like the last set of moves she did, I did not. The issues that I could not suspend my disbelief that she is still able to like do them, because I don't buy her. Sadly,
Okay.
it's but like I get it why like I get it why people that do not have my issues with Miyu Watanabe and Uta Takami love this match.
See what this
The
match
issue
is
is
doing on Cage Match right now. I'm just curious.
because Mizuki and Rika were not actually that important part of the matches, because the match was focused on Miyu and Uta, which makes sense because they are like they should be in the focus. So I don't have like issue booking wise with it, but that's why I did not enjoy the match as much as you. And I get why you loved it. Like I understand
so
it.
it's the inmates seem to be with me so far. It's 8.79 on Cage. 8.79 on Cage Match.
As I said, this is my island, and I understand that nobody else shares it, so it's fine.
Yeah. So it's 8.79 on Cage Match, so close to 9, which would be a 4.5. So yeah, pretty much in line.
I will never say anyone who enjoys Miyu Watanabe matches that they are wrong, because I cannot enjoy them. It's just I can't, and I understand that they are really good, but I just can't. I can't help it, sadly.
Haru and Mirai, by the way, is an 8.03, so that'd be right in line with the 4 stars that I gave it, and you like that one a lot too.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah.
The main event is the one I seem to be higher on the consensus, because they gave it only a 7. And as I'm going to get into, I liked it more than that. That would imply 3.5. I liked it more than that. But yeah, this match, like I said, I fucking loved it. And afterwards, Miyu and Rika challenged Shoko Nakajima and Hyper Misao, because they want to defend the titles against them as Summer Sun Princess exactly 1 year after they lost their challenge against the two of them the previous year. So Kyoko, whatever the fuck their name is, I forget. They came out, Kyoko Kokume, I think, is the tag team name. I don't know. They came out and said,
or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. They came out and said no at first, which I thought was funny. They're like, no, we're not ready for a challenge right now. We're too busy trying to get better and blah, blah, blah. So Miyu and Rika, as they're explaining this, calmly go outside and get the man catchers back from last summer that they tortured them with, those giant fucking pitchfork-looking things, and trap them in the corner until they agree. That was amazing. Very, very funny. Miyu and Rika, again, Miyu is the pink bully, and Rika's just the bully. So yeah, I love them. But yeah, this was, somebody in the Discord called this the war criminal match of 4 war criminals, and it's like, yeah, they all 4 of these people just do adorable war crimes. And that's part of why this match is so great. But the main event, the Princess of Princess title, Yuki Arai makes her second defense here against Yuki Kamifuku with the finally in 1641. I mean, this match really over-delivered for me, as we'll get into. I really had no idea what to expect from it, but I really, really enjoyed it.
I liked it. This is my second favorite match on the show.
Yeah, I'd say third favorite for me. So this was Kamiyu has some new ring gear. Her denim era is finally over, which has lasted through multiple ring gears, actually. Yeah.
Rib denim.
But she just had like the tiniest little tights, basically. Like, I'm gonna keep this respectful only respectful comments about Kamiyu and her very, very tiny pants. So I'll just say the gear looked great, girl. The gear looked great. Very nice looking ring gear. So I'm gonna say anything else. If I say anything else, I'm basically Jose Marino here. But anything else I say here, if I speak, I'm in big trouble. Do not want to be in big trouble. So Great gear, Yuki. Great gear. Both these tall ass girls were going for big boots right away, of course, which was the theme of the match. Neither was able to land them. Then they traded head scissors, showing off those legs. Kamiyu had, not Kamiyu. Yuki Arai had new gear too, I think, right?
Or
maybe it's
recent the promotion.
Gear. Yeah, it's either new
I
gear or
cannot
recent
judge.
gear,
I don't watch the promotion, so.
But yeah, I think it was either brand new or recently. Which her gear is great too. Because she doesn't have to. They always talk about she don't have to fit in the idol costumes anymore. She don't want to. Well, the English announcers are talking about that she don't want to wear skirts no more. She's like, I'm not an idol anymore. So yeah.
The leg scissor part is the only part of the match that I did not like, because they had to move themselves into the position so the other person was able to get the leg scissors on.
Yeah, that was a little weak.
That's the only part of the match that I did not like, and I don't understand why people rated it as low, because I think it was like the best version of Yuki Kamifuku. This is the best match Kamifuku has ever had, and I don't think she will be able to have match as good as this one ever again.
So Kamiyu is ultimately the first to land the big boot after knocking Yuki away in the corner, and then just literally stepped on her until she fell to the floor, which was a nice little touch. She just fucking stepped on her head coming out. I like Kamiyu just totally leading into her heel persona here. I mean, she almost took Arai's head off with a big boot at one point, then just rubbed her boot into the back of her head against the ropes, and then was pressing her boot into her face. But then Yuki answered back by pressing the sole of her boot into Kamiyu's face simultaneously. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. They're both on the ropes and they're both stretching forward to crush the other girl's face, but they're really that was really unique, I thought.
Yeah, because they are able to do it because they are very similar heights, and they
Yuki's like 5'5", I think. Yuki Arai, I mean, they're both Yuki. Yuki Arai's 5'5", and Kamiyu is 5'8", I believe. So, but yeah, so definitely similar heights. Kamiyu though was able to big boot Yuki on the second rope because again she tall. Before that I missed something actually. Yuki Arai had a spinning brain buster when they both got back up after they did the boot sequence and locked in a scorpion death lock, but Kamiyu was able to make the ropes. Then Kamiyu was able to big boot Yuki on the second rope because again she's tall, and then stopped her and hit a superplex. She was a little shaky on it first, but got up okay. Yuki Arai tried to no-sell it, but Kamiyu just calmly hit this huge drop kick on her. That was a really cool sequence too.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yuki Arai then paid Kamiyu back by stepping on her on the ropes for their own boots, including one. At one point she literally kicked her in the ass at one point, which greatly amused Mr. Haku and Aki. Then she hit a full Nelson, who are the English commentators, people don't know. Then she had a full Nelson Buster off of there. She hit off the ropes, I mean. She hit the finally, but Kamiyu kicked out the first time. Kamiyu came back with this huge chop, an enormous STO, which was a callback to Saki Akai, who was a big influence on both wrestlers, as the announcers pointed out. But then Yuki Arai dodged the Faymaster, hit another Saki callback, the Rookie of the Year, delayed boot thing she does, and then pinned her with a second finally. Honestly, this is way, way better than I was expecting. I went 4 stars flat on it. I thought it was awesome. So the way they built it around the big boots was very interesting, and a lot of the stuff in this match was just it was better executed than you'd expect for a Yuki Arai versus Yuki Kamifuku match.
Yeah.
If you closed your eyes and pictured this match, I think the actual match was better than we would picture.
Yes, so. Exactly. I have the sequence on the outside. I've really liked. I really enjoyed. I have enjoyed the face pulling that Kamifuku was doing to Arai. I've enjoyed most of the. I have liked the way Arai hit both of the finalies. The one to the back of the head or back of the neck, and the one to the front. I liked both. The only bit that I did not like was their struggle in the I did not like the leg scissors at the start, and I remembered now that I did not like the struggle on one of the corner spots before the what's the Arai thing that she did, not the superplex. She dropped Kamifuku from there with like some kind of drop, and that looked like weird. And the struggle on top of the middle rope, on top of the top rope, was like not great. They were like not sure what they want to do with their limbs and stuff like that. But other way, I really like this match, and I think this match over delivered in all of the aspects. I was like fearing it to. I assumed it's going to be bad, and as I said, I don't think that Kamifuku will be ever able to have as good match as she had in here right now, this week. So full grades, full recommendation for this match. This was like really good for me, but I guess other people did not like it as much as I did. So
yeah. So Miyu Yamashita walked out at the end, which shocked the crowd because she was announced as missing this show due to being in the UK. So she had her Eve belt she won a couple days earlier, and said the feeling of winning it reminded her of winning the Princess title. So she flew home early to challenge the winner here for the title. That was a great. I'm sure
she
did
did not want to stay in England. Good on her.
So there's your SummerSlam Princess main. Wow. A legitimately huge match, Yuki Arai versus Miyu Yamashita.
Yeah, very huge match. That's a great booking. Honestly, I don't like that it's Wakana. Oh no, is that on the same show as the Wakana, or is that?
Yeah, it's the same show.
Okay, so Wakana as a challenger, and then the tag titles, and then the main event. I think that's a pretty strong card. I think that's a strong card that can. I think they will probably sell out again, or rather get over 1,000 again. They should. They should be like rewarded for this card. This is a good card.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm looking at Lawson for this show already. This is, again, keep in mind this is more than a month away because only June 8th is recording this. Special ringside, reserve, CSS, both sold out, and then every other category is few remaining. Reserved S, reserved A, reserved S, reserved A, reserved B, Lady C, all few remaining.
That's very good for them. Yeah, that's very good.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be another.
I think they should. They will for sure break 1,000 then.
They should open up more seats, if anything.
Yeah, I think they should. I think they maybe can do even 12,000.
Yeah, 1,200. 1,200. Yeah, I think they should stop killing some of the seats for the stage setup or whatever. Because 1,200 they could do it. All right, that is your Tokyo Joshi talk. Again, this was one of the shows of the year. I mean, I love this fucking show. Had a match of the year contender, 2 other 4-star matches, and then everything else I thought was the worst match of the show I had was a 2 3/4 star opener, which perfectly fine, and everything else on the show was really good. So 3 1/4, 3 stars, 3.5. Everything on the show was enjoyable. And the top end stuff was really, really good. So just for a Korakuen that I was expecting to, I thought would be fine, it way over delivered for me. And again, Tokyo Joshi, I mean, it's dead heat with them and Stardom for my favorite promotion this year. I mean, really, really close right now. So let's go over to Dragongate for Rainbow Gate 2026 series results. Not my favorite promotion of the year, to say the fucking least. The June 4th Korakuen, 2 nights Korakuen, June 4th and June 5th. So the first show here, which was on the was it Wednesday, June 4th? Is that the date? I should put that date. Yeah. Oh no, it's Thursday. Thursday, June 4th. Did a crowd of 970 was what they announced.
Yeah, sure.
Instead of you could already tell it must have been really bad considering they usually announce like 1,100 for every fucking show. So this must have been really, really bad. Must have been like drawing like Marigold crowds at this point. Like,
they showed the crowds. It's not the Marigold crowd.
You don't think so?
No.
I mean, the orange is pretty empty.
It was like 600 in the oranges, and I think it was like 250. Oh no, not 600. That's bullshit. It was like 450 in the oranges and like 250 in the maybe 350 in the bleachers.
Oh, so you're saying it's less than Marigold?
No. Then that
okay.
would mean it's like 800 or something like that.
Oh, okay. And Mario Gold, what has Mario Gold been announced?
My goal is like they're claiming 700 or something, and that's not 700.
I see. Yeah. Okay. So a little better than Mario Gold. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry to Dragongate for calling you Mario Gold crowd, but not good though.
Not close to 1,000 for sure.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
It opened with the first of those 2 dark matches for the rookies who they've been trying to debut, but they haven't debuted yet.
One, I think.
Is this the one you saw? It was Kagetora and Dai Sujiguchi?
Yeah, I think so.
So Dai was, again, one of the rookies who was begging GM Saito for a chance to debut on the last Korakuen. And they had an exhibition against each other during the Sapporo tour, apparently. I did not see any of that. I haven't seen any Dragongate since the last Korakuen. And, you know, I guess they did not impress here because they did not get to debut on this show. They just got to do 2 more exhibitions. So Dai was mostly just chopping away here. Kage chopped him back, and there was lots of screaming from Daiji. So the way these matches work, people don't know. They go on for 5 minutes no matter what, even if someone wins a fall. So Kagetora tapped him out in about 3 minutes with a chin lock, but we just keep going, obviously. And the dude was just still trying to chop and slap, and then kind of messed up, ducking a clothesline. He like sells it even when he was supposed to duck, apparently. That was not good. And we spent the rest of the time limit with him elbowing Kage weakly while trying to slam him, which he finally does. When he covers, Kage kicks out at 1. And we got more chopping at the end from Dai. And the open-handed slaps do impress the crowd a little more, I guess, when he starts doing those. And then the bell rings. So, well, I can see why this guy hasn't debuted in 3 years, I guess, because...
Yeah, it's probably time to cut.
Yeah.
If you're not going to debut him, just cut him.
Yeah.
He's not actually feeling like a role on the card, so...
Yeah. So, then we had, I mean, I did see, so in the written review, Mike, I can't remember if it was Mike Spears. I think he was basically saying if they're not going to, like you just said, you're not going to debut him, you got to cut him. Like, he was speculating that maybe Dragongate's feeling gun shy by the amount of people they've cut that have gone on to, like, bigger careers elsewhere lately. Yeah. Obviously, look at Kazuma Sumi and over in DDT as a big example, but there's other ones too. So...
Just be proud that these guys are so good, but they are not as good as your guys. So it's fine.
Yeah. The opener of the main show was a 6-man tag. UT, Gucci, and Aki from Natural Vibes, beating the team of Homare, Punch Tominaga, and Kenichiro Rai. Gucci pinning Punch in 10 minutes with the Sabler Bomb. Now, why the fuck Homare didn't get the pin Gucci or even UT or something, given what was going to happen on the next show, you can only speculate. But anyway, don't know what the fuck they're setting Gucci up for that was so important. But yeah, the Vibes Trio lost their... Speaking of Gucci, though, they just lost their fucking Dragongate titles to a fucking Ryukyu team in Okinawa that then vacated them a week later because one of them was, one of them's retired. Yeah, what the fuck the point of that was. I mean, the next champion is going to be the 100th, so maybe they just want to have a big tournament to become the 100th Dragongate champions, but it's very weird to take the belts off of Gucci, Aki, and KZ when they looked like they were actually like having momentum. But then again, maybe they need KZ for a bigger spot and just suddenly realized, yeah, it's a very weirdly and very poorly booked promotion these days, so... I really miss Homare's beautiful long locks, by the way. That beautiful hair that man had. Bring it back.
I don't think you are the only one who misses those, because I think there were a lot of young women that, or at least one young woman who sat next to me, whose whole gallery was just him.
Yeah, well, she's got good taste. Homare with a very cool tope con hilo as usual. They started showing that he doesn't work well together with his partners, though. When Punch wanted to do a double back elbow, he just kind of ran forward and did a cool-looking axe kick instead. The match, though, just kind of turned into kind of a mess. Just dudes flying around everywhere, not really in a good way. So, yeah, Gucci put away Punch Tominaga. He kind of had too much trouble with him if he wanted to do that finish, but, it felt like he barely survived Punch Tominaga. Okay. This is okay. Started much better than ended. 2 3/4.
My notes. Okay, will it get going? ? Homare almost diving a lady into her lap. Aki will be good. Gucci, okay. I do not feel him.
I don't. Well, no, Gucci. I'm the verse. I think Gucci's
Yeah,
good.
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
really feel active.
I like the big lad.
Okay.
He's a big.
Big dude.
Yep.
Match number 2 was Toru Owashi beating Jiro Shimbashi in 6:56. He pinned him after a missed splash. So pretty typical Jiro stuff for the most part, but I did laugh at Jiro wanting to do the sumo showdown only for Owashi to just kick him right in the face after they did the big setup and posing. Also, Owashi dropping the cell phone down poor Ref Yagi's pants after he got interrupted by his call. That was also funny. And so Owashi, Jiro slams Owashi, and Jay on English commentary yells, "Drop the leg on him." Again, that was also very funny. But then he misses the dive by a mile. Owashi just calmly pins him. Very fun ending. Definitely the better of the two Jiro comedy matches of these two Korakuens. So.
Oh, we are going to disagree a lot.
Okay.
I did not feel. I don't think Toru Owashi worked in this match properly because he was mixed between DDT Toru Owashi and Dragongate Toru Owashi. So it was like, oh, you are not actually. No. It was. I did not feel it. I did not like it. I adored finish to the second match. So we will get to it.
Match number 4 was the team of Gaja Dokuro, Madoka Kikuta, Kai, Kota Minoura, and Jason Lee, defeating the Paradox team of Yamato, BB Hulk, Susumu Yokosuka, and Naruki Doi. It was Madoka Kikuta pinning Susumu in 4:31 with a rolling lariat. The early part of this match, super slow pace, honestly a little bit sad, like when Hulk and Susumu totally messed up doing an Irish whip turnaround spot. There was an issue in Gaja, but you'd never know it from this match, as Minoura just spit water Susumu's face up, Kikuta pinning him, and then they all laughed together. Okay, then. Not that the Minoura storyline ended up making any sense whatsoever. It picked up towards the end, but it basically picked up right before it ended. It was a little dire before that, so I went 2 1/4. Below average match, as Gaja continues to be a big fucking nothing as a heel unit.
So my exact notes. But the fuck was
I know your notes. I know what your notes are going to be because you previewed them to me in my DMs at one point.
This sucks to watch, and the venue sounds like a Stardom show from 2018 to 2019. Stardom show from 2018 to 2019 was one of those like the Korakuen Hall shows, were one of those things where people got up for EO matches or Kagetsu matches or something like that, like the big title matches at the end of the shows. But throughout the card, the crowd was mostly silent, outside of reactions to the big moves and few calls. This is exactly it. This show sounded like a funeral, especially after we watched for this episode the Best of the Super Juniors show, where like the whole Ota Award and previously before that, whole Korakuens were like for everything, like outside of Valiente matches and some of the parts of the Nick Wayne matches, people were so fucking loud for every single New Japan Pro Wrestling wrestler, for Sasaki, for Kasai. They were fucking loud for everything, basically. And this show, this was like watching a funeral. This sucks to watch. This match specifically, this sucks to watch. And like supped my enthusiasm for the rest of the show.
Then we had the 3-way 6-man tag. It was a team of Luis Monte, El Cielo, and Kazuma Kimura defeating the team of Jackie Kame, Rita, Mochizuki Jr. from Love and Peace, and the Natural Vibes team of Strong Machine J, KZ, and Flamita. It was El Cielo pinning Mochizuki Jr. in 12:44, the spitting tombstone pile driver. This was apparently one fall, not elimination, as they usually are with the Dragon Gate 3-ways, so that was already a demerit as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, it's all right, but besides one brief burst, I did not think it was the nonstop action I was hoping for. Jackie Rita did pick things up with some nice double teams and stuff. And yeah, then Cielo pins Mochi Jr. after he eats a super kick from Monte and then a spinning tombstone. They're fucking refusal to do anything with Mochizuki Jr., despite him being so good and also the son of one of the biggest legends in company history. It's just so weird to me. But whatever. He had to take the pin here, I guess. That was really important. You have Kazuma Kimura here, but need to be Cielo winning. I mean, look, Cielo at least is going to be going for a Dreamgate shot, as we found out, so I guess that part made sense, but I don't know. Still felt stupid that Mochi Jr. be doing nothing as usual.
Yeah, the previous match basically, probably for me and for the audience in the crowd, sapped my enthusiasm, as I said. So it carried over to this match, and this match did not convince me that it's good. I thought
it was fine. I thought it was fine. I went 3 stars.
Yeah, it was fine, but it was fine, but you expected something better, right? I also expected
I didn't.
Better.
I don't know if I did though, because it was so far down the undercard. I didn't think it was going to
okay. I expected something better because I looked at the names in the match, and I was like, okay, this probably is going to be really good. And then we got before I watched the show, and then we got to this match, and I'm like, okay, this is nothing. So
it was fine. Match number 5 was after the match, Cielo cut promo on Yoshiki Kato. Not really much there besides that he still wants to fight him, and Kato doesn't want to fight him. So that would play out the next day as well. But yeah, given the news we're about to get in the next match, the Cielo push kind of makes me wonder if he's Ryo Saito being like, we have Shun Skywalker at home. A tall guy in a black bodysuit and mask. I mean, I don't know. But I mean, he's it's not like I don't think he's not like I think he's unimpressive or anything. But I don't know if he feels like he should be getting this kind of push yet. But anyway, next up we had Hyo and Shun Skywalker beating Yuki Yoshioka and Ryoya Tanaka. It was Hyo pinning Yuki in 15-15 with a Samson driver. So Hyo was of course fresh off of competing in the Best Super Junior, and Shun Skywalker was the X here. So Hyo came out in his Z-Bratz gear, which I guess was the hint that Shun was a mystery partner. That was kind of cool. It was good, although I imagine it feels different watching it now, knowing that Shun is leaving than it did when you were watching it live. The whole thing just had a closing time, like Last Dance feel to it, especially the Yoshioka and Shun sequences. And yeah, Hyo ended up pinning Yoshioka with a Samson driver. Quite the choice after he lost like crazy in the Best Super Junior and having just pinned Yuki Yoshioka like nothing here. And Yoshioka just continues to do nothing. Pretty good, but I guess not nothing you got to run out of your way to see it, I think. 3 1/4.
This is one of those matches where you need to have a connection to the wrestlers in the match. So basically, the guy I enjoyed the most was Hyo. Because I have just watched him in Best of the Super Juniors, and I thought that he was fine or fun to watch. Physically, I hated the gimmick that he was doing, but that's probably the New Japan Pro Wrestling directions. We love our Booker Yano. We should kill him with the hammers. And so I liked Hyo and everything he did in this match. Basically everything he did in this match. I think Yoshioka sucks. So
I don't know. You and Paul Vosch both hate poor Yuki Yoshioka. I don't think he sucks. I think he's a bit dry, but it just feels like this promotion. Like, who the fuck do you have that you're doing this little with him? This is what I don't really get. It's like you have nothing. You have so little going on in this promotion right now. You can't find anything for Yuki Yoshioka, Yamato, Mochi Jr. to do.
The issue that I have with him is that he feels like I should feel towards him as I felt towards Sanada, but I don't. I don't know why.
I just think okay, you're not the super deep promoter. Like you can forgive Stardom when people. I can't sit here and get really pissed when my favorites in Stardom are doing nothing. When Sayori and Poi are doing nothing or something like they are right now, because the promotion's so fucking deep and everything they're doing is hitting on all cylinders. I can't be like, oh, how dare you put Suzu Suzuki in the main event of the Conversion instead of one of my favorites when the fucking show looks like it's going to do really well and the ticket sales look really good. And the promotion's hot right now, and the promotion's super deep. Your promotion's, by your own reported numbers, can't break 1,000 for a Korakuen now. And, God only knows what the real number was. And you're not deep at all. In fact, you keep losing people, whether to injury or to departure. Why are you not doing more of these people? Yuki Yoshioka should be doing more. Mochi Jr. should be doing way more. Yamato should be doing more. Dragongate should be doing more. There's people who are older and younger alike who are doing absolutely nothing for no reason. While this fucking never-ending Madoka Kikuta fucking world title reign won't fucking end. So, I don't know. I'm grumpy about this fucking... this, when I start talking about the booking, it just makes me think, there's enough great wrestlers here this promotion should be better than it fucking is. That's for fucking sure. So this booking is
But
horrible.
we have the most off-putting world champion in the world.
Yeah. I mean, I thought you were going to go more on a rant about the big baby like you did in my DMs.
No. I for people listening, I have told John that I think Madara Kakuta looks like an overgrown fat baby who's like 8 years old. Look at his face. Look at his face without his hair and his body now. He looks actually like a Rizzler. The boy Rizzler, but a wrestler. Like his face looks like that. I find him fucking off-putting. I cannot look at him. He's like my. I cannot look. I cannot look at it. I would rather watch Abdullah Kobayashi than him. And that's some horrendous wrestling.
That's really saying something. Wow.
Yeah, I know.
The next match, Ultimate Dragon Great Sasuke Tiger match beat Dragon Kid Mochizuki Don Fuji. Sasuke beat Fuji.
You forgot to say that. Shun
yeah. Shun's leaving, everybody.
That's the most important thing of these two shows.
Oh my god. Yeah, Shun announced he's, quote, returning to the heavens and leaving Dragongate. They cut to Hyo, who looked pretty upset about it, and GM Saito gets in the ring. He claimed he hadn't heard about it in advance and seemed pretty mad. And if you read Mike Spears' report, and he's usually pretty plugged in, he seemed to be implying that some of this may have been a shoot. Like, some of this might not have been entirely a work here as far as, like, people's reactions. Ben K and Yoshioka said their goodbyes. Shun Skywalker is like, I don't need words of encouragement from all of you. You're actually you're fucking little, basically it's like you're little bitches. I don't think there's not an exact quote, obviously, but he's basically like, you're little bitches. If we're considered the same because we're in the same class, it's just a coincidence. I don't want to be considered the same thing as you. And by the way, Dragon Gate's never going to be the same without me again, and will forever be in my shadow from the skies. And then he leaves. But he says he'll wrestle tomorrow at least. I was like, what the fuck is that? He basically like took a fucking shit on this entire promotion and was like, yeah, I'm leaving, and nothing. These people who are in the same generation suck. And by the way, now that I'm leaving, the promotion will never be the same again, and I'm always gonna cast my shadow over it. Like, he's so fucking dedicated to being a heel, even on his way out, that he basically buried the entire promotion. Like, that is crazy to me. Like, you buried this whole.
The huge issue is that did he actually put someone over?
No.
So unless he loses big at Kobe World, like big.
He lost to Madoka Kikuta via interference.
Okay.
When he lost to Dreamgate.
Okay.
Like, he's great. Like, yeah. I mean, like, who did he put over?
Yeah. The question is, who did he put over? Unless he loses big at Kobe World, I mean big. Like 1, 2, 3 in the middle of the ring, he's dead and he cannot stand up. And clean.
I mean, Case compared it to Okada leaving, and he said, "Now I know how New Japan hardcores must have felt when Okada was leaving New Japan and seen him give 75% effort." And yeah, Okada left in a similar way where he fucking didn't do any jobs to anybody and he didn't put over any young people or whatever. But Okada didn't fucking shit on the promotion verbally like that's when he left, and Okada did a clean job to Naito in the G1 final, which in hindsight they should have put somebody else over Okada given what was going to happen with Naito next. But he put somebody over a lot cleaner than... When is the last time Shun Skywalker did a clean job in this promotion? You really have to struggle to figure. I really can't remember. Like a clean, non-banana peel, non-interference, clean loss. I really have no clue.
Yeah.
He lost to Dreamgate to Makoto Kikuta when the entire unit turned on him. So...
The big issue with people like Skywalker or Okada is that you always put the big putting over to the next tier, to the next guy, to the next title reign, but the next never comes because they leave. Because the moment they are supposed to start putting people over, they leave. I don't know if 2026 or 2027 was supposed to be the year where he's going to put his gen mates or people even underneath younger people than him over finally, or what's going to happen, and then he decides to leave. So promotion held fine while he was on the top, but did it though? Did it? And did he actually create like new fans that now can?
This is what I'm talking. Okay, this is what I want to talk about too. This is a great point. Shun Skywalker, you can think what you want about his work. I think a lot of his matches are really good. I know there's some people out there that really don't like him. Like they got Ash from the
Ash hates him. Yeah.
Ash fucking hates him. I think some of his work is really good. Although I would think even the people who really like him would say most of last year hasn't been really great. Especially since like pretty much the last like great match I can remember him having was that Dragongate match in like September or something before the official side patch formation.
If I understand this correctly, he's probably really broken up, right? Broken down.
Yeah.
He's
last July. Last July Kobe World, the match at Yamato was amazing too.
I think he just made 30, right? He's just 30.
He's a big dude. He's been flying a while.
Yeah.
I do think but like he's going out. He's going out like I don't know. We'll see what the actual last matches are. So far, he's not putting over anybody even verbally. So maybe there's still time, I guess, for him to have a better goodbye than this. But like so far, this has been one of the more fucking like bigger burials of a goodbye than that you'll probably ever say. So yeah. I don't know. Anything else to add?
As I said, like, did he actually held up the promotion while he was on the top? Like,
yeah. Oh, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, too. On top of whether or not you think he's good or bad, I don't think the promotion was any kind of box office success with him on top. Like I feel like people kind of treat him like he's this big draw. Sometimes I don't really get where they're getting that from. Like I don't think he's this big draw.
Like the data I have seen, like it doesn't look like it. Like it looks like the promotion like kept up or slid a little. And the last year was bad for them. Like they have admitted finally to not like doing over. Like they have admitted again not doing over 1,000 for one of the double shots and just breaking 1,000 on the next double shot. It's so. Will the promotion miss him? Like draw wise, financially wise, probably a little. But is he actually like an aspect that brings people to the venues in some recognizable numbers? Is he? I don't know. Like I don't follow the promotion, like so. I just look at the numbers that I see, and doesn't feel like it.
I agree. I totally agree. Yeah. So I feel like if anything, he's very overrated in that standpoint, especially. I feel like he's not like everybody treats him like he's this big star. I'm like, I don't know. I don't really see that much box office evidence that he's a big star. But I mean, he's been here on top. All this promotion has stagnated and then started doing bad. It's not like they've been doing some of their worst announced numbers by their own admission in the last year, and it's not like he wasn't there for all of it. So I mean, I guess you'll give him not double or nothing. Golden Coliseum did pretty well with his cage match on top. So I guess that's something. But yeah, I don't know. Just I think he's very overrated to draw, to be honest. But all right, semi-main event: Ultimate Dragon, Great Sasuke, and Tiger Mask beat Dragon Kid, Mochizuki, and Don Fuji. Sasuke beat Fuji in 9:41 with the chicken wing face lock. I have nothing to say about this match. It's a match that happened. Old people did old people things. 2.5 stars.
This is ageism.
Ageism, Nicole says.
Oh, whatever is my note.
Whatever.
That's all.
Yeah. Ijo. All Asia tag team title match. Ishin and Yoshiki Kato beating Genki Horiguchi and Yasushi Kanda. Kato pinned Genki in 15:01 with the Jinchu. So team 204 kilogram become the 131st champion team. They won these belts just in time from the old people to go lose them back in All Japan, which is very funny. Pretty boring a lot of the way. Genki getting, well, not a lot of the way, like early on. Genki getting all fired up and finally knocking Ishin over the shoulder block was a cute little spot. That was something. Poor Kanda nearly dies trying to do a dive to the floor after he gets caught.
Yeah, I also wrote that.
Genki did a very nice tope con hilo right after that, though. Yeah. And it improved from here. And the crowd, I thought, was more into this match than anything else in the show, maybe combined.
Yes.
I mean, they were super into this match, but especially once it really got going. Kai tried to throw powder. Kanda cut it off and threw it himself, but as he has many times before, missed it, which he was always a famously bad powder thrower.
Genki was full of cocaine.
Genki had the powder on his face. Genki somehow backslid Ishin anyway, but he kicked out. Kato fucking murders him with an enormous lariat, followed by that Dominator thing he does, and then the delayed German suplex hold, which I thought was going to be the finish, but you can't beat H or H Oraguchi that easily, I guess. Triple H Oraguchi. Ishin went for the Superfly Splash, but Genki rolled out of the way. He did the backslide times for super close near fall. I just love the Genki backslide stuff. So Ishin blocked another backslide, hit a knee to the face, followed by this huge lariat, but Genki kicked out again. Finally, the what's it called? Why did I put GQ? I don't know what that stood for. But yeah, Ishin and Kato get to lose the All Asia titles with me in attendance in a few weeks. So good for them. That fucking rolled.
That was really good.
I thought it was. Yeah, I was shocked by how great this was. Like, I went incredibly funny to end the show with that match. But sincerely and big recommendation, 4 stars. I mean, it's the only thing on the show worth watching, really. But this is like awesome. Match.
I fully agree about this. Is the only thing on the show that's worth watching. It was really fucking good. I basically loved the match from the start to the finish, and I'm glad that if this match was not on this show, I would have told you, John, that I fucking hated that you made me watch Dragongate. I'm glad that I did, because I have really enjoyed my time with this match. Like I like Ishin. I like Ishin a lot. I have liked him in all of every time I have watched him. I have liked him since he got fat. So I've enjoyed it. I have adored Kanda in this match. I did not like Genki that much. I have adored Kanda though, because he the almost diving on the dive sold me on him in this match, and I was cheering for him, because I don't care that the old people win or not in Dragon Gate, so I was cheering for him because I did not know that Aoyagi. I have seen Aoyagi on the camera, so I could have guessed that it's time for them to challenge for the titles. But I have really enjoyed this match, and I think it did not save the show. It did not save the show. The show was not good before this.
I don't think it's saved the show is too strong. Just watch this one match.
Yeah,
the show itself is pretty fucking bad.
Yes. Skip if you ever think about going and watching Dragon Gate from this double shot. The first show is not worth it. The main event is worth it. So seek out the main event.
Afterwards, like you said, Atsuki Aoyagi and Rising Hayato came out to confront the new champions. I thought that was pretty cool. I was like, I didn't know they were going to be here. But then Atsuki cuts his promo where he's like, okay. He's basically like, I came here. I was going to tell the Dragon Gate fans to show up for another great title match. He said that match was great. He did say that match was great first. And he said, I was going to tell all the Dragon Gate fans to show up for another great title match in a few weeks in Korakuen, but I can't because Korakuen Hall has already sold out. So go and subscribe to AJPW.tv and you can watch it at home. I was like, Jesus Christ, that was savage, especially in front of this crowd. That's probably 800 people basically being like, yeah, we're a real promotion. We sold out Korakuen for our next show. So if you want to come see our title shot match, then you got to buy our streaming service. Thank you. Jesus, that was savage, and also made Dragon Gate look pretty stupid on their own show. So,
sadly, yeah, especially after a really fucking good match. The show was bad, but the match was really fucking good. So,
yeah,
that's disappointing there. But I guess is it worth it for them to have this title match? Will Ishin keep the title, or are the titles going back to All Japan? They are probably going back to All Japan, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. Meanwhile, Kikuta asks Mochizuki if he's retiring, to which Mochi says no and tells Kikuchi he'll have to erase him with his own power if he wants him gone. And then Kikuchi says next month they'll finish him off. So at this point, I was like, are they building the Kikuchi versus Mochizuki as the world main event? Because they didn't tease anything else. Obviously, the next night they would finally tell us what the world main event is going to be, sort of. But yeah, this was just, I don't know, not a good show. Let's go to the second night, which was better. This was Dragongate, June 5th, Korakuen Hall. Now, this show did announce 1107. I'm sure that's not the real number, but it probably did around 1,000. I mean, the artist is pretty full.
It was more than the first night, yeah.
Yeah. That was so up from night one that it made me wonder if, like, there was a walk-up effect from Shun Skywalker announcing he was leaving, because he didn't even announce that was going to be his... Yeah, he didn't even announce that was going to be his last show, which we just buried him to draw, so I don't know if that's true.
I guess so. I guess he has proven us wrong.
But it could have just been there was a Friday night instead of a Thursday, too. So, the dark match here, the other one, this one you said you didn't see, that was the other exhibition. Yasushi Kanda versus Koki Oshima. Oshima is a tiny fellow, just 164 centimeters, so just 5'4" and a half is what he's listed at. And again, it's Dragongate, which is probably even shorter in real life. Kanda at one point gave this insanely hard elbow to the side of Oshima's head that I thought may have been a message to him for not laying down the mat like he was probably supposed to there. And so he just kind of sat there in a seating position, and Kanda's like, okay, kid, you want to sit up? I'm going to hit you with my elbow as hard as I can. That looked brutal. Kanda wanted him to keep slapping the chest, but clearly didn't seem impressed. He brutalized the poor kid with more kicks to the face on the mat at one point. But Kogi did fire back with some hard slaps to the face, at least. I don't remember the other one doing anything that hard. Oshima got pinned close to the time limit expiration with a simple forearm. I was a little more impressed with him than the other one, but I do mean a very, very little. They're apparently, like, Jay was speculating at first on Blue Sky, where he posts that, like, maybe, maybe they like couldn't, what's it called? What was it? Like, maybe that would be it for at least one of them. But they did get another exhibition today, the next day the next day again in Yokohama. So they're still going for now. We'll see what happens. But yeah, just not a great performance for either one of these kids. You can see why they haven't debuted in 3 years. The opener this time around was the team of Rita and Mochizuki Jr. defeating Homari and Kazuma Kimura. Mochizuki Jr. pinning Kazuma in 609 with a German suplex hold. Pretty good opener. I enjoyed it. As I continue to wonder for all eternity why they wouldn't do anything more with Mochi Jr.
Same. He was really good in this match.
Especially for his experience level. 3.25.
Yeah, I actually agree with that. It was really good opener.
8-man tag team match. Ultimo Dragon, Masaki Mochizuki, Don Fuji, and Toru Washi beat Yamato, Dragon Kid, BB Hulk, and Kagetora. It was Mochizuki pitting Kagetora at 826 with a twister. I don't have a ton to say about this one, really. It was a fun little veteran undercard match, but, 3 stars. It was fine.
I don't have it even written in my notes.
There you go. Match 3, the Jiro Shimbashi Special Training, Infamous Yamanote Line Chronicles Volume 1, Shinjuku Station. Jiro Shimbashi beat Danshoku Dino in 805 with the Danshoku Drive. They lost to Danshoku Dino in 805, the Danshoku Driver. You had the wrong result here, Jay. Dino was an X here, obviously. Well, it is June, so. But sadly, his theme song gets muted. Now, first he pops up behind the bench, behind one of the bleachers on one of the two sides, and he pantomimes putting a glow stick at his crotch and sticks it in some guy's face. Just kind of crazy even for him. Yeah. He also turned down 2 people, including one guy who looked so eager that I imagine must be crossed.
Because he was ugly.
Another guy where he took the glasses off of him first before turning him down. Brutal. You know who he didn't turn down, though? Me.
Yeah, I've heard. But also, he did choose one guy there later.
He did choose, I think he chose 2, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah. There was a third guy where he sucked his fingers instead of kissing him. I'm like, God, he was on.
Don't know what's going on there, Dino.
Now he walks over, he spots poor Kimura hanging out ringside. He grabs his hand and puts it up for him and then lays a deep kiss on him, which Kimura proceeds to sell like it's the greatest thing that's ever happened to him. Like, he collapses to the mat on the outside with this huge smile on his face.
Yeah, completely KO'd by the kiss.
I brought up before Gay Awakenings, like, this is a Gay Awakening.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
I teased that a long time ago, I think. Jiro tried to back out for the match, but Yagi made him stay. The little X he tried to kindly put up was funny. He had to take a phone call while he got humped. Somehow that made him lose a client. I don't know why exactly. The client called back and had to change your heart or something, but at this point I was kind of ready for it to be over. But Dino beat him. I don't know. I really didn't have a lot of chemistry.
You did not like where Dino.
I did not like it.
Dino found a business card in his trunks. Give it to Jiro. Jiro took it, and because when you receive the business card, you should bow. He bowed, and that's why his head ended in Dino's trunks for the move. That was incredible little bit of comedy. I love that finish. It's like perfect. It's exact. The thing that I want from the wrestlers to play exactly what they are to the audiences that they are in front of. Very similar to Taguchi and Kasai match previously we talked about. This is like if someone put these two wrestlers in the room backstage to decide what's the finish going to be, this is the finish that they should have come up with. Like, I cannot imagine better finish for this matchup in the year 2026 than this one. It's like picture perfect. Like, that's the comedy finish of the year probably for me right now. It's like amazing.
Yeah, I don't know. I just didn't.
The rest of the match was whatever, but the finish, I adore the finish.
Dino challenged somebody to be his next opponent afterwards, but I could not hear who it was. Did you hear?
No.
Okay. He also made the ring announcer collapse for the kiss and then stuck a fan's glow stick up his ass and handed it back to them. So I thought his pre- and post-match antics were by far more entertaining than anything in the actual match.
I was skipping ahead after the finish, so... Yeah. Because I was trying to watch this show before I was too tired to go to sleep.
But yeah, I just didn't think these two meshed that well. I didn't think that, I don't know. Just kind of bored. Match number 4. Yuki Yoshioka and Shun Skywalker beat Luis Monte and El Cielo. Shun pinned Monte in 7:35 the Sky special. Very important that Shun get a win here when he's leaving the company, I guess.
Yes.
Not the guy challenging for your world. Not the guy who's going to be in the number one contendership match, as we learned later in the show, for your world title in the biggest show of the year.
Where he could maybe gotten a big win out of Shun Skywalker, right? In the Korakuen Hall.
Well, I never would have thought Shun would agree to that, so maybe he would have pinned, but at least he could have pinned Yuki.
Yeah.
Interesting all-red outfit from Shun here. The hooked nose on the overmask made him look like some kind of Power Rangers monster, especially. But Shun immediately booted his own pal, Luis Monte, out of the ring for the bell. Then he faced off his own protege, Cielo, for the first time ever. They had a little bit of interesting action, but once they all got to the floor and then got back in, it was a bit boring from there. But
start, and then the Cielo versus Shun was good. Yeah.
Just when Monte and Skywalker started to get me back into it, it just ends out of nowhere with a roll-up win for Skywalker. So just okay overall, 2 3/4. So Skywalker, he doesn't want Yuki to get his arm raised, and he tells him to get lost, and Yuki just goes and playfully argues with Yagi about not raising his arm and looks like a fucking dork. GM Saito comes in the ring. He asks Shun if this is his last date, and Shun is like, actually, I'll stay longer. I'll stay a little longer. Which Saito gives this great exasperated response to, like he just kind of wants this guy down. He even points at him and looked at the crowd like, can you believe this guy? I thought that was funny. But Shun admitted he was expecting GM Saito to work a little hard to keep him, which I also thought was funny. A little self-deprecating humor for once for him. He says he's leaving, but he still has one foot in here. And the GM doesn't have the right to tell him when he leaves, which I don't think is how that works. I think if you quit a company, they can tell you when they want you to leave. But Saito responded that he'll put together a fitting send-off. But of course, they talk about Kobe World, but that did not end up being his last date, actually. And Saito says, we'll go backstage and talk about what shows you'll appear at. So they leave together the Dragongate music and just, okay, the actual big star is going to negotiate his goodbye, everybody. So... again, they why make? I don't get why they bend over the back of this guy so much on his way out, especially. It's like he was not. It's not like he was the fucking biggest draw in the history of your company. Okada, you can sort of understand why New Japan was so nice to Okada on the way out, given all the houses.
But they were also nice to Tamatonga the same way.
Yeah, I guess that was also stupid.
Yeah,
but they didn't let him shit on the whole company like this.
That's true. They just let him.
They did not send out.
Shit.
Yeah, they let him win the Never title and lose it to Evil, whatever. But they didn't exactly let him fucking we got to take it back, Tamatonga, so you can tell us when you're leaving. They didn't do any of this shit. It's not really. Anyway, the last dates list that's posted by Jay on Blue Sky is June 14th in Gifu, which is his homecoming show. June 27th in Osaka. July 13th, Shinjuku Face. July 21st at Kobe World. And August 4th at Korakuen. So his final date does not end up being Kobe World, as everybody speculated, but it ends up being the Korakuen after that.
That's better because you can build a show around him and draw like the crowd for Korakuen around him and his graduation ceremony.
But he's skipping the July Korakuen, which is interesting. So, not going to be on that many shows overall. Yeah. Then we had Natural Vibes, Special Thanks, 10-man tag team match. The Old Vibes.
Yeah, this ruled.
This was quite good. The Old Vibes of KZ, Genki, Susumu, Punch Tominaga, and Jackie Funky Kame. Of course, taking the funky name back. Being the New Vibes of Strong Machine J, Flamita, Flamita, I don't know why I said the name like that. Flamita, UT, Gucci, and Aki. It was KZ pinning Strong Machine J in 12 minutes for the KZ time. Crowd absolutely loved the big group dance of all of them together, except I think Gucci and Aki weren't really in the dance. That's not surprising, obviously. Doesn't take that long to get the Genki rubber band spot, of course. It's a good thing he tried that on the show with just random splotches of empty seats in the oranges and not yesterday's show, which would have looked a lot worse. Big Hage call for that. We got a super PT missile to the floor. That was pretty damn cool. They just fucking sent Punch Tominaga flying.
Yeah, that ruled. That was fucking incredible. I love that.
But yeah, KZ pinned Strong Machine J of all people with the KZ time attack. The crossbody version. Who's the leader of this unit again? Oh yeah, Strong Machine J.
The guy in the mask.
Yeah. Why the fuck is he the leader?
The Felson.
Why is he the leader of this unit? He has no charisma. Nobody gives a shit. Why is he the leader? I do not understand. One of their all-time weirdest and dumbest moves. I dropped my cup over by accident. It's one of the all-time biggest and dumbest moves they've ever made, in my opinion. Because I don't understand the point of it. I don't know why the fuck he's the leader.
KZ is still the most over guy in the unit.
KZ's still the most over guy, and he still feels like the fucking leader. In what way does Strong Machine J feel like the leader of this unit? Not at all. So,
by the way,
who's the one they're turning to? Who's the one they're turning to when they probably, unless they could do LCLR again, but at least who's the one they're teasing turning to when they have nothing planned? They have nothing that they think can even remotely draw. KZ.
I adored the dances so much.
Yeah. So KZ gave a pretty generic speech at the end. Strong Machine J did seem dejected about the loss in the posing. So hopefully it's going somewhere. I really should just go to him turning heel or something, because he needs something. But it flat out makes no sense that he's the leader of instead of KZ at this point. So next up, the Brave Gate title match. Ryoya Tanaka beat Naruki Doi in 1950 with the Stardust Press. So he ties Pac's record of 11 straight defenses in one reign. He was it was great that it was Doi, obviously, because Doi was the very first champion. He only made 5 defenses in his first reign in 2005, you're wondering. I think this match was good. It was really good for the most part. The big problem with it was, so Doi pushed him off the top rope early on, all the way to the floor, and Ryoya sold his ankle. He kept selling the ankle, and that went absolutely nowhere. Which is a problem a lot of Dragon System types have, and why I wish they just wouldn't waste any time with limb selling at all. Literally all it did was fill time at the start of the match, but in a boring way, because we ended up in this stretch run where they're both going a mile a minute, and there's no leg ankle selling at all. So just skip the ankle bullshit and just do shorter matches if it's not going to mean anything later. I don't know. He didn't work over his legs so much that it totally killed the match for me, but it's still a demerit on the match. When you do that spot, you do a sequence, and then later on it's just never mind, So
wait, I think there were some spots where Ryoya just shook his leg out before or after running between the ropes. Yeah, I think he kept selling. It was not permanent selling, but he remembered from time to time to shook out the ankle. I think he did not forget it completely.
Came pretty close.
Yeah. It's just. I think that he did remember from time to time.
The stretch run though really was outstanding. I didn't even bother trying to recap it all, given they were going a mile a minute. But yeah, great crowd reaction with the near falls. it was interesting to me that Doi seemed to have more support from the crowd, especially when he almost won. I mean, it wasn't like Ryoya didn't have his supporters, but I'd be a little concerned by that, given that he really needs to be like the next big thing in Dragon Gate if this promotion is going to do anything, especially everybody leaving. And it's not just. I mean, obviously people like the underdog and people like the old people going for past glory, but this was not any ordinary match. This was Ryoya Tanaka trying to like tie an all-time record that no one thought would ever be tied or broken. So you would think there would be more people, trying to, in other words, trying to get this together, like get behind Tanaka here, and it wouldn't sound so solidly behind Doi. So I don't know. Surprised me a little bit. Doi managed to actually hit the muscular bomb, which rarely even goes for these days. But he spent so long selling that he was still taken out of it. I think he had just gotten hit by a cross saber from Tanaka. That it took him. It was pretty obvious Ryo was going to kick out. But I get why Doi understand he didn't want to kill his own super finisher. So he's finally able to cover one arm, and Ryoya kicked out emphatically. I love the one count kick out when trying to pin someone with their own finisher. We teased that earlier, and it happened here. Doi kicked out of the Bakateri sliding kick from Tanaka at one. Tanaka hits a second cross saber. Doi kicks out of that as well before Ryoya finally hits the Stardust Press for the win to retain. The entire closing stretch was so awesome. I was able to go 4.25. Again, without the leg ankle stuff, it would have been 4.5, maybe even higher. But yeah, awesome match.
So for me, this match had an issue that I don't feel anything towards Doi, because I have not watched him before. I've seen few of his matches here and there. I have not followed Dragongate, so I don't have this. I don't know his moves, like what is strong, what is weak, and stuff like that. And a very similar thing with Tanaka. So basically, for me, this match boiled down to these two guys lay around too much. It was longer than I expected. Not that it's too long or something like that. Also, this now sounds that I'm shitting on the match, that I hated it. No, I did not hate the match. I just know that I did not enjoy it as much as I would have if I knew these guys, especially Tanaka. I think he is physically incredible. I think Doi is amazing for his age he is, and the mileage that he has on his body. I think this match was structured perfectly for the people in the audience and for the people who know these guys and who have the emotional connections to them. But that's not me. So basically, they did a match that never could have appealed to me, but I still think that they did an amazing job in that match. But does this the next step for the enjoyment of match is the emotion that the match gets out of me. They had enough time between the big spots that I never felt the urgency, to be honest, there, because I did not know how much damage these moves were supposed to do to them, so how much they were supposed to sell them, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I get what you mean, I guess.
So basically, when he hits Bakadara kick, I don't know how much the other guy is supposed to be dead for. And if in his stage of the career, how strong as a champion Tanaka is, that's my issue, because I'm parachuting in, so I don't have the background for this. And this is not a match that can be sold to someone who is parachuting in just without knowing these two other guys. So I cannot appreciate it as much as I would have liked to. So, but I can see that it's really fucking good. So
Doi afterwards, he had a great line. He was like, "This was my first time challenging for the Brave Gate in 13 years." So then says, "Ryoya, keep the belt for another 13 years because I'm coming for it then." That was an amazing line. It's just so fucking fun. I love Doi so much. Yeah. Doi is one of my all-time favorites. People don't know, because I obviously don't talk about Dragon Gate a ton. And he was like one of my favorites back in the day when I watched even more Dragongate than this. And just, he still got it. He still looked great here.
Yeah, he was amazing. Like, actually fucking amazing.
He's still a great fucking wrestler, that's for sure. Tanaka gave a nice rah-rah speech, which included a line about how there's no need to worry about the state of Dragon Gate with, quote, people leaving as long as he's around. Basically, that was the quote. Before Ryoya can name his next challenger for the attempted record-breaking Brave Gate defense, Homari's music hits and he comes out to challenge. So that becomes our first official match for Kobe World. Now, you gotta separate two things here. Homari versus Ryoya Tanaka. Great fucking match on paper. Great idea for, the new generation to fucking get their moment. And it makes people, I think it'll also go in with people going like, are they going to have Homari win and just let Tanaka tie it? Like, he'll feel more realistic as one of them, almost any of these recent challengers Tanaka's had. On the other hand, as Case pointed out in his written review, why the fuck was Homari losing all the time if he was getting the Brave Gate title shot on the biggest show of the year to break with Ryoya Tanaka having a chance to break an all-time record? He has been on the losing side, Homari, apparently. This is what the Case had in his article. 17 out of 22 matches since losing his hair. And losing
God.
Wait,
what?
Yes, he lost his hair.
He lost his hair, and he was losing?
He lost his hair, he lost his unit, Saipatra disbanded, and he loses almost every match. Usually doesn't take the fall, granted, but I don't know if he's taken any falls. But he's on the losing side 17 out of 22 times, including both these Korakuens, where it's like, okay, you're about to announce this match, you have him lose both meaningless tag matches for no reason. Okay, he didn't take the fall, but he should have been getting a fall, if anything. What the fuck? This company is so fucking stupid these days. I swear to God.
When you lose your hair, you are supposed to get pushed.
Well, he's getting a title shot at fucking Kobe World. They just forgot to actually do anything before that.
But immediately. That's why you lose your hair. That's time for you to change. So
Ryoya Tanaka should have fucking told him. Ryoya Tanaka should have stood there and been like, you know what, buddy? You don't deserve this title shot because you just lost your hair and your unit. You haven't won anything since then. Get the fuck out of my face. My record-breaking shot's going to be against someone who's actually won a match in the last fucking month and a half. Anyway, this really pissed me off, if you can't tell.
Yes.
Because I like both these wrestlers. I think that they both made my 30 under 30 list. They're both really good wrestlers, and the booking is horrendous here. Like, this match...
I have watched these two shows, and this is the first Dragongate I've watched since November? I think November. Yeah, November. And...
You skipped a lot of shit.
I think that Tanaka is fucking incredible. I think he should be a champion instead of Madoka Kikuta.
Yeah.
I think Madoka should be shipped off to Big Japan or something like that. He's big enough.
After Homari leaves, Tanaka officially announces he's resigning from D-Courage, which ends, of course, since it's only him and Yoshioka left. He notably thanks both Yoshioka and Dragon Dia by name, which I thought was funny. He's making his own new unit since the name is so clearly tied to Yoshioka and Dia. Again, this is absolutely the right move. Tanaka needs to be pushed to the top guy. Hopefully it goes better for him than Gold Class did for Kota Minoura, though. No more D-Courage. Who knows what will happen to Yoshioka now? Tanaka did say Yoshioka and I will be across from each other from now on, so he did confirm he's not going to invite Yoshioka to his new unit, I guess. But yeah, we'll see what happens here.
It's a good move, though.
Yeah. Nice to finally see some unit movement again. Then we had the main event, which was the All Gaja Dokuro match. Madoka Kikuta, Kota Minoura,
I did not
and Jason
understand
Lee.
this match. John, why was this match booked? And why was not the Brave Gate match the main event?
So Kikuta, Minoura, and Lee beat Kai, Ishin, and Yoshiki Kato. Minoura beat Ishin in 13:35 the Golden Rose. I like that both sides of Gaja Dokuro came out of each side simultaneously. That was unique. And they just attacked each other immediately and started brawling around ringside. So as a match, I really liked it. I thought, at first I was struggling to get into it because I don't give a fuck about Gaja Dokuro. But I like every wrestler in this match besides Kikuta during this run. And even Kikuta I've liked in the past. I liked him in the Carnival, in the Champion Carnival in all Japan. But Kikuta is just such a boring, nothing lump of a top heel. He drags the whole unit down. But this match was like, oh yeah, you know what? I like all these wrestlers. I even like Kota Minoura more than some people do. So you know what? I was like the match got me into it. Ishin and Minoura had really fun exchange at one point, which makes sense that was like one of the big highlights because they were really the source of the whole conflict, and they both just seemed to have more energy probably as a result. And things did pick up even more from there. Everybody was running in and doing spots, a very Dragon Gate style. Even Kikuta, who I just buried, looked pretty good here. And then Minoura pins Ishin with the Golden Rose after he and Lee hit the double team Black Mirror on him for a near fall. Probably acted pretty big for that finish, actually. So I thought it was a very good match by the end. I went 3 3/4. I had to separate it from the fucking post match though. I don't understand why Dragon Gate gets so much of a pass from people for stuff that's like straight out of Vince Russo and stuff that we would bury if it happened in New Japan because it makes no fucking sense. So after the match, Minoura asked Ishin for a handshake at the end to put it all behind them, but Ishin's like, okay, I'll shake your hand, but it's just to pull him in for Kikuta to hit a huge lariat on. If Kikuta knew he wanted to turn on Kota Minoura after this match, why did he suggest this match should happen? Why did he act like he wanted to bury the hatchet? Why didn't he just turn on him last month when Kota Minoura said he wanted to leave? It's not like they had all Gadget out there at the time without anybody else. They had plenty of opportunity to attack him. There's no reason to do that.
So that was the reason why the match was booked.
Yeah. They were trying to bury the hatchet or whatever.
Everything about this.
You didn't like the match either?
No, because I was so confused why this match was happening after that amazing Brave Gate match, which went 20 minutes. I was like, what's happened? Why are the two heels? Why is there a match booked by the one half of the heel unit facing the other half of the heel unit? I did not get it. Like I was actually fucking confused why is happening and why is happening in the main event. Like at least the turn made sense to me, but I did not understand why the loser was turning onto the winner and why the winner and the rest of the unit did not kick out the loser. It did anything about this. Nothing made any sense at all. Like when you book like heel unit to house of the heel unit into the main event, you're like, it sucked. All of it sucked. Nothing was good about this. Like I was I threw my pen on to the screen because I fucking hated this.
All right, let me finish recapping the post match.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. So everybody at first seems into it except Minoura's longtime partner Jason Lee, who's being held back by Kato and then Kikuta. But that was a swerve, bro, because he breaks free of Kikuta, grabs the Black Mirror from Ishin, but then hits his own partner Minoura over the head with it. So that makes even less sense because you could have, again, if Jason Lee was in on it too, there was absolutely no fucking reason to go through this entire match first because Jason Lee was clearly trusted by Kota Minoura and he could have easily set him up at any time. So they could have fucking beat him up in a parking lot for instead of doing this. Like, this was so fucking dumb. Yeah, I don't know. Just to do a turn they could have done last month or before the match started even, whatever. Just really, really stupid. It's the kind of thing that would get buried a lot harder in a lot of other promotions. If New Japan did this, some of the same fucking people who put this kind of this over will be burying the fucking shit out of it. So, just fucking saying.
Who are people? The names.
I don't want to. Look, I'm not about that kind of drama. Okay.
Okay.
I'm a day and a half away from going to Japan.
Okay.
Not about causing drama.
Okay.
I'm simply going to.
I don't know who these people are. If I did know who these people are, I would have named them because I'm an asshole.
I'm an audio subtweeter here. That's what I'm doing.
Okay.
Yes, but yeah, El Cielo then comes out. Kato thinks he's there to challenge him again and says no again. So Cielo says, well, in order to make him want to fight me, I'm going to challenge the Dream Gate. He challenges Kikuta. I don't know what the fuck he thinks he's done in his entire career to deserve a Dream Gate challenge, but sure. KZ comes out. At least he won a match, I guess, on one of these two shows. KZ comes out, and we get a number one contender match, KZ versus Cielo for next month's July 2nd Korakuen. So yes, our Kobe World Main Event will have a world title challenger established 18 days earlier. Like, heck of a job, Ryu Saito. Thumbs up. Yes, there is a... this was a very good show for the most part. at least finally moved things forward for Dragongate storyline-wise, even if the gacha stuff made no sense. It had some great action as well. So,
Yeah, the semi-main event fucking ruled. Even though I could not appreciate it as much as I would have if I was deep into the promotion.
But yeah, I still give the show a thumbs up, after I just ranted about how little sense all that stuff at the end made. But the booking in this promotion is so bad. I think I've made that point clear.
Going away from this double shot, I will not watch Kobe World because the promotion makes me depressed.
There you go, folks.
And I do not have time to watch more promotions. But this double shot did not convince me to watch their biggest show of the year.
That'll do it then. Well, for Velkej, I'm going to do the All Japan review. I did take notes on it, so I want to do the review, but I'll do that solo. And Velkej has the standalone for that, so it's okay.
Yeah.
So Velkej,
I would probably
it's like 1 a.m.
to
2 a.m.
Stretch to put two thoughts together anymore because it's 2:30.
Yeah. Velkej's a real trooper, everybody. So anything you want to plug real quick, Velkej, before we wrap it up?
No, I don't have anything to plug. Come to Discord, yell at me if you think I'm wrong and I shut on Dragongate too much.
Yes, the Wrestling Omakase channel, always a lively place. Look, I don't know. I didn't think I don't think we were unfair to Dragongate at all. But, if anyone disagrees...
I think I was very fair and reasonable. I think they made me depressed. Like, the first show was so depressing to me to watch. I did not want to watch the second show when I finished the first show. So, because that was really bad.
And look, you can't, I was going to say, but I was going to bring up before, you can't call me inconsistent because when that fucking B. Priestley turn at Stardom happened, even though I obviously like Stardom better than Dragon Gate, especially right now, I fucking buried the shit out of that because it made no sense. So,
yeah, it did not.
When that turn happened in Osaka. So, I don't like shit that makes no sense anywhere. This made no sense. End of story. All right, folks. Give us 1 sec. So it'll be magic of audio editing. You'll hear no real pause. But I will be back in just a second with your All Japan June 6 Nico.
Bye.
Hang on 1 sec. All right, folks. It was instant to you, but took a little bit of a longer break there than I originally planned. Back here, though, to do the All Japan review to wrap up this episode. I'm going to try to be quick because I think I'm already more than 4 hours in. Some guy, I remember, asking me in the Discord, he's like, could you try breaking these up to make them a little more palatable? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what you want me to do, bro. I mean, I just record these. Do I really expect anyone to listen to the end of all these episodes? Not really. I don't know why I do it. It's my little... Our method did call me autistic the other episode, which I didn't really think of myself as autistic before. Maybe the man has a point. This show, All Japan Pro Wrestling Superpower Series 2026, Nico Arena Kakuta from Kakuta City General Gymnasium, a announced credit of 200118. So definitely a good number here for All Japan. They've been hot lately. And this was another enjoyable show for the most part. I actually completely forgot until I looked down at my notes. I missed the first 2 matches. I turned this on a little bit late, but did not go back to watch them. But one of them had Yasutaka Yano in it, and I would never watch that anyway. But yeah, the opener was Hokuto Omori beating Yasutaka Yano in 850 with the Narcissist Press. Match 2, which I also missed, was Seiki Yoshioka and Musashi defeating the team of Rising Hayato and Makoto Oishi, the former Dragon Gate wrestler. Yoshioka pinning Makoto in 10:20 with the crash driver. Sure, that was probably fine. I just, I was at my dad's. I watched the show. I turned the show on live, but late, and I never went back to watch that match. So, match number 3, the first was where I jumped in, was for the Gaora TV title. It was Kuma Arashi defeating Aizawa number 1 in 13:27 with a diving senton. So for people who don't remember this, Aizawa was fighting for the life of Hokuto-gun here. So if he could not beat the former Hokuto-gun member Kuma Arashi and prove that it's possible to achieve success within Hokuto-gun, Hokuto-gun would have to break up. So he did lose, so obviously Hokuto-gun does have to break up. There was a big Aizawa chant at the bell. The people of Miyagi apparently long for Hokuto-gun. The match was pretty boring early. They did some slow motion outside brawling. When they got back in the ring, it picked up quite a bit. And I like Kuma just shrugging off Aizawa's, axe bombers and leveling him with a single lariat. That was a good little sequence, especially since, Aizawa's kind of been promoted as kind of a joke, so Kuma shouldn't be selling for him that much. Kuma, though, misses the second rope senton. We got a big Aizawa call again. Aizawa tried to go back to the axe bombers on either side, going to the front and back with them, but Kuma still wouldn't budge. He charged up for one, which staggered Kuma finally, and then another one finally knocked him down, but Kuma, of course, kicked out at 2. Good little sequence there. They built up well, and then he fires up with a Fire Thunder Bomb for another 2 count. I was like, wow, I was actually kind of digging this. But yeah, right after I wrote that down, though, Kuma put him away with the top rope senton. So I went 3 1/4. It was boring early, but for Aizawa number 1, I really can't remember a better Aizawa match in my life, to be honest. So maybe there was one I'm just not thinking of. He's not a great wrestler, obviously, but this was pretty good. And Kuma's kind of the master at having good little undercard matches, but whenever you try to move him up, he doesn't do very well. So there's a good role for him, TV champion. Match number 4 was Go Shiozaki. Oh, my iPad's running out of power. Been talking and taking notes for too long. Go Shiozaki and Daisuke Sekimoto defeated Zion and Shotaro Ashino. Go Shiozaki pinning Zion in 15:50 with the powerful lariat. I still find this whole Go left Havoc on good terms because he wanted to fight against them now angle really weird, but whatever. I asked Paul, of course, who's much more locked down on All Japan than I am, who watches every show, whereas I only watch the bigger ones and the Korakuens. And so Paul happened to be watching the show live too in the Discord, and I was like, Paul, do you have any idea? Paul from the Emerald Flow show, by the way, and he's been on here many times. I was like, Paul, do you have any idea what this angle is about? And he was like, no. So it's like, okay. If Paul don't know, then maybe that guy who hates me knows, the Toto Pro guy. Go's ribs are all taped up, which his former partners sure don't hesitate in targeting. Oh, the other problem is Go's still wearing the same colors of Havoc, right? He's still wearing the black and silver and red. So anyway, I get annoyed when that guy acts like I thought Havoc were heels. I never said that. Don't be mixing up my bad takes with the flagship's pegs, okay? We could be wrong about different things. Anyway, I'm wrong about many things, clearly. I never said Havoc were heels, though, to my knowledge. Go's ribs were all taped up, which his former partners did not hesitate targeting. But I just thought this was a little slow pace, a bit dull. They were working him over. But then Go finally comes back with a nice diving clothesline before tagging in Sekimoto. And after that, it really picked up. Go got a hot tag from Sekimoto a little bit later after that. Fired off some chops. And the good stretch run really made up for the boring early heat period. Everyone just threw each other around with suplexes. Go and Zion started trading punches at one point, which you really don't see in Japanese wrestling that often. And Go ends up putting him away with that short-range lariat. Everything after the admittedly very boring initial heat period was like hot fire. So 3.5 stars. Good overall. Zion has been such a... Zion, I don't know. Is there anyone in wrestling that has a bigger gap right now between singles and tag matches? For me, maybe no. I was enjoying his tags at the start of this year. I'm like, oh, is Zion turning around? And then he fucking wrestles in Champion Carnival in singles matches, and he was awful, I thought. Really not that much better than Odyssey, his teammate. I mean, Odyssey was obviously the worst, but Zion was probably, second worst at bat. And, he really one of the only black marks of the tournament, just him and Odyssey. But he gets back in tags here, and he's been good again. So, I don't know. He just cannot... This man is not a singles worker, I guess. He's only a tag worker. Next up, we had Yuma Aoyagi and Atsuki Aoyagi beating Yuma Anzai and Shota Kofuji. It was Yuma Aoyagi pinning Kofuji in the 14:38 with the endgame. This is the worst case scenario for when you have Yuma teaming with Atsuki against Yuma. So I can't say Yuma because there's 2 Yumas on each team, but I can't say Aoyagi because there's 2 Aoyagis. So worst case scenario for a podcaster here. Lots of ringside brawling again to start this one. It was pretty spirited, though, this time. But yeah, I just thought this was a damn good little tag match. Kofuji really got to show some fighting spirit, as one does. He reversed Yuma Aoyagi, obviously, since that's his opponent. I just wrote Yuma down, but I guess I figured I'd know based on the context. He reverses Yuma down into a cradle for a close near fall, when he was basically doing too much posing, I think. And then almost pins him with a fisherman suplex as well. But yeah, of course, Yuma Aoyagi beats him in the end. But good showing for Kofuji here. Crowd got into it, even though it had the post-intermission, disadvantage. 3.5 stars. Good match. Then we had what was my match of the night, because I wasn't quite as high on the main event as some people were. But this match was a lot of fun. Your hype match for both your Triple Crown match and your junior title match, which, by the way, I'm going to be live for, if I haven't mentioned my upcoming Japan trip enough times. Hideki Suzuki, Dan Tamura, and Masayuki Kono beat Kento Miyahara, Ryuki Honda, and Seigo Tachibana. It was Tamura pinning Tachibana in 1955 with the La Magistral Cradle. Another random Kono booking here. He's been showing up more often. I think he's on the Korakuen I'm going to too, actually. But yeah, he's here in this double Triple Crown junior title match. I always kind of liked him. Not like in a, he's one of my favorites way. I mean, he's still kind of big, clunky shooter, but like, for as long as you don't put him as like a world champion, like I think Wrestle 1 did at some point, I like him as a random mid-carder. Wada tries to throw Ryuki off by delaying his count, so Ryuki can't do it, and then counting super fast. But then Ryuki just waits and then does his count by himself anyway. That was funny. Kento then gets mad at him about it and pantomimes it for some reason, which I thought was funny as well. See, a little comedy can still be fun in All Japan, as long as it's not the whole show in every match. There's plenty of good wrestling here after all the early wackiness, too. Some fun exchanges between Honda and Kono. A little bit of Kento and Hideki, but they really saved that, which makes sense, because that's the fucking Korakuen main. But then it's really Seigo and Don who get a lot of time down the stretch as they continue the longest build to a junior title match in history. Maybe ever, honestly. It's been so fucking long. So Tamura was able to lariat the legs out from under Tachibana and then pin him with a La Magistral Cradle. Really good match. 3 3/4. Couldn't quite go 4 stars. My iPad alerts me the Jays lost. Thank you. Seigo, again, is still a little wacky, but nothing like a total comedy guy like it was at times in the past, if you haven't seen him in a while. And I'm excited for him and Tamura to have their beefy junior battle at Korakuen, again, in front of me. After the great stretch run here. How much of an annoying asshole am I, right? Like, really annoying. You should, that should be actually, that gives me a good idea for we gotta wait to the actual end for the sicko. World Tag Team titles. Okay, I don't need 2 alerts. Why do I even have that set up? I have ESPN and The Athletic set up to tell me the Jays lost. Shut the fuck up. World Tag Team title match. Jun Saito and Rei Saito defeat Rene Abe and Talos. The Titans of Calamity lose here. The 103rd champions fail in their 4th title defense. And Rei and Jun become the 104th champions. Rei pinned Ayabe in 26:59 after the fallout. This was their first defense since they beat the Saitos all the way back on March 15th at Korakuen. So no defense between the 2 Saito matches. Obviously, the Champion Carnival is the reason for that. So not a critique, an observation. They did manage to find, even though obviously this is Saito's hometown, so they were the big favorites, but we did find a Rene Abe fan holding up his towel even here. And I thought Talos coming out in his fucking sunglasses and black vest with his 2 belts looks so fucking cool. And then Rene Abe was Rene Abe. I don't know if there's ever been a bigger swag gap between 2 guys than there's 2 partners on a team than these 2. Like, who else would even be there? I mean, maybe Hazuki and Koguma or something. Like, one's a wacky bear and one looks like, she could fuck you up, or she used to fuck up girls in the middle of the streets in Shibuya, which she probably did. I mean, it's a big coolness gap too, but Koguma is more charming than Rene Abe, obviously, so I don't know. I mean, Azumi and Miyu are both cool. I'm trying to think Miyu's kind of a dork, but also cool in a weird way. I'm trying to think other famous tag teams where, I mean, Azumi's just really cool. Where's a tag team where one is cool and one is not cool? I don't know, I can't think of anything else. I guess Mika Iwata is way cooler than Miyuki Takase, right? Miyuki's can be kind of dorky, and Mika looks like the biggest badass around. But I don't think anything's beaten Talos and Rene Abe, so. Oh, wait, the Holy Seaman Army, they're both dorks. I'm trying to think who else. I don't know. I came up with a few. Why I'm stalling for time with gimmicks when we're almost 5 hours in. What am I? This is why I end up with the 5-hour podcast. But yeah, Talos looked cool and Rene Abe didn't, is the point. So they did a really long crowd brawling in this match. That was most of this match. It felt like it was crowd brawling, and I don't know. The match was 27 minutes. It's not like I disliked it. I just seen some people be 4 stars plus, and I was nowhere near that. I mean, I think with the All Japan matches, sometimes I can't get past the fact that this fucking promotion technically has a 10 count, and they just never use it. We'd be up to they could have counted to 500 at one point. I mean, if you want to do this, you have to make it no count out, because this was not no count out. Eventually they did start counting, I think. So it definitely not listed as no count out on the fucking results page, at least. But yeah, the Saito brothers they had a really good closing stretch. I just thought the outside brawling went on a little too long for me. I loved Ren's 1 count kick out after the choke slam. That was awesome. Ren Ayabe was like, I will not be pinned by your fucking choke slam. But he did get pinned at the end anyway, obviously. But yeah, good but not great. I liked it enough to go 3.5, but, no higher, really. But yeah, this is an example of All Japan. Nothing on this show hit my notebook. There's nothing that was 4 stars, but I still had a good time with it. It was still an enjoyable show. And All Japan remains the most improved promotion of 2026. I don't even think it's close, actually, because they were my actual vote for worst promotion for 2025. And this year, they're probably the second best men's promotion in Japan, honestly. It's probably DDT than All Japan. I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to think who else would be second. Definitely not New Japan. Fucking definitely not Noah. Definitely not Dragongate, we've been over. I mean, yeah, it's kind of All Japan. I mean, I don't know. I don't watch Big Japan. I can't tell you anything about that. Am I missing somebody? I feel like... Do I really watch that many more Joshi promotions than I watch men's wrestling at this point? Because I barely watch Noah. Who am I missing that I watch? Like, is there anybody? I know I dropped Glate, and they sure as fuck aren't better. Yeah, it's got to be All Japan. DDT than All Japan. If I'm embarrassingly forgetting about a men's wrestling promotion that I watch and love, then I guess you can tell me in the chat. The chat can tell me if I'm forgetting about a male wrestling promotion, but I don't think I am. I think it's DDT 1, All Japan 2. I don't think there's really, there's not very... I mean, New Japan has a lot of great matches still. I mean, if you look at my notebook, on my page, which I don't know how many people know is actually linked on my Twitter and my Blue Sky accounts. But yeah, if you look at my 4-star plus spreadsheet, you'll see New Japan there a lot. But their booking is so annoying and the house is so bad this year, especially, that, I can't go any higher than, I guess they're 3rd. And then I guess Dragongate 4th, Noah 5th. Because Noah... I don't know. I think Dragongate annoys me less than Noah. I've been watching Dragongate more than Noah, so clearly there's a revealed preference there. But anyway. Yeah, this was a good main event, good show. I went on another fucking tangent. What is wrong with me? So, yeah, anyway, that'll do it, folks, for this episode of Wrestling Omakase. 299th episode. Next week will be way shorter. Again, I promise. If I go longer than an hour and a half, I will fucking punch myself in the face. I will be so mad if I'm, God bless all of you listening. I'm not spending 5 hours in Japan recording one of these things. It's not happening. But yes, next week, which I've only mentioned 7,000 times, I will be live from Japan. Armani will be there with me, making his Omakase debut, actually. I can find out by next week if he wants to go by his actual name or by Armani. It'd be funny to just call him Armani the whole time, actually. Because obviously it's a reference to Milano Collection AT, but it's just it's also an Italian clothing brand, so... which is obviously where Milano got it from. But yes, so you will... Or is it shoes? I don't... Do I look like... What am I, Mr. Fashion? I don't know. MX Fashion? Anyway. That'll do it, folks. Yeah, next week, live from Japan, me and Armani talking Dominion. Maybe I'll touch on the Tokyo Joshi fucking show I'm going to first, the June 13th Yokohama show. That's the only show before Dominion I'm going to, I think. So I doubt I would have much to talk about with that. It's just a house show, but, do love the Tokyo Joshi as I've been over. Oh, let me give a little preview of the All Japan Korakuen. Why not? Keep the show going even longer. The All Japan Korakuen, they do have a Shinjuku Face show in between. That's on June 11th, actually the day I land in Japan, but, I'm not going to this. The main event is Go Shiozaki against Zion. I'm going to be too tired to make it all the way out to... I just said Zion's horrible I just said Zion's horrible in singles matches. I'm not going all the way from Yokohama to Shinjuku Face, because I've stayed in Yokohama the first 2 nights, to fucking watch a Zion main event. So, might be sold out anyways, The Korakuen sold out. The Korakuen, we had the big title matches, Seigo Tachibana versus Don Tamura, really pulling for Dan in that one. Ishin and Yoshiki Kato defending the All Asia titles against Atsuki Aoyagi and Rising Hayato. I think I'm going to cheer for Ishin and Kato. Kind of think it would be funny if they walked into All Japan and retained, but they're not going to. They're going to lose them back. NWA Waterway title, whoever the fuck the Thrillbilly Silas Mason is, defends against Shotaro Ashino. Of course I'm pulling for Ashino. Might get to see an NWA World title change, folks, in Japan. Triple Crown title match, Kento Miyahara versus Hideki Suzuki. Pulling for Hideki. Can't lie. A big tag match that looks great on paper. Go Shiozaki and Yuma Anzai against Suwama and Yuma Aoyagi. And the only thing that's been added since then, this is not the finalized card yet because we don't have the order, But there's a 10-man tag, which is Zion, Musashi, Seki Yoshioka, Shoto Kofuji, and Hyo Ogawa against Hokuto Omori, the fucking sexual assaulter Yasutaka Yano, Masayuki Kono, Fuminori Abe, and Yuya Aoki. Good to see Abe, but I'd probably go get some Korakuen chicken for this match because Yano's in it. 8-man tag. This looks a lot better. Jun and Rei Saito, Ryuki Honda, and Kumarashi versus Ren Ayabe, Talos, Daisuke Sekimoto, and Kengo Mashimo. That could be the full card because I don't really see anybody missing or anybody of note. So, but yeah, we don't have the order yet, so we'll see. I wish I had bought a better ticket to this. I wish I had bought Ring. I think Ringside was still available when I bought my ticket, but did not realize that this card was gonna be so fire. And I'm like in the lower part of the oranges, will still be good. So yeah, what is the sicko word of the day? It's annoying asshole. Yeah, so it's actually 2 words, but annoying asshole. As in, John is such an annoying asshole about going to Japan that it makes me want to rethink listening to this podcast, which I understand. But look, okay, you have to be yourself, right? And I can only be myself, which is an annoying bisexual genderqueer weeb. And if you really do hate me that much, you're obviously doing a homophobia and a queerphobia in the middle of Pride Month, and like that's not allowed. Okay, so don't do it. You're basically like I'm gonna stop this before I go any further. All right, folks. Thank you for listening. You can follow us on Twitter at RussellOmakase. Wrestling, of course, would not fit. You can follow me on Blue Sky at Just1MB. I never plug my personal Twitter for some reason because I really am embarrassed. I'm even still on there at all. But follow me on Blue Sky at Just1MB. Yeah, and we're approaching the 300th episode. Thank you for listening. Really, if you're actually one of the sickos who gets all the way to the end of these episodes regularly, it's so cool. I mean, you're a cool dude, and I appreciate that you want to hear me talk about Japanese wrestling for 4 to 5 hours every week. And cool dude, cool girl, cool MB. I mean, it's just really cool. And I do this for no reason. I do this because I like it. I spend more money on the Zencaster subscription than I make in ads easily. And I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this. I don't know where I'm going, really. I just feel like I wanted to say something because we're approaching the 300th episode. I mean, the fact that I have any listeners at all, I really have no idea how many listeners I have. The fact that I always have people in the Discord who drop the sicko word and talk about the episode. And I mean, we're one of the more active channels, for a non-flagship podcast in there, which is so cool. I mean, you guys actually go on there and talk, and like that is one of the most rewarding parts for me. It's just reading other people's takes and connecting with like this subset of like sicko Japanese wrestling fans that we create that I've managed to like connect with through this podcast. I mean, so many people don't have any time for Japanese wrestling these days. Everybody AEW gives them all the wrestling they want, right? Like they have all the best wrestlers anyway. They have it right there. We're the best wrestle. They paid for them all. And so even a lot of Japanese wrestling fans only want to watch 1 or 2 promotions or something. So the fact that I actually connected with some other people who actually watch even a fraction of this insane number of promotions I watch, who just love Japanese wrestling. Because that's all I think I've been miscast sometimes as like, some people think I'm a New Japan stan. Some people, which for the number of times I bury them on this podcast over the years, I have no idea how you could think that, but some people do think that. Some people think I'm a fucking Joshi pervert, which, I don't think I'm a pervert anyway. Well, some people should not comment on that. I guess I've already dropped a few things in this podcast over the years that might question that anyway, but everybody likes what they like, right? But like some people think I'm just a fucking weeb who will never give any other wrestling a chance, and that's sort of true. But I really do just love Japanese wrestling. I love the fact that these people go in there in these small buildings and trade holds and trade kicks and just fucking wrestle. And I don't have to watch, 45 minutes of promos to get an hour and 15 minutes of matches. I don't have to sit through commercials and, lower my scale and say this was, quote, a good TV match. And, I don't know. It's just, there's a charm to it that just American wrestling will never have. And I just, it's fun. I feel like I probably do shit on it too much. But, like, there's a charm to Japanese wrestling whether it's in Korakuen Hall, bigger buildings, smaller buildings. There's just a charm to Japanese wrestling that American wrestling will never have for me. And, I imagine the Lucha fans must probably feel the same way, except they get to have bigger crowds, especially Arena Mexico. But, I don't know, American wrestling just will never not feel, charmless by comparison to me. They can sign up the entire fucking world, and it will never be able to match the charm of Japanese wrestling for me. And that's just how I am, and that's just how I'm wired. It's good that there's some other people who are wired like that, because, I get made fun of a lot. I mean, I have an entire stalker who makes fun of me for liking Japanese wrestling a lot. But it's good that that other people out there feel that way. I'm really rambling here because I did not plan on doing this little impromptu speech at all. But, we've made the little community we've made of rotating co-hosts and, regular listeners and people who, for some fucking reason, like listening to me ramble about Japanese wrestling like I've been rambling here, is very special to me. And I really appreciate all of you. And I don't want to, I'm 2 seconds away from proposing to all of you. I love all you guys, all right? I think you're fucking awesome. And, we had a long hiatus, obviously. If you're the sort of person who's actually been listening since the very start, that is so cool. And if you just started listening last week, that's cool too. But just such a cool community that we came up with. Even if it's ultimately 15 people. I know there's always people that never comment, who just that's not their deal. They're not in the Discord or whatever. But it's just such a cool community, and I really appreciate all of you. And I've rambled enough here, but thank you for coming on. Thank you for listening. Thank you really for sticking with me here as we approach the 300th episode, which is an insane milestone that I never thought I would hit. And I really, really appreciate it. All right, I did the you can follow thing already, so I'm done. Thank you for listening. I will talk to you next week from the Cross Hotel Osaka after watching a Dominion show that is hopefully a lot better than it looks on paper. All right, talk to you later, guys. See you then.
My name is Tyler Fornes, and I am one of the co-hosts of the Good, the Bad, and the Hungy AEW podcast here on the Voice of Wrestling Podcasting Network. We take a broad scope approach to the world of All Elite Wrestling and the entire universe of Tony Khan. We talk about the big matches, the big stars, the promos, the storylines, and we also look at it from a big picture perspective. How are things going to change over the course of the next 10 years with AEW still in the picture? How are companies like WWE going to adapt and adjust to AEW? Are they going to be a similar way like they did with WCW in the late 1990s? Will there be a counterpunch? We talk about all of that and more on The Good, the Bad, and the Hungy every week on the Voice of Wrestling Network.
Most people don't realize how much their personal information is being bought and sold every day. Data brokers are making billions pulling details about you from public records and the internet, and then packaging and selling it, usually without your consent. That's how your information lands in the hands of scammers, spammers, even stalkers. It's why you get endless robocalls and why ads seem to follow you everywhere. That's where Aura comes in. Aura actively removes your data from broker sites and keeps it off. They also instantly alert you if your information shows up in a breach or on the dark web. But Aura goes beyond data protection. With one app, you get a VPN, antivirus, password manager, spam call protection, dark web monitoring, and even up to $5 million in identity theft insurance. All backed by 24/7 US-based fraud support. Other companies might sell just credit monitoring or just a VPN. Aura gives you all of it, together, at the same price competitors charge for just one service. Start your free trial today at aura.com/remove. Protect yourself now at aura.com/remove.